Well, sure, not everything is going to break out and break down cleanly every day, but when the market is choppy and in a range, I think it's effective to have a range playbook and just try to identify this is where sellers are today, this is where buyers are, and try to just get with the program on the day. And I think,
to your point, like Palantir was arguably the best example of that. Even like late in the day, like I was. Like late in the day, I'm like, okay, let's try to break this out on the long, and it literally went to exactly $158. Like it looks like it's going. You join the move in, you're like, this is it. It's going to break 158, and finally it's going to go. And of course, instead of taking like the long, you should have just shorted exactly at $158, and then you actually get a big move. You get a $2 move back in. So. If you find the market in a range-bound day, as Obi said, find the stocks which have these obvious, well, maybe not obvious, it's not always obvious, but in this particular case, instead of looking for it to go, like because when the stock goes $10, $15 for a couple of days in a row, the idea is you're like, oh, if it breaks this out, it's going to be a move. But you got to look at the other side of the coin here. Sometimes after 2 monster volatility days. Oftentimes, the traders are looking for that continuation. It's like, oh, but there were so many monster opportunities for 2 days in a row now. And you get so caught up and bent up in that it's easier to get chopped up, which can create this little heartbeat action that you saw on stocks like a Palantir. But the level, I mean, whatever. 158 is still going to be the level for me. I'm just more willing to be on the other side, playing it in both directions than I was yesterday, looking for that breakout. Breakouts have been great, but if the market doesn't move, you can't force it.
Yeah, I like the move here on Google as well with that bit of a catalyst right there. Catching a bit of a bid in the pre-market session, already breaking down this bit of a downtrend. Again, with the selling we've had over the past couple of days, we held a little bit higher, now holding above prior day's highs. You can see that sellers were pretty adamant yesterday. I kind of missed out on this, a bit of reversion. The day before, sellers showed themselves and they kind of show where they are. Coming in the next day, they show up again at the same place. So the trade is definitely still there. But coming in today, I'm curious to know whether or not we continue off of this push. We know that bigger picture just I think it was a few days ago, just a couple weeks ago right here, you can see that we broke out of that 198, and that was a huge kind of a shelf breakout, flat top breakout if you want to call it, and every little ping that we've gone back down into that level, that resistance has now turned into support. So will this catalyst be the kind of push that we need, along with maybe we get some Jackson Hole tailwind as well, and goggles could be looking a little bit brighter to the upside, I think. I'll be watching out for some of that as well. But yeah, some interesting stuff on the docket for sure. And of course, futures on watch. Well, futures are obviously on watch, because if we're going to get any sort of clarity, he loves being vague, as always. He's probably going to be like, oh, we got to wait for these numbers that are still coming in. Of course, you can't give away too much. But say he says something that kind of points us in a bit of a dovish or a hawkish direction. I'm definitely going to be watching the futures and probably going to be looking at TQs to exercise some of those ideas here as well. And a similar story, a bit of a range day yesterday on the Qs. I think we can keep it simple and be like, all right, what do we do with that prior day's range? How do we react to the initial kind of speech? And after he steps off, we know sometimes we get some moves as well. But
watch those key levels, because they can give you reasons to maybe fade. Because you'll probably get bigger moves in individual stocks sometimes. And if you're in an individual stock, look at that support and resistance on the Qs. We're still sitting. We're going to go back up to the desk. I know we have Michael coming through, but we're still sitting 71% for September on a cut. So remember, we got up as high as 100%, and then of course there was that PPI number that came in hot, and we backed off to the mid-80s, and now we're sitting in front of Jackson Hole at 71%. So the market's still pretty keen to get that quarter point cut for the next meeting. I'm guessing this number will probably move around a little bit. Keep an eye on the bond market as well. That 10-year can fly around when Powell is talking. But let's get back to the desk. I know we have Michael this morning.
Yeah, Friday morning. Let's bring in Michael Noss, get a look at a couple of things that are happening over in China, Mr. Noss. Happy Friday. It's been a busy week all over the place. We were just touching on the simple fact that both major EVs, XPeng, NIO, 5% to the upside here. It's been a pretty positive week right across the board as far as some of these ADRs are concerned. What are you seeing technically?
Yeah, and this has been really interesting. So I've been boring you guys with COT data for a long time, basically saying large institutions are overly long big cap tech, and they are massively short small cap. And we're starting to see that reversion now, right? If you've noticed the last couple of days, it's been the big cap tech that's gotten hammered a bit, and then we've had this great catch-up trade in some of the small caps. So that makes me start to think, well, where else aren't they selling? Because this feels like a little bit of a forced liquidation when you look at things like Palantir and some of these bigger names. So the names that aren't moving at all are very interesting to me as well, because it means they're not part of this kind of unwind that's happening in the market. And the first chart I have here is FXI, which, if you look in at the last couple of days, has done not really a lot at all in any way. So that, to me, is positive in this market, because if you're either small caps that are ripping or you're large caps that are selling off, that to me, I feel like we're going to hear in the headlines in the next little bit that some hedge fund blew up, and that's why we're getting this unwind. So the stuff that isn't moving, again, feels like it's just not part of that at all. So that's really interesting to me. And we also have this China deal that I know has been kind of the will they, won't they in negotiations for a long time. So all of that being said, the fact that we are just butting our heads up against this 38.50 over and over and over again makes it maybe interesting that if we can get above that, it's time for another leg. If people remember the beginning of this year and some of last year, we've had these amazing moves off this low in China. So big rounded base kind of looks like a smiley face to me. So if we can get above that, that's interesting. Zooming in here, we have KWeb, and I'm using line charts for a lot of these because they gap a lot. So whereas FXI is kind of like the Chinese Dow, I guess you could say, it's the largest the big names. It can have industrials, it can have all of that. KWeb is more of your internet type name, so this would more be the Qs, I guess, of China. And this is looking interesting as well. Not as pronounced of this big rounded bottom, but has a huge level here at 37.50 that has been popping its head up over and over and over again, and you can see this upward trend line. For those who are worried about individual equity exposure in China, but you still want to play this breakout if we're going to get it, I've actually just found out yesterday there's a CWeb. So instead of KWeb, you do CWeb, and that is 2 times leveraged KWeb. Now, 2 times leveraged China, there's going to be a lot of risks there. But the thing I like about these leverage ETFs is sometimes you can just apply way less capital to a trade, so you're less worried about if things go catastrophically wrong. But just know that that exists for you. Again, it's CWeb, which would be 2 times leverage this particular chart. And I like the look of that if we can get through this zone. But some of the names that are just interesting to me overall that look great on a charting point of view is the next chart is just BABA. For me, if you're going to look for the safe China play, I think BABA's got to be one of them. It had Charlie Munger, rest in peace. I know that was his last big trade, that he bought a lot of this name. And the fact that the CEO, I don't know if we remember that. If you're new to trading, the CEO just went missing for a while, and the company held up fine. So it's dealt with a lot of really kind of scary China things that had been going on, and it's stood the test of time. So this one's interesting. We're getting really, really tight. I've highlighted this 115-ish level that you can see was resistance before. We are flirting with that zone, but just a break of this triangle could be interesting. Also, I really like these low bases. Recently, stocks that have been just stopped going down. They're not in uptrends or anything, but they've just stopped going down. I've seen these bases resolve higher over and over again, so I like the look of that. The next one here is just PDD, so Pinduoduo. This is another one that's, again, one of the bigger caps, going to be part of that FXI, but I feel more confident with this than maybe some of the smaller cap China names, because again, it's been holding up strong. It's been through a huge move one way or the other. You can see this chart in 2022 went all the way down to $27 from $220, and now it's back to like $125, and it has this nice tightening pattern that it looks like it's trying to break out of here. So this one I like if it can get and hold above this trend line. Last but not least, smaller and more speculative, but I've traded this a couple times in the past. I remember it did good, and the chart just looks really, really nice. So this is EDU, and EDU dropped from 220 down to like $10 quick. And this was when China just started to go to war against ADRs and companies that were doing education when it came abroad and all of this. So it just completely fell apart. But didn't die, right? Stay alive here. And the idea is that this blue line is the anchored VWAP from that low. So the people who started to buy around that low, they're sitting around $43 or so. And you can see recently we've really respected that. We've touched that 2 or 3 times and we've been holding up. And then we have this downtrend line that's sitting around 47. So I like this one because it's a very tight risk reward. I want to buy this if we break the trend line. I want to be wrong if we break back down under that VWAP. So this is the one that gives me the best kind of trader vibe, where I would want to maybe take a trade quickly, get in, make some money, hopefully get out. Whereas those other ones, if China is going to recover, those are ones that maybe I could put in a portfolio for a couple months or so. Again, smaller names, I just give the same kind of caveats I do in China that I give with biotech. Because all of the action happens while you're sleeping, you could wake up and your stock could be up 10%, it could be down 10%. So whatever you do, make sure you're sizing accordingly.
Big obvious red flag here and a big question mark I think a lot of people are going to have is tariff deal or no tariff deal, or trade deal or no trade deal. Whenever this does happen, I mean, it could go both ways. How concerned are you on that? How tight of a leash are you giving these on that?
Very tight. Like in breakouts, you want to see them happen and continue right away. The problem I have with the whole tariff deal is I just feel like it's going to happen one Sunday night, and then you're just going to have completely missed the trade again, one way or the other. So that's the issue I have, is that not that it won't affect, it obviously will affect the market, and it will affect the market pretty strongly. It's that I can't predict when it's going to happen. I don't think anyone can predict, these tariff deals and when they're coming out of the administration. So myself, and I'm seeing it more and more in the market, just have to kind of choose to put your blinders on and ignore them and hope that as with everything else, is baked into the price. And if the market was worried about a trade deal falling apart, then we wouldn't be seeing this relative strength. But I'll definitely be trading these much smaller than I would any trade in US or Canadian domiciled.
Just zooming out real quick, Michael, on the overall market here on a day when we get potentially a market moving event like Jackson Hole the past few years. We've seen significant attention put towards this, and then the outcome, I mean, sometimes it's nothing, but sometimes it can be definitely a market moving event. Is this a day that the gym is calling, or are you going to be glued to your keyboard?
No, I don't think anything that happens in the market before he comes out matters. You can trade it, you can scalp it out, you can do all that, but whenever he comes out and starts giving his speech, the market will reveal its direction it actually wants to go in anyway. So just play around those. And the thing I wanted to highlight is that this COT data that I've been showing, the positioning data, has been working out absolutely perfectly. And the positioning data has shown that everyone in the world has been long the Qs and short the IWM against it. And we're seeing that unwind. And I think that is even more important now than ever, because if we get something that's going to signal a rate cut, you're really going to get that move in small caps, and it could blow up what I think is a number of hedge funds or institutions blowing up already. So my bet, and I don't think this is a real bold one, that this will be an explosive Friday. I'm just not going to pay attention until after he's done talking.
Yeah, and as you said, the bigger trade might actually be on the smaller end of the market cap scale because of that potential for a rate cut. But I mean, it could go the other way as well. He comes out very, very hawkish today, and signals once again that they're data dependent and things are going to be status quo going forward. I mean, I think the longer end of a yield curve starts to move on that, but you might not see things too exciting elsewhere.
Well, what I hope is, because this is the last kind of big event anyway, and he's fired, I hope he just comes out and the speech is just a complete rant about whatever. You ever seen Half Baked when the guy quits? I hope he does one of those. And but as we know, I think you're right. With Jerome Powell, it will be the same speech that everyone gives, and we'll be looking for like little tiny words or pauses on words or any of that. So what I always just say, especially with JPOW, is just wait till he leaves. And then the market seems to make up its mind, because we all know what he's going to say is we're waiting for this data and all of this. But my hope is that it's absolutely wild and he just goes crazy, because he's fired anyway. So why not?
What does he care at this point? But I mean, he's such a reserve guy. So we'll see. Michael Loss, have a great weekend. We'll see you Monday.
See you Monday.
Half Baked is one of the greatest movies ever, and that was a classic scene from a classic character who's And your Cuban friend over there, or your Mexican friend over there. I'm Cuban B. Yes, Cuban B. Dude, if you've not seen that movie, Obi, trust me, Dave Chappelle, Jim Brewer, and Michael Noss knows what's up. Half Baked is amazing. Maybe don't watch it now. Although if you're going to take a break in the first half an hour, we'll be right here. I'll probably drop a few more half-baked puns, but I think it's a good look. If you're not watching the IWM and the small cap and the Russell after Powell talks, we talk about the Qs all the time, but you're going to want to keep an eye on the IWM as well. That'll be a good vehicle, and it's got a good pivot level here at 226 and a half. But we got another special treat. We got Joey Options locked and loaded and ready to go, ready to give us the board.
Morning, everyone, and happy Friday. Let's take a look at our upgrades and downgrades. It's going to be a good one. So, getting the nod from Wolf Research is Roblox. Price target raised to $150. Now, Ulta Beauty getting that target raised to $589 by Barclays, and then Dick's Sporting Goods and Ross Stores getting the nod from Telsey Advisory Group. Dick's price target raised to $225, and then we have Ross Stores raised to $160. Now, on the downgrade side, we have Netgear lowering that target to $35. Dorman lowering it to $175 by Wells Fargo, and then Gap by Barclays lowering that price target to $19. Workday reported earnings yesterday evening, getting that price target lowered to $270 by Oppenheimer Group, guys.
Thank you, Joe. And there's some puns you could drop about that sporting goods store. Anyways, no, Roblox, I think, when you look at Roblox on that pullback that's been on, so it catches the upgrade, just so happens to be one of the many stocks that's bouncing or attempting to bounce is probably the better way to put it off the 50-period moving average. Stock has just been such a runner. What's interesting is it has a very similar, and this is weird, chart to Microsoft, where the buying was just so steady and boring, and then you get a report, and then it just goes ham, and after it goes ham, you've had the reverse. Randy just said bacon. He's like, ham? Bacon. I'm like, yeah, you're right. Go for some bacon every single morning. And it's gotten really volatile off that high, and now we're just sort of holding the line. Like, this is one of those, if it breaks down underneath 110, you just want to be there. So I have a similar look on Rigetti today on the note, but Roblox, if we lose $110, now we could have an inside day today. Remember, it was an inside day yesterday and very range bound. So in those situations, you don't want to be all in that you're going to break down here. It's actually closer to 112 on the chart. Yeah, that's a double bottom at 112, but this is a level worth watching. If we end up with an inside day, support is support. But you've set alerts for a reason on moves that are like this, because this is set up that if we lose the bid here, upgrade or downgrade, I don't really care too much. It looks like that could be a huge breakdown on Roblox for a couple of days. HIMS did something similar to this and trended from the break of the 50 right down to the 200-period moving average. I'm not saying Roblox would do that, probably a better company, well, at least in my opinion, but certainly that 112 worth watching today and next week.
I like that look on Roblox too, higher time frame, kind of trend break happening there. But Workday coming in with a little bit of a downgrade on earnings day. I like that. It's already gapping down on the earnings report right there. So double beat, but I guess guidance maybe. It didn't really look at the guidance, but I guess the guidance not really as expected, and the market not really taking it too well, with a bit of a gap down that's sustaining in the pre-market session right now with relatively lower highs off of this bounce into the 220s right here. So yeah, a bit of a downgrade. Let's see if that can give us some more tailwind to the downside right here. I got reference lows at 211.81s here on Workday. Bigger time frame as well. We've been selling off, so that's something to remember. It's been in a bit of a downtrend, much bigger picture. I guess, wow, look at that. Since 2024, we've technically still been making some lower highs into what seems to be support in and around this 200, 205 level. We're just shy of that here on this earnings report, Neil, trading at 215s. Can we get 10 points lower within the day? I think it's well within range of Workday, but we'll see if it can actually get down there. Might just be all in a day's work, Neil.
Get it, Obi.
Around as far as what we need to know Heading towards the open here this morning, just be aware, just hearing Fed's Collins going to be coming up on Bloomberg here in a couple of minutes, heading towards 9:30. So we will get, again, more details potentially, but might not as well. The big one, though, coming up at 10 o'clock, we'll get Jerome Powell himself from Jackson Hole, Wyoming. We did a hot swap. Joe was here. Sharif had to step away for a few minutes.
Yeah, that's fine. No, anytime, of course. And yes, 10 o'clock is going to be exciting for sure. And we've seen yesterday's session, Brendan, was a little choppy, and that's what usually happens before we have a big meeting in the SPCE.
Yeah. What are your thoughts here as far as the market is concerned? Are you going to be looking at the overall market?
Well, I want to hear what Jerome has to say, hawkish, dovish, and then maybe we can find a direction after that. Most definitely the volatility is going to step in as soon as he steps on that podium and starts speaking. But other than that, be patient, wait for it and see what he has to say. But I think he's going to lean a little bit more hawkish here.
I don't see why he wouldn't at this point. I mean, he's been standing pat as far as that is concerned for the entire year.
Exactly.
What's all of a sudden going to change that? You know, we did get some weaker than expected revisions on employment data going back the past couple of weeks. This entire symposium, the theme of this is the employment side of their dual mandate. A lot of people of late have been leaning towards this Fed specifically being more tied towards the inflation part of their dual mandate. So now they're going to do an entire weekend on employment, whether that
exactly. And we've seen the uptick in jobless claims yesterday as well too, which is very interesting. But I mean, when he said higher for longer, maybe he's going to stick to his word this time.
We shall see. Lots to anticipate coming up here in about an hour. Let's get right into everything we need to know as far as the watch list is concerned. If you haven't done so yet, make sure you jump down to the description in this video. Top link in the description will get you to the sign-up page. All you need is your email address. That's the address itself. If you haven't done so, just hit that link and then enter your email address. You get the watch list for absolutely free every single day. Let's talk about this Meta and Google thing to kick things off. I'll give that a refresh. Meta and Google, Meta specifically, going with Google on a 6-year, $10 billion cloud deal, surpassing all other options at this point. So the crazy spending here continuing.
Well, that's exactly what I was just about to say. The CapEx is still heavy in the AI spend. So I'm really happy about this deal. And you know what, Google Cloud putting up some great numbers as well too on the previous report. So that's just going to only add fuel to this AI fire.
Is it a Meta catalyst or is it a Google catalyst?
Well, I think we have to look at it as Meta spending the money. Google is now receiving that. So at the end of the day, I think I like our chances with Google here.
Charts say it's a Google thing.
Yeah, exactly.
More so than a Meta thing at this point. Meta is higher on the morning, but that's what Google looks like right now, guys, in the pre-market.
Yeah, they're relatively strong, no question, Alphabet. But 10 billion over 6 years, right? So like 1 2/3 billion. When they do over $300 billion in revenue, it's not like it's a huge number, but realistically, Alphabet has been on a very good uptrend. There's no question about it. And we just had a pretty good day to hold on at $200 on Google. I don't know, like as Michael said, you really expect anything crazy to happen until Powell speaks at 10 o'clock, and then we have the president at noon as well. Like, is this really going to go absolutely ham? I think unless it's a smaller type name, I'd rather like have the breakouts be there. Like I'm looking for one on like SoFi, like the kind of thing that could just go and rip for like 10, 15 minutes, and then you worry about Powell when we get there. But as far as Alphabet goes, I'd be more inclined to see if we were to dip. There's some good dip levels here in Alphabet. Yesterday's like real high. There was a wick in there off the open, but like right around the 201.70 to 80. That was also a prior close, and then down at the 200 level. Like that's the level of patience I'd want. We had an inside day, so to speak. So looking for dips on something that's upward trending makes sense. And I believe it's a Google story more than it's a Meta story. No questions asked. Not even really looking at Meta today.
Yeah, I think Meta is going to be probably a little bit muted if it does show up a little bit later. I might have some eyes on it, but Google definitely. I think I already had Google a little bit on watch. Yesterday, as we stepped up a little higher, we did have that aggressive bid back through that 200, kind of just reiterating that, yeah, this resistance that we broke out of 198s, 197s, and some change might be turning into a bit of support. We saw those crazy flushes intraday on Wednesday, August 13th. No news, but a nice little ping all the way, trading just normally at 202s, pings all the way down to 197 and then rips right back up to 200s, and another one on Friday with a ping down into 201s, and then just getting well, I don't know what you want to call it, just like balance. There's an inefficiency that happens really quickly, and then just gets retraced really aggressively as well. So it's just kind of giving clues as to where certain types of participants might just be resting on the stock there as well. So I like that what 200 hold, and technically we're breaking out a little bit more here as well. So this is what I want to show. This anchored VWAP is from earnings right here, that prior earnings report that came out on Wednesday the 23rd. We've reclaimed it and holding it as support as of this Wednesday and breaking the short-term downtrend that we've had, with that consolidation holding up pretty well around that 200. So now we're getting a leg up in the pre-market. Can we get past and hold distinctly above prior day high is the next question that I'm asking. I'm also going to be looking at some of these pre-market levels here on Google as well. Solid deal with Meta, a large cap association trade. Usually I see these happening with smaller to mid caps, but a large cap to large cap association, that's going to be interesting as well. And Google definitely going to getting the better end of the deal here, I think.
All right, more details, potentially anyways, more detail. I feel like we've been talking about this for weeks and weeks and weeks now, this NVIDIA angle going into China. If you remember earlier in the week, there was another attempt by NVIDIA to come up with a chip that is going to satisfy some of these restrictions so that they're able to actually sell something in China. We get more details on that today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was off the table, now it was somewhat back on the table, and now it looks like they're going to shut down production for the H20. As of now, right, anything can change at that point, but for NVIDIA, it's been a phenomenal move from those April lows, up over 110%, and I wouldn't be surprised if this move continued and was sustained. I think this is some short-dated, maybe a headwind there, Brando, but at the end of the day, we have the deals in the Gulf, and we're continuous with this AI spend and CapEx heavy with these hyperscalers. I like my chances.
It was really, really interesting that 2 weeks ago we got that note from DeepSeek essentially coming in saying they were not able to release their latest version of their model, and everyone immediately pointed to the fact that the first one had to be then trained on NVIDIA chips instead of
the Huawei chips. Yep, exactly.
And pointing to obvious demand or needs, anyways, for some of these AI firms over in China to get their hands on these. But here it is this morning, downside. Pretty choppy day, really, yesterday, guys. There was a lot of back and forth. If you zoom out even further, we're still really just stuck in the range here for this thing.
But unfortunately stuck underneath. We need, NVIDIA wants to get that $4.5 billion is what they wrote down that they could have made last quarter if they could just sell this chip to China. And when it seemed like we were getting it done, if you own shares and you want it to go up, when it seemed like we were getting it done, and now you have this story. It's hard to be bullish about this, especially going into this Powell speech at 10 o'clock. So look, 74, obvious sort of triple bottom there yesterday. You can all see that. And then we close at 75. I'm looking for any kind of a fade into 174, 175. When you look at the daily chart, yeah, we got the hammer candle, but what did we follow that up with? We followed that up with a chop underneath, and then now we're gapping back under. So, would it be reasonable for NVIDIA on this news to not be exactly exuberant? Yeah, that makes sense. So I'm looking at this one as a fade, the 74 to 75 range, right where we had support, and then a key area in yesterday's trade. Disappointing. What I would love to hear is that this is not, maybe they come out and say this isn't true, we're not shutting down that production. I think the second you hear that, you look for the long, but until then, I'm going to prefer the fade here in NVIDIA. And you can look at AMD as well, because when you think about it, okay, well, if they were halting production, then that's going to be negative for AMD, and AMD, if you like it better, 165 is the level I like more because you got that prior close, but that's a little bit higher up. Like NVIDIA is much closer to catching that pop into 174 than AMD, going up now $3.
Yeah, no, I like the look here on NVIDIA, but I do want to point out it's coming in. So we know the market's been selling off pretty aggressively over the past few days. It's trying to catch a little bit of a curl, but still within the uptrend. Now I know I'm going to have a lot of lines here, a lot of indicators, but I've bolded the ones I want to point your attention to here, and that's going to be this trend line right here, and that's from the April lows, and we're coming into that level as of right now, just chopping it up. If we just zoom in a little bit here, you can see we're starting to chop up this support area, and I'm looking for a potential continuation. We can see that anchored from prior levels. This prior all-time high was in and around that 150 area. That's again this red bolded anchored VWAP. That's the long way to go if we're going to revert to the mean, if you want to say that. All the way back down to 130s. I don't know if we're going to get there right away or at all, but I do like the step that we've been having. We're still holding above prior earnings anchored right here at the 160s. I'm curious to know. I think today's Jackson Hole is going to be definitely a little bit interesting. If we do get strong moves, do we kind of revert to the mean right there back into some of these levels? 160s, not that far away, Neil. We're currently trading at 170s, 170, 270. So I like that. Let's see if we can pull back a little bit. But again, on the other side, if we do trend up, this is a flat top push into 184. So if we can push this with any sort of distinction, I really like the breakout if we can catch a bid up into 184s on the day today. Let's see if that volatility can bring us in. But this selling, man, over the past few days, I don't know if this is the beginning of something. Maybe we get that follow through with today's events. No idea. But it's starting to seem that there's not just NVIDIA, a lot of other names are starting to curl. We see Microsoft.
Microsoft's a big example.
Microsoft is a beautiful example. Yeah. Microsoft actually exhausted before coming in. It exhausted on its earnings and then started to break the downtrend. So that could be a little bit of a sign of maybe a temporary, pullback or maybe some selling. But we've already been getting that. We've already been getting some aggressive selling over the past few days. So maybe that's all the selling we get. I don't know. But I'm definitely watching some of these technical.
I think we'll find out after 10.
Sure. Yeah, after 10, maybe after 12.
That's what. Well, maybe after 12 with the president. That's why I'm sort of thinking, like, if you get those quick trades in the first half an hour, be patient. I wouldn't want to overtrade before Powell, but certainly be a little bit patient. Get a good idea of overall where the market's sitting, like what's relatively strong, what's relatively weak. Don't get out of pocket, I think, too much, because after 10 o'clock, anything can change. And just very quickly, Bhavin in the chat is asking about it's ZNB. So I can tell you that ADD turned into ZNB. We don't have it in the platform today. Like sometimes a small capper switches over that never used to do a bunch of volume, and this one for us, it did a reverse stock split, and they're one of the stocks that's running here. I can pull it up on eSignal for you and show you what's happening. This is not usually a chaser for me. I don't like these reverse splits. I can't tell you how many times we see this, where you have a stock and then that's the high, that it makes the high on this day. So I'll be very, very cautious with this one. We can't trade it, so it's not like there's any chance I would take an execution on ZNB today, even if I wanted to. But you know what we might want to take some executions on? The strength in China, everybody.
If anybody's watching the market right now, just be careful, I guess. Be a little bit cautious here. Boston Fed Chair Collins on Bloomberg right now. And Joseph, she's very much towing the line, saying a whole bunch of things, but not really saying anything.
We like to keep the bar low on some of these here.
For some reason, Collins lost the bet this morning, was rolled out to warm up the stage.
She got the shorter stick there.
Warm up the stage before Powell comes at 10 o'clock. But just be aware, again, Collins live on Bloomberg right now. I'll keep my ear towards that. Let's talk about China. If you're with us for the first 30 minutes, Michael Nuss touched on this very fact. The simple fact from a technical standpoint anyways, these ADRs hanging out and holding up a lot better than the overall market. He made the point and pointed directly to the simple fact that this pullback we're seeing in the overall market might be more to do with a handful of tech stocks specifically that have had a huge move than really the overall strength of the market or underlying strength of the market. There's Alibaba this morning, huge gap again to the upside. It was NIO on the EV side of things coming out with a new model specifically. Sharif touched on that before he had to step away, but already 8 million shares traded here in the pre-market for NIO.
Absolutely, and you can see that we're experiencing a technical breakout as well too, Brendo. A break of that $5 level, as you mentioned, the new SUV launch, and then we have other names as well too that are continuing to trade relatively well, and that's going to be FXI and KWeb. So that's going to be the Internet ETF and the large cap ETF. So there's some good things, and then also DeepSeek releasing that new upgraded version as well too.
The one thing to note with these stocks, again, the Fed angle today is going to be the major catalyst for the overall market. These won't care at all about what comes out of Fed Chair Powell's mouth unless the overall market makes a huge move. So underlying strength. Anyways, if we do get a market move to the upside, if Powell comes out and says, hey, we're cutting in September, guaranteed, put it on the board now, then you're going to get a move higher here, guys.
Yeah, and well, Michael went over some of the bigger cap names. I know Joe mentioned KWeb in there, but don't sleep on XPeng and NIO. Both of these Chinese EV names, well, XPeng with very, very good numbers yesterday, but it was NIO. It's NIO that's been catching our attention most recently because this is on a breakout of its own. They released that new SUV model yesterday. We were showing it in the afternoon show. I mean, it looks like pretty much, man, it looks like a Volvo. We were talking, it really does look like a Volvo. But that $5 breakaway, and then it took out yesterday that 5.25 level. The continuation went right into the top wick. I tried that short. It was like it just really didn't go very far. The short trade in the afternoon made that high almost exactly where you wanted to, and then just barely. It took all afternoon to even get to VWAP and didn't get there till the aftermarket. It's sideways today, which makes me feel like it's a dip situation. And there's obvious places to usually dip into: prior day high, prior day close. So with the sideways action, I'm thinking prior day high or prior day close for some trend continuation. And this is 100% a stock that if it doesn't do anything today or it doesn't catch a bid today, next week, do not want to forget about it now that it's on this secondary leg of a breakout. So we've seen it before where it just can break out and then establish a new range. Sometimes it'll break, take a couple of days off, and then break higher again. I'm kind of hoping we have something more like this. If we don't, then we look for it to establish a new range. But I think it's going to be a good trading vehicle, at least in the short term here for NIO.
Yeah, I think China's strong question mark is definitely a yes, because I've been watching this chart. This is the Hansen futures, so you can see stair-stepping up. And something I want to point out: this bid right here, earlier on, or I guess later on in 2024, September, that was that stimmy bid that they got, and that was a pretty aggressive push, and we finally made our way all the way back, higher highs and higher lows, kind of grinding up past some of those prices. So yeah, I was curious whether or not we're going to get by some of this prior structure on the Hansen and look for some of those moves as well on names like PDD, BABA, and some of the EV names as well, like XPEV and NIO. And we are definitely getting that aggressive and strong follow through just to grind all the way up. So yeah, PDD, we saw Michael Noss talking about this stock as well. I like this push. It's already gapping up in the pre-market right now, trading at 127's prior day close was at 122.96, so almost 123's there. So you can see the structure kind of forming that I've pointed out, a bit of low of range right here, maybe double, triple bottom on top of 90's, and then pushing up into the 30's right here, 130. So with that continuation, I'm definitely going to be looking at PDD to see if it comes into some of these prior highs, and maybe we get a technical breakout as well on the tailwind that we're getting not only from the stock itself, but the futures, the overall general market from the Hansen as well. And I think EDU was another stock that was pointed out by Mr. Michael Noss as well, and I like this push as well, just kind of consolidating, sitting around, maybe poised for a bit of a push, but not as aggressive of a bid as some of the other stocks here. But if we can kind of get a follow through in this, the break of this kind of aggressive downtrend could be something here on something like an EDU as well. But yeah, definitely got XPEV and NIO on watch as they were some of the strongest stocks yesterday and doing aggressive volume as well. Again, I wasn't necessarily involved in XPEV, but look at what it's doing in the pre-market today, gapping up and holding above prior day's highs. So that's definitely a strong sign for a potential continuation. Now, it has to continue eliciting this behavior coming into the opening market as well for me to be like, all right, that's some strong confluence. We're holding the bid. We're holding prior day's highs. Let's see if we can get another leg to the upside here. But aggressive push yesterday. Let's see how it ends up today. China definitely strong.
See, remember just one thing. Remember we were saying watch out for this ZNB and these reverse splits? It's already cut in half. Yuck. Yuckity yuck, yuck, yuck. That is nasty. And this is why you've got to be careful with them. They're round, not for, this one didn't even last 5 minutes. Literally the second we were talking about it, it got cut in half and continues to fall lower. But a stock that didn't get cut in half, Zoom. No, nothing?
The gap, guys, almost back to about 50% here to the upside. We're still nicely positive on the morning. I mean, pretty good report here. The problem I have with this, or continue to have with Zoom, is it's far too complicated to actually use as a user. The user experience can be so much better, and it just continues to not be. But they did raise the revenue and profit forecasts, pointing it to a whole bunch of AI to come. They do have some AI built in already, but more to come. Specifically on the note-taking side of things, which I thought was kind of interesting. There's a lot of options out there now for those AI note-takers to just be in the call with you and then spit you out an email after the call is done of summarizing everything. They're great, by the way. They did point to hybrid work. And the simple fact that a lot of companies, specifically in this city, I think even the mayor came out and said everybody has to get back to work because downtown Toronto is still pretty much empty most days. Is a company like Zoom relying on something like that too heavily?
I think so, Brendan. And as you mentioned, I know some people that have Mondays and Fridays off, so you still have that that hybrid work still in full place here. But at the end of the day, it's a double beat, right? And they raised their guidance. I like what we experienced there. But also, one thing that I want to know here, guys, is that it was 1 penny away from beating its expected move. So we know that Daniel Shea say, when you break that expected move to the top side, that look for a continuation throughout the next session. But we are getting a slight pullback here. But I'm really curious to see what happens here in Zoom, but I do like that point is, do we get more into that full workforce 5 days?
Yeah, you nailed it. Monday and Friday off.
That's
instead of hybrid is the problem, I think, with this situation, guys. Thoughts on ZM today?
Actually, I have a thought. I got to do some work on this. When Joe said that about the expected move, if you look at where Zoom went to when it rejected the expected move, right at the 200 period moving average, and at obvious resistance just underneath $79, like $78.50. You can see on the chart that's resistance. And I don't wonder, it's almost like it has gravity to get to a point where both the options market's going to want to price it so that an up move gets to that resistance, but it also is going to make sure it heads around that close price and not move too far away from it. And I wonder if there isn't some kind of a inside trade that you can do, because it needed some work to get up to make that math work. It literally needed to get bought up in the day to get to a point where the expected move gets you to that resistance. But there's not much to look at here, because 78's so far away. You're now breaking down through 76. So what are you going to short 78? Break out through 78.5? Not really. That's not in play. But the 50 period, if we're rejecting the 200 period and the 50 period sits here at 75, there was a lot of back and forth at that level. And then we broke away from that to the downside. Then you got a little more volatility. 75 is the place to look. If we get a mean reversion, and someone in the chat asked, what's a mean reversion? What?
Oh boy.
No, I just
asked what a mean reversion.
No, it was earlier on when you were talking about reverting to the mean. They're like, what does this mean that you're talking about? The mean is just the average. But the stock doesn't have a traditional average. A lot of times at least when I'm using the term, if it goes down into 75 and then breaks a trend back up, the volume weighted average price is my mean. That's where I look to reflect the average price, or the base of a stock, or where its home is, whatever you want to call it. So if it gets to 75, I'd look for a mean reversion play, but it has to be a trend break. If it never breaks a trend and just keeps on falling down, I don't want it. That's not the way that I like to play these types. So 75 is where I would look for a mean reversion into VWAP nice little trend break action. If it just continues to flow down, then I don't want any part of it. I like those trend breaks, and 75 is where I want to look on Zoom.
Yeah, all right, guys. So VinFast delivered over 35,800 EVs in Q2 of 2025, marking a 172% jump from last year. That brings their first half total to more than 72,000 EVs. That's up over 220% year over year. With stronger sales usually in the second half, they're on pace to easily double 2024's 97,000 units. They're also crushing it on two-wheelers with nearly 70,000 e-scooters and bikes sold in Q2, up 432% from a year ago. And with gas-powered two-wheelers being phased out in Hanoi and Ho Chi Minh City, by 2026, the growth potential looks huge. You can find them on the NASDAQ under the ticker VFS. That's Victor Foxtrot Sierra.
Ooh.
Right. So Zoom Communications, definitely going to be interesting on the day today. Strong earnings report right there, and holding up pretty well. Yeah, a little bit of a sell-off coming into the open here. Let's see how much further it'll sell off. I have the anchored VWAP right here off of the earnings report. That's this line right here, and that's sitting in at 76.30. So we're trading a little bit below that, but I'm watching some of this consolidation area as well on Zoom Communications. Let's take a quick look back on a higher time frame just to see where we could potentially pull into if we do take an aggressive pullback. You can see that bigger picture. We've been kind of downtrending coming into these earnings, and the earnings report might be giving us a little bit of a trend break here. So prior levels, 76 halves here from this week in July, and maybe some support from earlier 74s, 73. So let's call it a break. Let's call it an even 75. I like the 75 area as well as a bit of a psychological area. Let's see if it can hold up some of those levels. But this after hours kind of references this high 78 halves, some of these supports from 76s, and then ultimately this support from the earnings reaction down at 72 halves. Those are the levels that I'm watching here on Zoom Info. Let's see if it catches a little bit of a bid. It's a strong report breaking out of a downtrend on a higher time frame on the weekly. Let's see if that bid can actually step in on the day today with a good report.
All right, Tesla to go here. A bit of a choppy day yesterday, kind of back and forth. We had a huge move down going back 2 days ago on that China headline that we had, but we are trying to get back above 320 once again and hold. $15,000 increase, meanwhile, to the Cyber Beast variant of the Cyber Truck. Joseph, you and I were just discussing the simple fact that if a company has too many or too much inventory of something, the logical thing to do is raise the price, right?
Absolutely. It makes complete sense, Brendo. So at the end of the day, I mean, the luxury package on the Cyber Beast, very interesting. But let's not beat around the bush. Where is the Model 2? And I think that's what a lot of individuals are looking for, especially investors as well, too. But with Tesla, we've been trading within this $60 range for some time. So I think we need some positive tailwinds in order for this thing to break out and get going.
We do see, just around this city anyways, I mean, we do see more and more of these things.
They are. They're getting extremely more popular,
yeah,
absolutely.
But I mean, Sharif was mentioning just a couple of days ago that they're still sitting around in lots. So by the masses, so it's a challenge.
Raise the price.
Yeah,
raise the price. Raise the price.
Thoughts, guys? Tesla, I mean, it didn't really do much yesterday.
Oh, it couldn't break 25. Like 27 was the big breakdown level on Tesla. We have 5 minutes to go here. 27 in the 200 period moving average was the big breakdown trade 2 days ago, and then 25 just held inside day all the way, 320 to 325. On that assumption, I still like 27. If you're not above that flat bottom that broke down, then I still want to play the fade on Tesla. So I'm not really changing my tone in that regard. Want to stick to sort of jumping in and fading. But if we have a 25 start to hold up, they get double tapped it's kind of like Palantir. You know, if it's not going to go, is what we said, just trade inside of the range. And if I'm starting to favor the short again, then that means I have to break down into 25. Just one name that we're not going to talk about. Well, two names that haven't been discussed before I throw back to Obi here. Bullish was very bullish yesterday. Pun absolutely, unequivocally intended in that particular case. But $71, day one, lows, and then there was a nice consolidation before it fell apart at 71, couldn't break 71. This is kind of that over-under. If it pops, and cannot hold over 71. This one's a fade for me. And on another related name, SoFi, really tight consolidation all afternoon in the 23.4 range. We break that high, I'm just going to go for a quick long. I know what can happen with SoFi where it just breaks out, gives you a great move, get out of the way, and then let it come back in. If it does one of those, there is no holding it back through the breakout price, in my opinion, when it breaks out right at 9:30 on SoFi. So that either happens right away, you get the move. If it holds, great, I can hold on to something. But if it goes through break even on a breakout in SoFi, you get out of Dodge. Well, at least I get out of Dodge.
I like the build-up that we're having here on the higher time frame on Tesla, Neil. So yeah, the Cyber Beast, the action, pretty nimble, I would say, pretty timid. Nothing very beast about the action over the past few months here. We're kind of consolidating and kind of, you saw the flag that Neil had on his chart, so a bit of a failure to follow through the 350 as of right now. I'm looking for a distinct push through that 350. Every time we push into that 350, we get sold off, but take a look at the other side of the move as well. Higher lows, pretty aggressive push, and really a winding up and compression of price in and around this 325 area. So I'm curious to know, I'm just looking at those ranges and looking at the flag, if you want to call it, looking at the price compression and the edges of the price compression, and see if that actually releases and kind of goes aggressive in one way or the other. But that 350 is going to be pretty impressive if it comes in with any sort of distinction. But you can see this bit of a downtrend that we've been having for the past couple of days. I'd like to see that kind of push and break. This day low, or week low if you want to call it, 314.60s. I like that as well, because that's where the bid came in after an aggressive sell. So I'm curious to know, are buyers going to step up and defend that 315 once again here on the day? We're not that far away, but coming into the end of the week, bit of a range yesterday, and I think I'm going to keep it simple and similar to Palantir with this one. Can we distinctly break this range on the day today and hold above or below to give us some direction, and then maybe potentially some trade opportunities as well on Tesla, Neil? So that's the look on Tesla. Not my top stock on the day. We've got a few other ones. We've got some earnings names that were pretty good. We talked about Zoom, and Zoom definitely one of those as well. So
yeah, we got bounces have been out for a bit, but there's only one that stands out, and it's right there at the top, NIO with a 1.2 million share buy imbalance. Really nothing else. I mean, you've got Block here for a small sell imbalance, but it is NIO, which wasn't doing much. It's still gapping up 6% to the upside. I mean, I would much prefer with this gap up was looking for a dip in the prior high or the 550 level, whichever one comes first. And then, of course, Alphabet looking really strong on the face of that Meta deal. It's breaking out the highs. Maybe that doesn't want to pull back in the prior highs at all here on Alphabet. Super strong name, 1.7% up. Don't forget, 10 o'clock, half an hour from now, Powell, Jackson Hole, noon. President of the United States, Donald Trump, speaking. So it's going to be a crazy morning. Like I said, very likely the market is going to pick up some steam and pick a direction after 10 o'clock. So, you almost like you divide the day into a couple of ranges, and this open could be spicy to be sure, but I think a lot of the action could come in that next hour. The opening bell brought to you by VinFast, VFS, shout out to them. And let's ring it for the final time this week on Jackson Hole Day. Let's go. I don't know if that bell ring is loud enough. Louder it should be. So Alphabet already to the upside.
Wait, what?
What?
What's going on?
Wait, who?
I just saw my tape start to rush, and I'm like, oh, are we open?
Yeah, it's because the market opened.
Yeah, the market opened.
It has a tendency to do that. So Nvidia headed downside, Tesla, wow, Palantir. Oh,
Where did Alphabet go?
Well, about that pop and fade on Palantir. Well, you know what it didn't do, obviously, was pop right to the downside on Palantir. The market's already heading in. Ooh, Nvidia's going. Pretty much everything's headed down. Nothing came to the upside before dumping. Oh, there was one name that I forgot to mention. I think we mentioned it. We mentioned it on the note. Rigetti and $14. So this is Rigetti in the 50-period moving average. It just bounced once off the 14 level. If this takes it out again, like I said, if it holds the open range, I would go long because that's support, but if we can't hold on to 14, this one's a dump. So initial move to the downside, the NASDAQ just went red, and most of everything is tanking already, Obi.
City, yeah. So that Google, oh boy, oh my God, I missed that 203 quarters. I was looking at that 204 push on Google. We pushed into 204s pretty aggressively there. I don't know why it's not showing up here. Let me pull that chart up so you guys can see, as well as the book. NVIDIA as well coming in pretty nicely. I have that, and you can see the NASDAQ pulling in pretty aggressively as well. So when it comes to the Mag 7, who's selling off, who's not? Apple with a little bit of a bid, Amazon, Alphabet with a little bit of a bid, Tesla catching the sell, NVIDIA catching the sell, Amazon catching the sell as well. Let's take a quick look at Zoom. That was that earnings play that we were looking at. That's pushing up pretty aggressively. There's that 78 half. So yeah, continuation. Oh boy, coming in right off of the open, 76 holds and pushes pretty aggressively to the downside. I see that you are involved in a little bit of that spaghetti rigetti.
Well, it's looking a little bit limp, that spaghetti. Although it did just, it came right back, and right back, it's come back into that 14 level. So remember, 14 is support on that daily chart. We were able to get 85s in here. Let's see if we can get a little bit better than that on the second time through. I did say I want to play this in both directions. If it holds the opening range of 14, I'm supposed to be long. Let's see where this candle closes on the 3, which will happen in about 30 seconds or so. If it's above, I got to be looking reverse. SoFi was a disaster at the open. I've canceled my breakout bid. It's only going to the downside. Pretty much everything fell in there, so it was quick in and out on Rigetti. But it still hasn't closed that 3-minute bar. So I might jump back in. Just want to see where this bar is going to end up closing on our GTI. It's got to be applauded in both directions. We'll open up with a flat trade there. Made as much as we lost in the exits in both directions. But this is a big, big level here on Rigetti, that 14. So I'll let that candle close and then we can make a decision. NVIDIA, I still have my order. Look, I like the short in front of 174. Looks like it did a little bit of a liquidity grab potentially here through the bottoms, Obi. Yeah. And we're just kind of going, now we're catching a bit of a bid. So I think a little bit of strength coming into NVIDIA now. Feels like we were just lit grabbing that bottom.
Yeah, I'm not really getting an effective read on anything right now. The only read that I did get, and I missed the punch on it, was that Google short through 203.25. Through 50s, I saw it coming in. I'm like, oh boy, are we going to push 204s? And nope, doesn't come in and flushes down a little bit. So we're holding in and around VWAP right now. Pre-market lows, the market's coming in as well. And the Google short is looking nice, but I definitely missed it. That's a point lower than where I liked it. So where is the next trade? I'm still continuing to watch Google. Again, day one catalyst, I guess you can call it. But we do have another catalyst coming up in less than 30 minutes now. So Powell's going to come up to the stadium, or to the podium, not the stadium. But we're all going to be glued to the screens.
Well, it'll be like a stadium.
And just watching. Yeah, exactly. So kind of like a stadium there. Let's see what he has in store for us today. But a little bit of shake and bake happening here on NVIDIA as the bid comes right back in. Let's see if Google follows in suit as well. 202 halves currently trading, Neil, on the goggles with a little bit of a push back up. Let's see if we can reclaim some of those 203s. VWAP holding right now, 202.70s, 202.80s is VWAP right here. I know it's a little tough to see on the chart, but that little red line that you can see is coming up right into the 202.70. So we're churning a little bit of volume in and around here. I'm going to be patient. I did like my initial gut reaction was being like, all right, well, I did initially like the long, but looking at the tape and for pulling back down through 203 halves, I really, really like the short. Let's see if it continues. I might be wrong, and I'm more than willing to be wrong. I'm actually potentially looking for to go the other way if the market recovers a little bit nicely here. You can see the ES actually distinctly different from that of the NASDAQ, as tech maybe gets sold off a little bit more aggressively than the rest of these names as the ES pushes up a little bit higher here. You can see that NVIDIA is pushing back up to its highs. Let's see if we can pass through that 173. That was a bit of a shake and bake, Neil, all the way down to 171s and then pushing right back up into 172. So not really seeing anything else as of right now. Let me know what you guys are trading. I'm watching a bunch of different things. I'm watching some of these sectors as well. XLF seems like banks are running up as well. We saw XLV with an aggressive bid yesterday. A lot of health sector stocks catching a nice bid. We saw it on UNH for a majority of the day before that beautiful reversion came into the end of the day as well. And yeah, XLV had a beautiful reversion as well. I got XLE with a bit of a bid, and who else is this? Yeah, energy, and it seems like XLU as well. Some industrials maybe catching a little bit of a bid coming into the open as well. Oh boy, that Zoom is holding.
Absolutely flying,
but it's holding that pre-market high. That
78 level.
Let's see if it can get through it with any sort of distinction. Yeah.
So we closed at least the first couple of candles. Rigetti held that 14 level, so it's holding that support at least for now. So we're initially short. Now we're back into the long side. If you can get up to 14.20 first out in front of the 14.2, and then we'll look for like the 14.3s as well. This was more of like it's an over/under. Took the shot at the short if it was breaking down, but the second it started to hold, got to work into the long. Respect VWAP, Neil. I'm just speaking to myself there. The volume weighted average price there. So we were short, but we said we'd go long if it held the open range at the 14 level. Liquidity grabs everywhere. The NASDAQ just lit grab down to its VWAP and heading higher. So, if you like something to the long side, to me, you just jumped into it. But remember, 10 o'clock, everything can change in an absolute heartbeat, right? Depending on what version of Jerome Powell we get and what he decides to talk about. The tone that he decides to set, I think, is the most important thing. Tesla not doing much of anything. NVIDIA, I'm not going to waver from still liking the 174 short NVIDIA. AMD is much stronger anyways. When I was looking at the two of them, NVIDIA down 1% and just now getting to the one up into resistance. AMD is already breaking out, so this one looks much, much stronger, and the one that you want to go over to. Tesla. Tesla's going to break that 325.
Oh boy.
Oh, yeah.
Kind of like this a little bit for a pushback into VWAP right here.
Oh, Alphabet.
So let's see if it can kind of follow through. That's what I'm looking for. But if it's not going to do that, that's perfectly fine as well. But yeah, 202 halves holding right now. We got a strong push up into VWAP there with a bit of a, market bid. Yeah, there you go. NASDAQ going a little red to green on that push. So let's see if that can potentially bring it in here. Let's see if we can get to 203 now, but just still chopping around, nothing too crazy. Bit of a VWAP reversion to start off there. I liked it a little bit lower at 202.20s, but I got in really, really late here as we push a little bit higher. So yeah, what's up, Adara?
Is keep an eye here on Uber and Google. We have CNBC reporting that apparently Waymo, of course owned by Google, just got its first permit from the New York Department of Transportation to start testing its robotaxis in NYC. This is UBER actually pushing higher, but keep an eye on GOGL as well. Back to you.
Okay, that'll work. Uber's been a bit of a sleeper at those highs if you want to get to. We'll get to that in a quick little second. But NVIDIA just tagged. It couldn't get to 174, unfortunately. But well, if you're long, unfortunately. But then it broke pre-market high and then came back under. So I'm now shorting this move. It's in front of 174. FAV SP, yeah, like 174 is a level. But when it grabbed above the pre-market highs and then came right back in, I jumped in on the way back into the downside. So as long as it's holding the range underneath and that wick holds, great. Then I'm staying in the short. Even if I get stopped out of this short, I still wait for the 174. But when you show me that pattern, which is a reversal pattern, then I'm just gonna take the shot and we take another shot at the 174 if we get it. See if it can't get back into the volume weighted average price. Zoom is breaking out over there, Obi, if you are still interested in that name. Rigetti, and it's holding 14. I might try to reload it with a little bit better of a price because I got 05s here. If I can get 1s, 2s, or 3s, I might be able to reload that. But I got to be concerned mostly about NVIDIA with this market trying to break it out. And one name that's not breaking, I'm going to leave it here on NVIDIA because there's my stop. Above here is Palantir. So Palantir, cancel this. I don't need an order up 157.5 when this thing is all the way down a couple of dollars lower. This is rejecting VWAP. Palantir looks incredibly weak. I wanted to be short, but I wanted to be short in front of 158. I'm not getting that. I might get a shot at VWAP here. Palantir looking incredibly weak relative to the market. Got to find a short on the next available pop there.
Yeah, so basically I just took a quick scalp into VWAP. It seems like it's following through now, so I didn't really have anything to hold through, but it did print 203, so a little bit early on the outs on that one. We started getting a little bit of a hold there on a shorter frame in and around VWAP. This is what I'm looking at, 3 minute. We can go down to the 1 minute as well. So this little push up into VWAP, I like that, but we're getting that continuation here on Google, and it makes sense. look at the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ is now following suit. You can see the ES pushing aggressively as well. So I'm going to suspect that a lot of these names that we were looking for a potential push, they're starting to catch a bit of a bid as well. So yeah, SPY coming into prior day's highs here, almost there at the prior day's open. NVIDIA with a strong push, 174s now. So yeah, a bit of a continuation happening. I like that push. Amazon almost red to green on the 15-minute candle. About 3.5 minutes left to finish printing that candle there on Amazon there. Palantir, yeah, I like that as well. What are you guys trading?
Palantir,
people talking about NVIDIA, Palantir, big short on Palantir. Yeah, nice, good job. I like that strong flush off of the open. But guess what? A bit of a wiki recovery as the NASDAQ goes red to green. Red to green here. You can see that strong wick low at 151.78. And then wipes up 174s. And oh boy, Neil, yesterday was pretty aggressive. Like I said before, I was trading the range, so I was watching both of these ends of the price, Neil, yesterday, and you over here, it was pretty interesting. It looked like it was finally about to break through 155, right? Comes into 155, knock on the door, knock on the door, knock on the door. I'm like, there's a buyer on 155.
The market's exploding,
154 halves. Yeah,
market's exploding in here. Only have one long. We'll get to that in a quick little second. But Palantir, check that, not Palantir. NVIDIA, 174. It checked up for a minute. I actually had to stop at 174 quarters here. But the second I was in the 90s, you could just see the book. The second I saw the book tick up to the 10s on one shot after I got in, I just punched out. This is front end of the move as far as I'm concerned. And if we're going to get a curl, we're going to have to be a little bit more patient with it. When I say front end, I just mean you're getting it on the way up. I still believe that with Jackson Hole, with Powell speaking at 10 o'clock, I'm very skeptical that we're going to have any kind of a monster sustained move. So I am looking for that reversion still. Palantir is still weak, and yesterday it was $158. Today, this morning, it's $155. It just cannot seem to, like, I've had this up for a while. Well, I'm going to obviously had up the entire time. 155 has now held multiple times on these wicks, so I'll see if I can't sniper an entry. This one actually looks relatively weak, and when this is super strong, when the market's super strong, you want to find something if you're reverting a little bit weaker. Tesla's a couple of dollars away from the level that I like. Unfortunately, I don't know if we'll get there. It feels like NVIDIA is going to show me something at that 74 again before Tesla can get another couple of dollars higher. But that, NVIDIA, Palantir, that's what I'm watching. In a couple of minutes, I'm going to get that board up so we can see what names you guys like. I know Hertz has been one I've seen a lot on that board. Never sleep on those squeeze names. Over 40% short float over there on Hertz.
Yeah, no, Hertz is definitely one for the history books. I remember when they got that bankruptcy filing, and it only went up. That was very curious there as well, and that became a bit of a trade, right? That became a bit of
it became a thing where you take the long when you file bankruptcy because that's when shorts would be covering on that day. It's like,
because you got to think about it. People are sitting short this thing. That is the buy the news event. That's what they're waiting for. They're waiting for being like, all right, well, these guys have a strong potential of going to zero. They're actually bankrupt. That's what we were waiting for. We're sitting on this short for the longest time. That's your confirmation. So it makes sense that a lot of these big boys start to catch a little bit of a cover on their position. So yeah, interesting stuff there. Just dabbling with much less size here on that pullback that we got there, but it doesn't look like the market's really pulling back. But the thing is, Google is not really showing that kind of strength. The same kind of strength of the market, the ES and the NASDAQ is showing. Google does not have that on its books right now. So I'm thinking a little bit muted. So if the market starts to pull back after its aggressive push right now, which it is trying to do, what does that mean for Google? I have no idea. I'm just looking for a little bit of confluence. People talking about NIO at $6 apparently, Neil. So let's take a quick look at this NIO, and beautiful continuation happening here on NIO as we continue to push a little bit to the upside. XPEV, let's take a quick look at that one. Not really as strong. We know we were watching PDD as well. PDD not as strong either. So Baba, let's take one last look at some of these names. Baba.
NEO's just been the better stock.
NEO was absolutely solid.
I might not believe in the company, but NEO has been a pretty good stock to trade the last couple of days. Unfortunately, we're not looking at NEO right now. We're looking at Palantir. Might have just got top wicked, but there's no revenge trade in this. Either 55, if I'm not waiting for 158. Remember yesterday was a chop fest. It didn't pick a direction. So if 55 is not going to work under, then you got to wait for the top. And the top is a ways away here, a ways away on Palantir. Let's be real. This stock it did a $3 range for the entirety of the open, and then it just went back and forth. So if we see that in the first 15 minutes, it would not surprise me. There's the bottoming tail candle.
I see you from afar. I don't know.
You saw the same thing I saw there in like a split second.
Thank you very much.
The bid just dropped out on pretty much everything. Tesla lost to 325 very quickly there. NVIDIA did not lose 174 though.
Strong.
NVIDIA is actually holding up here at that 174, so it's catching a little bit of a bid. Rigetti's still holding 14, even on that little bit of a dip. But obviously you can see I got back into Palantir underneath that 155 level. That's going to be the one for me. AMD, look, here's the thing. NVIDIA might be strong.
Yep.
AMD just as strong and trending higher, but the market is starting to show signs of topping out here, almost across the board. Everything I looked at, with the exception of NVIDIA, had a bit of a checkup right there. Let's go to the desk and see what Adara has for us.
I don't have any news on this, but great look here for ACMR. This one is sort of on the edge of being a small cap, $1.9 billion market cap. So a little bit larger than your typical small cap, and maybe running into some resistance at $31. But ACMR here, again, $1.9 billion market cap, roughly 6% short float. Back to you.
6% short float, but remember, it's not always about the short float. The size of the float matters as well, everybody. Just very quickly, I want to get this up. Everybody, you know the drill by now, right? If you're not in the chat, get in the chat, and to get in the chat, hit the subscribe. Do it now, but I got to refresh this. We need a fresh start. I want you to type $ and the ticker that you're interested in. Make sure you put the $, please. If you want that ticker in there, no $, no justice, no juice whatsoever. Fubo, see Hertz in there, Wolf, IBIT. Yeah, I mean, whatever. I was a little bit surprised to see Fubo. That's fine, whatever you guys are interested in. We'll check back in on that in just a hot little minute, everybody. But wow, in AMD holding up, the chips holding up. But when you saw that spike to the downside in Palantir, I just jumped right back in underneath 55 in VWAP, and it was able to hold. So we got the $0.50. I'll look for the reloads out in front of that wick high. Want to stay in the south side of this trade.
All right, guys, so exciting news for Canadian sophisticated traders. Beta Pro Global X Canada has just launched 6 new triple leveraged ETFs offering 3 times bull and 3 times bear exposure to the S&P and the TSX 60, semiconductors, and US Treasuries. Even better, they're offering a special fee rebate, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points until December 31st, 2025. That's until the end of the year, guys. These ETFs also employ currency hedging to seek to neutralize US dollar exposure, providing performance that may more accurately reflect the underlying US equity indices. If you're a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca/3x daily to learn more on that. So yeah, check out some of those guys at Beta Pro here if you are an avid Canadian trader. Google, a little bit of a shake and bake happening there into some of those levels. So yeah, I was looking for a continuation through that day low. That didn't really come in. We're kind of consolidating, holding underneath the VWAP right now. And I'm kind of just like, all right, the market's picking right back up. It was funny enough, I was telling Neil, I'm like, Google seems a little muted. The market's catching a bid. We see, Mag and Friends, Mag 7s, you know what I mean? That's the Magnificent in Friends, you know what I mean?
The Magnificent 7 is interesting.
Yeah, the Magnificent 7 So not really seeing the same kind of sentiment. And I was like, okay, well, what happens if the market takes a little bit of a pullback? And we were trading 203s, trust me. And the market goes a little bit red on the NASDAQ, and then boom, you saw that swipe down 80 pennies almost into the bid. And that was pretty aggressive. I'm like, all right, a little too far, too fast, getting most of those covers back in. But as it consolidates underneath VWAP and it settles down, I'm kind of trying to see if sellers are really kind of in charge. They've kind of shown themselves on that push. And as soon as the market pulled back, current day low is 202.14s, only about 20 pennies away from that right now, Neil, trading at 202.30s. But Zoom Communications is distinctly different. We did pull back a little bit, but holding that strength, looking somewhat similar to that of NVIDIA. And here is the Google chart on the 1 minute. Look at that beautiful breakdown. Here it is, 202s. Oh boy, can we sustainably hold below 202s? That's the question now. I'm not going to punch in through that day low break, not just yet. I want to see some more significance of sellers being in charge on the day here. So let's see if we see more of that. Maybe a little bit of support turned into resistance will give us some strong confluence as well. So let's see if we can trade a little bit lower. I have no idea. 202.14s was that low. If we false break, that's perfectly fine. The market is still bidding up pretty aggressively, and Google is one of the only ones that's selling off as aggressively as it is. Tesla, NVIDIA, distinctly different. Softy,
AMD
Apple,
as well.
Google, Amazon are the ones that are selling off a little bit as of right now. Here's 202.
Yeah, the market's still looking incredibly strong. SoFi did end up breaking yesterday's highs, but it's not really doing much. I got like one fill, and it's already coming back in here. Rigetti gave me a couple of fills at VWAP again on reloaded 14, but overall, like this break is just not happening on SoFi. If it doesn't go right away, very, very tight stop. I said with SoFi, if it loses the top of a break, you do not want to get trapped. So that's the plan of action. Really only giving it about 10 cents or so. As we're going back up to the desk with Adara, and then the top name on the list is one that I didn't expect. We'll discuss UNH when we get back.
Yeah, I just want to let you guys know here, we have this feed from the Kansas City Fed, this stream for the Chair Powell's remarks. It is not yet live, but it is open. So in about 7 minutes, they said it'll go live. That's basically right at 10 a.m. Once he starts speaking, and more importantly, once we get his prepared remarks, I will let you guys know. We'll comb through those the second they get published, because they do usually get published a little bit before Fed Chair Powell begins speaking. We're right as he starts speaking there at 10 a.m. Back to you.
Yeah, and the number one name on this list so far is already UNH, up 2% today. I mean, the market's up. UNH strong again. Looks like the buy at 300 is still holding out for now. Holding VWAP in here. 300 was just the level. It's not because it's a round number. 300 was just the level that it broke out from in the morning yesterday, and we closed the day before. Buffett's in at 12, so everybody says. And he'll be in the money in a couple of minutes if this thing holds on to the trend line to the upside. But I don't know if his price is 12. I don't know where it is, but that's the catalyst. You had You had Scion with Michael Burry. You had Berkshire Hathaway. I keep saying Warren Buffett, but it's Berkshire Hathaway now that I should say buying. And it finally held. So you've got a nice bull flag on the higher time frame and just stair-stepping up. Just remember, this is still very much inside of the range. Until you get to 15, you're not really breaking out anything. But this is crazy. Like, we're just dancing at the same levels here in Palantir. Like, it's just holding on to 155, you cancel that bid. Holding on to this 155, but a couple of topping tail wicks. The way I see it is if this starts to break down in structure, we've got the right price. The question is, are we making the range lower from here, or is this just going to be the consolidation that breaks the high? So I was able to scalp some out. Just got to be able to scalp some out when you get it, because if you don't take any profit and it breaks the top, then you're just going to end up with a bigger loss, which makes no sense to me. Rigetti is the same thing, but I'm playing it the other way. Like, first we're short, then we worked into the long. And it's holding $14 and it's not breaking VWAP. So I want this one to break to the upside. Remember, 10 o'clock in 5 minutes, we're going to get Powell. And at noon, we get the president. So there's a lot that can happen here. I just want to position myself where if we break out of the range, I'm not fighting something. But if we hold, then I want to sit there and hold a winning position. Like I want to be long Rigetti, and if we just continue to go higher, I can scalp some out, but I've got the long off for 14 level and we're good to go. SoFi, don't know what to tell you. It broke the top, doesn't break the prior bar low, doesn't really go higher. My stop is right here. I'm not moving it, not doing anything with it at this point for sure. So let's be real. In a couple of minutes, we expect Powell. We'll see what he does for the markets. What's up?
I should get like a wooden plank here sometimes. So I just need
A wooden plank?
myself in the head for it. A little bit there.
You don't want to do that.
What did I say? I said I want to see that support turn into resistance. Guess what Google does? Google does it perfectly, but I got some paper hands. Oh boy.
You're short.
Yeah, I was short. Am I still short? I don't think
no.
so. So here's the thing, Neil.
I didn't know.
Look at that 202.14s. I added into this on here, and then I'm like, okay, well, I don't know, it's, a few more minutes until Powell comes in. I don't really want to be involved. It comes in, and it holds it as resistance for another leg down to 201.60. So that was another 60, 70 pennies on a name like Google, where it's already showing us sellers are in charge, stepping down in the VWAP, sellers are in charge, stepping below opening range low, sellers are in charge. Markets are also turning around, sellers are in charge.
Our seller's in charge.
All right, so what else do I really need to see happen? The structure, the price action, the tape is telling me everything that I need to know. And this is what we talk about. You can have the best ideas, but if you don't have the execution, it does not mean Jack Bupkis.
Jack
Bupkis.
Yeah.
That could be the name of someone. Here's our new host, Jack Bupkis.
Jack Bupkis? Jack-ish? You can just say ish. You're allowed to say ish. Everyone knows what you mean when you say ish.
But I can say whatever I want, Neil.
You can say whatever you want. Well, there are certain things on YouTube.
I like to say, oh boy.
Straight up, I remember getting at one point sent a list, and I don't know if it's true or not, but it was like what you can and can't say on YouTube, and like it was ranked. It was like color codes, and certain things are more likely to get you demonetized than others. And it was some of it was intuitive. Like there were a couple of curse words, and I'm like, really, that's worse than that? And it was all like ranked, and I have no idea if it was authentic or not. And I wish I could find it again. Not that I would say any of it, because this is a family show. But it's not looking that good for the long.
Fire truck.
Yeah, you can say fire truck. I can show you over here, Rigetti. This is why you got to scalp out at VWAP, but we took the hit on Rigetti. That one's closer to flat because we were able to take more profit. SoFi, if it doesn't go right away, you just get out. Broke the prior bar, so I'm out. If it loses VWAP, maybe I reverse short. Palantir. Obviously, Palantir getting back in made sense. We got the buck out of that move, and now I just want to hold on to it. The whole plan was, okay, you want to be sitting there trying to play range, and if we make a direction after 10 o'clock, you want to hold on for dear life if you happen to have it right in there. Someone says you want to say dollar club. I mean, that's a shot. It's a shot thing. I don't really look at it that way. Like, I'm short at 155.11, and my stop was above 40, so I'm risking 30 cents. Where am I getting first out? Not until it travels at least 30, probably 35 to 40 pennies. And then I'm holding through the breakdown of the range. Next out was it happens to be the dollar just because that's where the bid was before. It has nothing to do with that. It's just because that's where the bid was before at 154. The low of the day is 153. I will gladly take that as Powell is about to hit the podium. And you know what we got to do when that happens, because it's 10 o'clock. Happening now with Adara.
This is your one-stop shop, guys. Sorry for this Powell coverage at the Jackson Hole Symposium. I have 2 streams open, waiting for either of them to start to give you guys all of this Jackson Hole news. And as I said, once I get that written speech, which usually comes out a little bit before or right at 10 when we have Powell's remarks, I'll read through that immediately as well and provide you guys with the details. Here's the NASDAQ. We had a great push here off the open, making that top here at 566.50, then pushing back lower. It looks like these remarks might be out, so I'm going to comb through those right away. But just quickly, a couple different earnings names on watch. Zoom on watch. ZM are trying to do an earnings breakout here after their report. Workday report was more or less fine, pretty in line, but some of their guidance was just in line with estimates, not quite what analysts were looking for. I'm going to pour through those speech right now. I'll send you back to the guys.
Did you see that? Boom! Straight to the upside. Here we go. Papa Powell in the house.
First of all, that is why you take profits before Powell. He just pumped the living. I can't even hear what's going on. Look, I haven't really heard anything in my ear, but what a move. Okay, so Tesla, $330. Palantir, $157. Take profit, have a stop. My goodness, I wanted to say something else, and thank goodness I did not, and still have not, but oh my goodness. Well, if you thought Big Papa Pump was coming in at 10 o'clock, then he's here now. Wow, whoa, wee, wah.
Wow, wee, wah.
So look, I just want to, we'll see. I haven't really heard, I haven't been able to hear anything. It's going off in my ear. Adara's going to give us the goods from Powell, and the market likes it.
None of my Powell streams are starting yet, guys, but I have been looking through this speech. I'm going to continue taking the time to read through this, but for now, I'll just let you guys know what social media has been reposting, the highlights, I guess, that they're seeing. Powell did say that there are apparently increasing risks for employment opportunities. We know employment's been one thing that people are really watching with regards to an argument potentially for a cut. He also said that there's a shifting balance of risks might warrant adjusting the policy. We know that there is lots of want here for policy adjustments. That could be part of this move to the upside. He also said that the situation suggests downside risks to employment are rising. So this employment thing could be pretty big here. Also, again, the idea that these balance of risk shifting could lead to a policy adjustment. That's what we wanted to hear. I'm going to keep reading through this. I'm just reading you guys the highlights that X is pumping out here. But yeah, I'm not seeing any streams here that have started to load, and as I said, I do have multiple up. Back to you.
Yeah, I think some people were joking around being like, oh, halt up? I don't know. And I was like, wait, isn't the halt up like 5% on
What,
futures?
halt up?
Yeah. I'm like, no,
What
there's nothing that's pushed about up 5% in terms of a futures run. There goes Google through high day. So maybe that long I was looking for initially is definitely finally on the table now with that. With some of those highs.
You got to be kidding.
Oh boy, what is an aggressive bid there. And yeah, maybe a little bit of a bait, making the short look so clean and so good. I knew I had to get out before 10, but I got out a little.
Clean, you mean?
Yeah, so fresh, so clean. But sometimes the reversion can be pretty mean. And if you were sitting short on this, if you continue to sit short on this, that was a blast back into VWAP, and then chop, a little bit of a push towards some of those highs as of right now as well. So getting that aggressive bid. Oh boy, the futures are continuing to push up higher. 23,500 on the DAC and almost at 6,500 on the ES. And oh boy, Sharif, those eggs smell absolutely amazing.
We have the stream up right now, so you guys
so
can
the stream is
follow
going
along.
on. I'm going to put him in my ear as well, just to kind of be the first to know what he's saying. But yeah, let's see what's going on with the speech. What's up, Adara?
So yeah, Powell is speaking right now. I'm going to continue putting out any of the highlights that I'm seeing on X, but it's worth noting nothing that he's saying right now is new. He is reading off the speech that was published here by the Federal Reserve at 10 a.m. So once we get to the end of these remarks, once I see that he's coming to the conclusion, I'll let you guys know when he's about to step off the podium. So as we get to the concluding paragraphs, I will be notifying you guys that Powell has maybe a couple seconds left. Back to you.
Very good, yeah.
Wow, whoa, wee, wah. Look at SoFi, obviously, when it retook the break, you had zero chance to get in. The algos on that move, undefeated. Like your chance to get into this on the breakout was pretty much non-existent from what I can see here. That was nuts. And you can look at across the board. Look at IBIT here. Bitcoin just got to 112.5, but look at the candles that you're seeing on some of these moves. That being said, don't want to get too far out in front of ourselves here. Palantir at that 158, it just wicked that 158. So that was, look, 158 was a big level yesterday. Just to try to slow down a little bit here, 158 was at top. Let's be real. But if you're going to finally talk and concern yourself with the jobs market over inflation, you know that means he signaled the cut, and the market likes some certainty. And I think he gave a little bit of that.
Yeah,
that smells good.
Yeah, that smells amazing.
Oh my.
But yeah, no, he's kind of talking about some things, and the market may be catching a little bit of a break here. But again, I got to stay tight. I got to stay wary. I got to stay a little bit nimble. I missed that bit of a tape turn that happened here, just in and around those day highs here on Google. But we're holding on top of VWAP, so I'm going to try to keep it as tight as possible here. Willing to lose a couple of times just to get a direction. He's still talking right now, so things can whip around and go crazy. And I understand that. I just want to be a little bit patient and stay light on my feet. Again, when things are very volatile, you don't need a lot to capture some of the moves and stay comfortable in terms of trying to capture some of the moves. So keeping that in mind here. Oh boy, the TQs are hella strong. 177s on the NASDAQ, and Tesla was already aggressively strong. That's pushing all the way up into 334s from an opening price of just in and around 321s here on Tesla. Amazon as well pushing through its day high. Apple pushed through its day high, and Microsoft as well. We were talking about some of these stocks, they were selling off. Tesla and Nvidia were probably the strongest ones. The rest of them have broken their day high. Guess who has not yet? Alphabet. Interesting enough, eh? So yeah, interesting look, distinctly different there. I know there's one of the Meg friends that we're not really looking at right now. I was looking at IWM as well. Meta as one as well. So we know that Meta a little bit attached to the news that Google has. And look at that. Yeah, Meta also broke out of its day high. 350 clip on that one. Is that a 350 failure to follow through on Meta? Oh boy, we might see this one at 1,000 soon enough, Neil. I think a lot of these stocks.
Did you say 1,000?
1,000, yeah. A lot of these stocks that gave us that structure and that push. I've seen it happen on Tesla. I've seen it happen on Nvidia. I've seen it happen on. Did Meta have a split yet?
Did you know that Meta is one of the? It was Meta and Palantir were the top two shorted S&P 500 names this year in terms of notional value, which is absolutely nuts. So it requires a lot of patience. It is what it is. Like if you have breakout trades set, I hope people got filled. No questions asked, but just wait for, if you're going to try something, wait for your level. 158 was the level, and VWAP was the level. You know how I roll. Wow, look at it hold that 157. I'm just talking about Palantir here. Yeah, that's a little strong. It's a little strong. Let's see if the sellers come back in here. If it holds above 57, I see another push. I'm probably just going to get out. Like Powell speaking right now, might want to let things settle down, but I waited for 158 to take a scalp trade in Palantir here instead of trying to leverage in. I watched it fail at that price, but at this moment, the market just absolutely pumped with that discussion just very quickly. And the first thing that you want to notice is the strength of the bid as we start to pull back. Like I looked at Tesla when it was pulling back. You just saw it here with Palantir. Like it looked like a textbook reversion trade, and then the buyers just coming in en masse at the 157. So that's why we jump out for what ends up being a smaller scalp trade than anticipated. I thought we get $1 to $1.50 on that move, and we're already right back at the highs. That's why you got to sometimes just read and jump out. And let's go to Adair.
Yeah, just keep an eye here on yields as well. This is the 10-year yield. This dropping as we get this push up push up here in the market. I'm just checking the CME FedWatch tool to see if we have an update. As of right now, I'm still seeing about 75% of participants expecting a cut, but we're gonna have to see. I'm seeing here on X apparently that there is a bit of an uptick now in these odds of a rate cut. So I'll keep an eye on this. I'll let you guys know if I see anything else. Also, as I said, I'll be watching. I have been watching this speech, so as we get to the last couple paragraphs, I'll let you know to prepare for Powell to step off the podium, which we know sometimes can lead to a bit of a move in the market. As far as I'm seeing now, apparently people are pricing a roughly 90% probability in a Fed rate cut in September compared to 75% prior to the remarks. But as I see more, I'll let you know. Back to you.
Thanks as always, Dara. And this market, well, SoFi, that'll be the one. That's the one that I'll be the most regretful on. That's what it is. If it didn't break early, I might have had a chance to be in this. And look at the hole on the VWAP. We go to a higher time frame just to remind everybody. If you haven't tracked SoFi here, the earnings top was 25. The local high on volume was 24.5. which essentially we're at right now. Just a huge, huge move. And obviously, it's not going to be alone. I showed you guys IBIT. If SoFi is doing this, then Robinhood is doing that. No surprise whatsoever. But this is absolutely nuts, the level of bid here. I'm not chasing tops on Powell. The way I want to treat this is on a Fed day, like if it was 2 o'clock on a Fed rate day, would I ever be punching the highs after the initial spike? And the answer to that is always a no. So you need things to calm down in there. If I can find a scalp trade like we were able to on Palantir, fair enough. But outside of that, we just want to see what else comes out of his mouth, let the market calm down a little bit here. But so far, so good. Everyone holds longs, so you should be happy. Everyone's holding longs. And that cut, I'm going to check the tool in a minute, the rate tool in a minute as we go back to Adara.
Yeah, I just want to let you guys know one of the biggest things that we were really seeing circulate once the prepared remarks were published was this line here that Powell actually just said out loud. With policy in restrictive territory, the baseline outlook and the shifting balance of risk may warrant adjusting our policy stance. I also want to mention, though, the comment that came after that, which basically says that monetary policy is not in a preset course and that FOMC members will still be making their decisions based on their assessment of the data. So he kind of opened the door here potentially for a rate cut while also saying that nothing is set in stone quite yet. We still have a good amount of the speech left. He's only on his second general argument here, which is the evaluation of the monetary policy framework. Back to you.
Thank you, Darren. It looks 75%. We barely budged. This will take some time. I suppose we'll update. It's only been 10 minutes. We'll update this in about half an hour. So I expect that number.
X is saying 90% now.
That's what I'm gonna say.
So I think it's like just taking slow to update.
Like I turned to Obi and I was like, we got to be at 90% on this move. Kind of but that website probably just takes a little bit of time in there. You've got it, like you said, you want to be a little bit patient. Like you're not even seeing, the only place I'm seeing the topping tail is not where I expected it. It's not over in Palantir, it's NVIDIA. Like that's crazy. CompuCare, where was a stop on Palantir? If you can never not figure out where my stop is, then I'm doing something wrong. I'm being genuine about that. Like if I enter a short here and you can't figure out that my stop is going to be either at 40 or 50, like then I'm not trading the way that I would trade, right? So this actually gave me a good fill. I would have expected maybe you get worse slippage than this, but I got slipped by maybe 2 cents. You can double check. No, yeah, a couple cents, a couple pennies. So really the stops worked incredibly well there, but I think the bigger idea is you've got to be taking profit on the way down, and I get it sometimes you're like, you take profit too early, but that's what can happen when there's an event. Like something's coming up at 10 o'clock, you want to make sure that your position, take most out, hold some for the dream, but make sure you take most out because the reversal and then all of it's going to be gone. Mark asks for thoughts on Coinbase. I mean, every chart is going to look incredibly bullish right now. So, as I said, I'm not chasing any moves. That looks for actually a 300 double bottom, kind of breaking a trend line. Overall, Coinbase looks really good on this double bottom. But what are you going to do? You're going to chase this move to the upside? I think if we're going to have continuation, I'd rather be buying. If you can buy a dip, that'll make a heck of a lot more sense. But you're not seeing much of anything. This is way to the upside there, and absolutely nuts. I don't think a lot of people had Powell breaking everything out to the upside and actually taking a bit of a better tone. Better is the wrong word. Hawkish tone, dovish tone, I should say. I shouldn't say better. I shouldn't say better.
Seems to be affecting the markets. We know, we used to call him the reversion man. I'm still waiting for the potential reversion of this move. But I don't think today's the day it's going to be here, Neil. I don't know. Maybe later on in the day, let's see what happens when he steps off. But that bid is holding and continuing to push even higher. We talked about that 6,500. That's coming in not too far away here on the ES. If it continues to push with this kind of aggression, then yeah, I think it's well within range. Let's see what's continuing to happen here with Adara.
Powell's still talking here, but I want to talk about a different Fed's cook, because we know that Bill Pulte who was the individual who initially accused Lisa Cook, or Fed's cook here, of this mortgage fraud. He said he was going to be announcing, I guess, new receipts or evidence at 9:30 a.m. I just went through this evidence, and there is still the issue of we're not actually, so what he's doing here is he's essentially showing that a property was listed for rent on Zillow and that she did have a mortgage. But what's odd here is neither document actually shows which property is being discussed. So we're seeing that a property is listed for rent and we're seeing a series of mortgages, but what we're not seeing is which properties were correlated with either. So not a ton of new evidence here with regards to the mortgage fraud allegation against Fed's Lisa Cook. If I get more details, I'll let you know, but I just wanted to address that because that was one thing that happened this morning as well. Back to you.
Yeah, and well, we knew there'd be comments on it. I think some people were like, oh, no, that's not going to get talked about, but it's unavoidable. But ultimately, more important is, wow, 160s now. We're absolutely fine. I'm talking about Palantir here. This is absolutely nuts. And let's be real.
Crazy.
Like Powell just, I can't remember the last time I've seen this for Jackson Hole, where you get this kind of a reaction. Flat out, I've been trading a long time. I don't think we've seen anything like this at all from Jerome Powell, or from any Fed chair for that matter. And just to go over some names here, like I said, I'm not chasing this move. I'm not going to chase the plan. But wow, Tesla's finally broken out. Almost. Okay, fine. Tesla at 335, up 5%. This is breaking out that wedge that had got put in. At least the last little bit, if you want to look at it, like this has been a pretty good channel this has been stuck in. It's trying to break the top of the channel now. This is where, this is again why I just cannot bring myself to chase a move like this on a Friday. On a Friday, you're going to have a lot of people caught off sides, but there's probably going to be some booking happening. 340 would be about that resistance spot. That would make a little bit of sense. But my eyeballs right now happen to be on Palantir, very closely at the 160 level, which is absolutely nuts. And Trader Forever, this is a good point. He's like, Netflix isn't doing anything. You got to file these ones away. If you're not going up now, then you know what that means. But it's going to be the riskier type of names, the ones that have been crazier high flying. Those are probably catching a much better bid than things like a Netflix, let's just say, for lack of a better term. That's the idea. Like SoFi is going nuts because SoFi is a frothier type of name, and these were the names that were under pressure, thinking Powell would go the other way. And yeah, I'm just going to throw the fail because I didn't get back into SoFi on that breakout. A little too fast. No fill that time when that one broke out the high, unfortunately. Let's go back to Adara.
Yeah, I'm just putting this headline as well so you guys can see it, but I'm not seeing where Trump is speaking, and I'm not seeing this posted in Truth Social, but I'm just seeing these comments circulate on X. Apparently, Donald Trump is saying that he will be firing Fed's Cook if she does not resign. I'm now seeing a link that okay, guys, we are speaking right now. I'll be watching this. In addition to Fed Chair Powell, and like I said, as we get to the last couple paragraphs of Powell's prepared remarks, which I think we're getting near, I will let you guys know to prepare yourselves. Back to you.
I think I just missed a turn.
Some of that flow came in a little aggressively. I don't know if this is going to be the turn, but I'm waiting. NVIDIA hasn't really pulled back aggressively. We had that bit of a pullback in and around 177s. Google's now dancing with its high day exactly at 203.99s right now. 204s actually. So we did clip it by about a penny there. I'm trying to see if if we catch a little bit of a pullback here, if the candle on the futures can go a little, I guess, green to red, maybe poised for a little bit of a healthy pullback as well. So that's what I'm kind of looking for here, and willing to take multiple stabs at it until it either kind of tells me that, okay, this is definitely not going to be it. I know I'm a little bit against the trend right now, against the grain, but we have extended up pretty aggressively. But the thing is, if we continue to hold structure and hold higher, then I know for a fact that, okay, well, we were talking about, sellers are in charge. Oh boy, definitely not anymore after that aggressive push into some of those levels. But let's see if sellers step right back in, right? We haven't really pushed that far on a lot of names, only into levels where we've seen sellers over the past few days. So the question becomes, is this the bid that we just kind of wait for it to dissipate and then get with the bigger picture trend that's been happening, or has sentiment actually shifted? I don't know until that number actually comes out, until we actually have a confirmation of a rate cut or
we got time for that.
We definitely have a lot of time for that. So a lot of speculative price action happening maybe as of right now. But
you might have heard me say I think I just missed it.
Yep.
Well, I know I missed it on Palantir. The the first stock I could jump to on that curl when I saw was, it happened to be AMD, so I saw the topping tail in AMD and took the 67 short, but that's not doing what Palantir is doing. At Palantir at the 160, that was the one. But the problem is, the second it starts losing the bid, Palantir moves real fast. You're trying to execute manually there. That was really tricky to catch the turn on Palantir, but it was at 160. I'll see if I can get AMD down to the 166 level. I've already taken some out at the $0.50. Remember, the market is still trying to figure out what it wants to do here. So again, take your profits. Do not sit there thinking you've got the big home run on every single trade, because at any single moment, we could get an update from Adara that could take things in any direction. Adara?
I just want to let you guys know here, we do have comments from President Donald Trump. As I mentioned, he's also speaking right now in addition to Powell. And Donald Trump said that he will be watching security concerns on TikTok, but he likes TikTok and he wants to keep it going. And he'll talk to President Xi of China about TikTok when that is appropriate. So keep an eye on SNAP and META. I'm also still listening to Powell, so we're monitoring that as well. Lots happening this morning, that's for sure. Back to you.
You're good?
Yeah, I'm good. That's what I'm here.
Uxbridge in the house.
Thank you very much.
Adara, biscuits.
Biscuits, what? Huh?
There's
what
the
biscuits? I thought, okay, you can't just say biscuits and run away like there's
Biscuits?
actual biscuits somewhere. There are no biscuits. Now I'm hungry again. So the market's pulling back in.
Oh, boy.
That's just it's just Randy being Randy. But you can't throw out something like biscuits at 10:20 in the morning when all this crazy action is happening and not expect a brother to, now I'm hungry and I want a biscuit. And I cannot believe I missed Palantir at 160. That is ridiculous. That is nonsense. It's at 158 already. That stock is nuts. Let's go back over to Adara. We got another update. I'm bidding in front of VWAP on AMD. Every reversion to the volume weighted average price if we can get it.
Powell starting his third last paragraph right now. When he's on his final paragraph, check the bottom third of the screen where the position board is. I will put on when the bottom paragraph, when his final paragraph begins. So guys, only about 2.5 more paragraphs left of Powell's prepared remarks now. Watch the bottom part of the screen to know when he's concluding. Back to you.
Show you some stuff.
Yeah.
Some wild stuff is happening in this market. Thank you. So all we got to say is right now, where is it?
Get back down to VWAP.
I didn't hear it. Did you guys hear the thank you, Adara? Why is it so? Some things are ridiculously.
Okay.
There, you're not.
Nice.
Oh, now everybody can hear. I don't know. Sometimes like some graphics are like really too loud, and the other ones are too low. Yeah, you're right, Cordova. Somebody said biscuits. We want the cheddar biscuits right now because that's what that's the joint. You ever had cheddar biscuits?
I'm sure I have.
No, if you have, I'm just saying. It's not one of those, I'm sure I've had it. No, if you've had it, yeah, them cheddar biscuits are delicious. Unfortunately, we don't have any, but we do have a chance to get to VWAP. I'm staring down AMD 165. We catch a bid here. I get out of the trade. I'm not looking for any, wow, okay. Yes, anyways, that's just me getting out. Going to take the reversion that you can get, not the one that we wanted. We're able to grab $1.50 on that, but this is the one that we wanted at 160. I hate your guts, Palantir. I hope all the bad things in the world happen to you. And there are biscuits.
Okay, all right.
Oh, shoot.
Nice.
Randy, you weren't lying. Oh, Randy.
Yeah, there was definitely biscuits this morning, but I did take a look at them and I was like, biscuits in the morning, kind of heavy for me. Kind of.
What do you mean, kind of heavy?
It's heavy, dude. Butter biscuits are hella heavy. I'm not trying to carb load before the market opened, dude. Like that's crazy.
I'm trying to eat a biscuit every chance I get.
That's fair. There you go. I think he's done speaking. Does the reversion man cometh? I have no idea, but we'll wait and see. I like that pullback into VWAP. That reversion was nice. We saw some stocks sell off a little bit before, but I was hella late to that. I got 203.40s. That's a horrible price there. But I'm like, all right, maybe we're coming into a little bit of VWAP. We hold those 203s pretty well here before we catch a little bit of a bid here once again. But that bid was aggressive. Okay, so I think he is off the podium here. Let's see some more updates with Adara.
Yeah, I just want to let you guys know Powell is now done speaking. His comments have ended. Just keep an eye here on this market. If I see anything else, like any interviews with Powell, I'll let you know. But Donald Trump, president of the U.S., he is still speaking, and he's set to speak again at 12 p.m. So stay tuned. I will give you guys all the updates that I have, and it should be a very news-heavy session. So stay tuned and strap in. Back to you.
Oh boy.
So this is
definitely.
Remember, we're saying don't chase. At the point I was saying don't chase, you could have got another, like at least another buck. AMD, you could have got another buck out of it. You could have got $1.50 on Palantir. But it's about like actually allowing a trade to set up, really. And someone said, can you go over the trade in AMD? I got what made this easier to take, because look how big the topping tail candle is. Now, ideally, you want to really sniper a trade. But when I saw that I missed on Palantir and the way the bid dropped on Palantir, I'm like, the first thing that actually has a technical setup, I'm punching short right now. And I happen to be looking at AMD. There's the topping tail, broke the prior bar. I can throw a stop right here at 167.25. That's 30 cents worth of risk. And then I know 1-to-1. I know we can get it at 66. And then VWAP doesn't get to, but 165 is where the bid, they caught a bid. And if I see the buyers come in here at 165, why am I holding it to VWAP? I can see the buyers jumping in. Now, I'm not reversing into the long because I don't want to. On a day like today, you want to be really particular about your trades. So I think I'm sniper the rest of the way. Like, I'm not trying to sit here and go incredibly against the grain, just shorting because it worked before, or long because it happens to be VWAP. No. I want to get A+ setups, and if we continue trending higher, I know the places that I want to go. A couple of them, or one of them is, I'll be disappointed in myself in SoFi, but the thing is, it was really tricky to get any of those breakout longs. If we can catch VWAP, great. If I can find structure for the higher lows, then I can jump back over to a name that I was already bullish on, like SoFi or Rigetti above the $14 level for sure as well. So, thankfully patience worked out there on AMD, but really it should have been Palantir. That's a case where like an offset key would have helped me. Where it if I have one that just automatically crosses twice as far as normal, I probably get that fill.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense, Neil. All right, so guys, Trade the Pool. We got another behind-the-scenes look at Trade the Pool, but this time we're diving into the community side of Trade the Pool. As you know, each trader gets his or her own hub, and inside one you'll find Trade Talk, a powerful charting and analysis space where traders map out strategies, break down setups, and share predictions with the community. And if you're looking for real-time, interactive, the Trade the Pool Discord is where you've got to visit. It's full of active traders sharing insights, trades, and tips to grow together. At Trade the Pool, you're not trading alone, you're joining a firm that invests in your growth technically, mentally, and financially. Head to tradethepool.com or scan the QR code on the screen. What's going on, Adara?
And I'm seeing reports here that Martin Shkreli, who is known as the Pharma Bro, apparently just announced a long in equilibrium EQ, jumping here from $1.65 all the way to $1.80. So keep an eye here on EQ. Again, this one is reportedly a Martin Shkreli long. I didn't see him post about it on X, but it could be he announced it in a different platform, or it's a speculation. Either way, EQ, reportedly Martin Shkreli long. If I get more details, I'll let you know. Donald Trump also just ended his comments at the White House Museum. He's set to make a different announcement, I believe, at the Oval Office at 12 p.m. So I will cover that for you all as well. Back to you.
Well, I mean, at least Shkreli's back into his lane, right? Because EQ is a pharma. That's one of the yada yada pharmas. I do not know, I don't know too much. I don't know the drug they're in, but he's had good calls notes before, but you'd want a little bit more. You'd want a little bit more than just that headline on a day like today, because this is a day where you are going to see a lot of volatility. Obviously, Jackson Hole, we just had Powell pump the market, and we're going to have the president in about 90 minutes or so, again in 90 minutes, because he's already spoken today. So it's IWM, it's small cappers, rate-sensitive names that are going to move the most here. So that's the thing. Just be very careful. And when I say Shkreli back in his lane, it's just more, if you've ever followed Martin Shkreli, he has shown whatever you want. He's shown an affinity to be able to analyze specifically pharma names. So that's why we were kind of joking around when he was talking about the quantum names. Yeah, with the quantum names, it's like,
okay, well, that Sava call as well.
He made Sava
call, and then I was like, that's very like scientifically sound. It makes a lot of sense. In his
pocket, exactly. In his pocket, he's made some calls. And I wish when I read a report on one of these gapping pharma names. I wish I could sit there and analyze it in that way, but heck, I don't have that kind of a background, so we just look at the technicals. And if you do, then you can have a good idea on those, which is fair. I'm not going to touch EQ, by the way. Like, it's just, that's not my cup of tea, so I'm not going to be in that name whatsoever. Going to go back over to some names here. Palantir, oh my goodness. Because AMD was fine. Palantir that was the one, and it goes like, it's so clean. Like, it's not often that you will see it so clean and then right to the volume weighted average price. The market's trying to catch a bid and break the highs, so watch out for anything. That's why Palantir up still. You're watching the market, the NASDAQ I should say, in particular, hold the top end of the range and try to break out the highs. So when I see something like this, Palantir way off the highs, holding underneath the prior resistance at 158, I'm starting to think Palantir is looking a little relatively weak, unfortunately. So that's the one thing I got on eyeballs on, and the other one is still SoFi. I'm not really going too far away from the well. SoFi showing some relative strength in here for sure. And the number one name on the list now, and when I say the list, I mean what you guys are typing in. UNH was one. It's now Open Door. Now remember Open Door.
I think it's been,
you know what business they're in. Now you need probably more aggressive rate cutting for this to matter too much into the mortgage market, but Open Door 16%. This is a squeeze play. It doesn't always have to be the most rational thing in the world. And Open Door, look at that top. The high a couple of days ago was 425. The high right now is 425. I'm not saying, I'm just saying. Ideally, we would pull back and consolidate here. This is a $4 stock. You don't get too many chances to break out the top in a stock that could go $1 and just risk a couple of pennies. Either it goes or it doesn't go. And if it doesn't go, you can find a place to catch the bid. So Open Door goes on the radar. I'll probably replace Rigetti with Open on my level 2s. I can only watch so many things at once.
Yeah, that's definitely true. There's only so many things you can watch. So what you can do as best to your ability is just try to do as well as you can on the stuff that you are watching, and that's kind of how I like to take it here. Bit of a slowdown on the market, but it seems like Google's just building and building up into its highs at 204s. So again, like I said before, a little bit willing to be wrong on this one here. Until it kind of breaks. But let me know what you guys are trading in the chat. I'm curious to know what everybody's involved in here. Google I liked on the day, but again, there were a lot of different opportunities here across the board. Some of these earnings names going crazy. Some of these small caps, I guess IWM, mid cap, going pretty crazy as well. PDD pretty much sideways. There was another one, YMM, which was an earnings day 2 play. I don't know if you guys were looking at that one, but that one going absolutely crazy as well. I think we got Adara with some more up.
Yeah, just kind of recap here what happened with Powell. Show the DXY as well, because that is really weak. We had a sharp drop right at 10 a.m. So again, I just want to summarize what happened. There are a lot of market participants who are now expecting a higher probability of at least a 25 basis point cut, specifically 25 basis point cut at the next meeting, because Powell did say that due to the shifting of risks, it could warrant some policy adjustment. He also, though, it is worth noting, emphasized that this potential policy adjustment is going to be subject, of course, to the data, that the Fed is going to be assessing this data when they make the decision. But either way, he did keep the door open here for a potential rate cut at that September meeting. At least that's how this was interpreted by these participants. Of course, again, the whole idea of adjusting policy is definitely a bit more of a dovish stance for Powell to be taking. As I mentioned earlier, we had a drop in the yields as well. I showed the 10-year yield, but the DXY here dropping too, as we get, again, Powell suggesting the possibility of a policy adjustment, namely a rate cut. Again, we're also seeing an increase here in people expecting, I think it's now about 90%, at least from what I'm seeing, of participants expecting that 25 basis point rate cut in September. When we get all that data populated, I'll show you guys the CME Fed Watch tool during our Money Talk segment at 10:50. But yeah, long story short, even though risks do persist, he did also mention here that, again, the possibility of tariff-related inflation. He did say that a one-time risk, or I guess that this one-time adjustment shouldn't necessarily drag down policy. And again, the idea of a policy adjustment is really, I think, what the market is holding on to here. Back to you.
No questions asked, Adara. The VIX dropped heavily, as you mentioned, 90% chance. And remember, the Fed signals what they are going to do. So this was the signal that confirmed what I guess the money markets had already said they were looking for, which was that we were expecting that cut. And the only thing I think maybe preventing us from being over like 2% up, or like you joked around, will be the IWM halting up. Obviously the IWM is not going to halt to the upside, but having something like that would be that there's no, there was nothing that's committing it to more than one hike or anything like that. So all risk assets are pumping in a situation like this. We had a recent pullback in risk assets, small jump in the VIX, slight pullback in crypto, and you're just retracing a little bit of those gains. And this is sort of exactly what you want. I see in the chat there, Fed pivot. You could term this, yeah, that's fair. It's fair to say Fed pivot today, because as far as I'm concerned, when you hear the focus now going from, well, maybe not going from inflation, but at least finally acknowledging that the job market is a bigger concern, that's exactly what I think should take this to almost 100%. And we're at 91. We were at 100% a week ago. It actually ticked to 99.8%, the Fed rate tool, for to be able to get that cut. That's what I think we're going to head to based on these comments. Powell has signaled it pretty clearly here. He's opening the door. It's even more than just that. And I think the only thing that would give me a little bit of concern is not anything that Powell said. It's the fact that President Trump is still, even though he's going to get what he wants here, still talking about Lisa Cook and getting her out. And obviously that would mean potentially being able to put someone more to his liking on the Fed. That's something that usually the bond market hasn't liked. Right now, it seems like we're all systems go anyway, so that's a good sign for us. That 91% is going higher, as far as I'm concerned. Going back to the trade, Open Door did break out that 4.25, got to 440, as you can see. I scalped a bunch out. Now I'm choking on that biscuit, which is delicious, by the way. The biscuit, it's a little dry. It's good, but it's a little dry. If we break back underneath 425, I'm just going to get out of this one here. We're getting the exuberance, but sometimes you get that kind of a move. You find a place for it to set up after things calm down, and if we continue, we continue. But like these kind of areas end up being sort of rather important. Like where you pull back to initially and then re-break out from. That's a key price as far as I'm concerned. And Bill's Camp in the chat is asking me why Schwab is down but BAC is up. When it comes to individual reactions to something like this, you've got to be able to take a pause for a second, and some businesses are going to benefit a little bit more from a lower rate environment than others. And that's just par for the course. I know the market's absolutely blasting, but you don't want to get trapped in the moment that it's going to be good for absolutely everybody, or good for everybody in the same way. I expect, my focus, I think, go to the small cappers. I think they had the biggest risk here, and we're probably leaning in to what was going to get said here the most, and that's pretty much the small cappers got what they wanted, right? So I imagine Lucid was probably doing pretty good. I haven't looked at that one just yet, but I bet you that's doing pretty good.
All right, guys.
No,
traders, listen up. First month free. That's right. We're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts. Predict with backtesting. Reliable, real-time data, global markets at your fingertips. All in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or check the link in the description, guys. All right, so a little bit of a pullback happening here on Google, not really the rest of the market. Google's kind of building up into that 204 area here. And again, relatively weak. We did not see the aggressive bid that we saw across the rest of the names here on Google. So relative weakness for sure happening on Google. Again, we had that catalyst today. That initial push wasn't necessarily there. Sellers kind of showed themselves pretty well off of the open. I'm just looking for more of the same. If the market catches a little bit of a pullback, then maybe we get that. If not, we break out and we continue to some fresh highs. So I'm staying a little bit, I guess, open-minded to any sort of move here on Google. Taking a little stab on this consolidation though, Neil.
Yeah, you want to stay open-minded, everybody in the markets, but you know what? Everyone should have an open mind to empowering women to change the world. Makes sense to me. And you can help make it happen. The Woman Boss trains and mentors women and girls across Africa to lead, innovate, and thrive. Since 2018, we've reached over 10,000 women and girls, and your donation today can launch the next great entrepreneur. Scan the QR code on the screen now and join us in building a brighter future. And let's go right over to Adara, see how these sectors are reacting individually to Powell taking the tone we all wanted to see. We're getting our cut.
I'll start with what's really strong, and that is finance. Now, of course, the idea of a potential rate cut is a great look for a lot of these REITs as well, these real estate related stocks and groups. So this whole sector really strong. As mentioned, Charles Schwab is actually down. I couldn't find any news on this, but generally we have strength in this sector. And look at some of these credit card names too. American Express sharply to the upside here, about 3.3%. Great look here, again, with regards to potential interest rate cut, as Powell mentioned, potentially adjusting the policy stance. Great look for names like AXP. Now, consumer durables are really strong here as well. Tesla leading this group to the upside. Process industries looking great. Transportation looking really good here. Energy minerals to the upside. We've got retail trade generally strong. Again, the idea that consumers could potentially be spending more money after we get this possible rate cut in September. Tech services, with the exception of Intuit on earnings and Workday also on earnings, everything else here looks really strong. Electronic technology, a good look as well. So again, it is worth noting there are certain sectors here, namely finance, and within finance, these real estate groups are generally going to be a little bit stronger with this potential rate cut, but overall the market is reacting very positively to the idea that Powell is signaling a potential cut. Again, people are hoping as early as the September meeting. Back to you.
Thanks, Darren. You would see in the top right, you're going to see a lot of names that are looking relatively weak, like Philip Morris, Pepsi, Coke. Those were the defensive names that were doing so well
over the past few days.
Right, they were doing so well.
While the market was selling off.
Look what's catching some strays here. Pepsi catching some strays. Philip Morris catching some strays for sure. But let's be real. The other side of that coin for solar. I mean, you look at the TAN ETF. If you want, but the first place I look over here is for solar. If you stand to benefit from lower rates, then Jerome Powell just signaled exactly what you wanted to hear. Now, as I said, and pun absolutely intended, the only thing that I think could make it open would be even better is if he had opened the door more aggressively to the notion that you could get maybe a further cut. I think at least, I mean, that's just getting a little bit greedy at this point. You know, it's getting greedy to have expected anything other than the shift that we got in tone. Open just hit the 450 mark. It's now, it gets very much on trends. I'm just going to show you what I'm looking for here, because it's sort of the same thing as usual. Oh, I hate when it makes a new candle right as I am trying to. Don't adjust when I'm trying to draw a trend line chart. Don't move. Like, this is such a strong upward trend, and I'm looking, so if you're wondering where I'm connecting it from, any guesses? 10 o'clock. When Powell's statement came out, that's the volume spike. The first dip is where I draw the trend line. So you've got to lose this trend line. I've already taken a couple of fills in front of the 50 level, just hanging on to the last 10%. You break the trend line, I am out. No longer break even stops. It doesn't make sense to let this sing. If it goes back under, I don't want it losing the volume weighted average price or anything like that. You just had to find a couple of spots here, right? Like, the way I see it, we went up and made two trades. Short AMD, waited for something to set up a long. You could have bought the dip, but my thought was to go to something that I think was a little bit more rate sensitive as a play and get into open door breaking out because it was a good technical level. So we knew it's a name that I was interested in if we're going to go this direction, if Powell was going to go this way. It was breaking out a local high, and we'll see about the last 10% if it can go. But certainly I see people in the chat, open door going to $10. I don't know about all
Yeah,
that.
maybe.
It's still just a bit of a
multi-day runner, right?
It's certainly possible, and this is going to help
maybe
it.
a liquidity trap.
But a quarter point cut doesn't actually move the needle for mortgage rates. So it's good, but fundamentally it's still a squeeze play. Don't get me wrong, it's still a squeeze play. The shorts are going to get squeezed. That's what's happening right now. But from the fundamentals aspect of it, it's not that big of a deal for mortgage rates, which matter a lot in the U.S. You guys are different from us in the U.S. A lot of our viewers are from the U.S. Here in Canada, it's not the same thing. You have a house, your mortgage readjusts every few years. In the States, you own a mortgage, not a house, is the saying that people say. So, I would at least temper the expectations as to how crazy it might get for this stock. It's a squeeze play.
Yeah, I think that open. You gotta keep an open mind about open. It's a multi-day runner for sure. I think, and the setup you were just showing, bit of a trap maybe. We saw that high volume push, a bit of a failure to follow through after some low volume selling, and then we're coming right back up into those highs with some expanding volume. So I like that look as well on open door. The market's actually pushing back up into highs, and Google actually broke out of its highs as well. So I'm kind of watching that, dabbling again a little bit here, but it seems like the long is definitely the trade here on goggles as we attempt to push. But here's the thing, Neil, every time we've kind of pushed into this area, we've seen selling and selling and selling. Sure, we're building up into it with a bit of a flat top push, but like I said, relative weakness, I guess, compared to the rest of the market here on Google, it has not gotten that kind of a bid, and it did not get that through that whole time that Powell was talking, and the market was aggressively bidding up. And even after he got off, the market caught a second leg up, and Google, I guess, it just consolidated, churn, maybe gets about a few pennies above its day high at 204's. Current day high is at 204.16, and it didn't pull back aggressively, but pulling back a little bit back through that 204. So really kind of struggling to push through some of those levels. And that's what I got on watch. Let's see if that comes in. The flow is kind of getting a little bit choppy here. Oh boy, can't forget, Trump is on the podium as well at 12 o'clock. So just a couple more, I guess just an hour and 15 minutes roughly left until that happens. And that's going to be interesting as well, if and when that comes in with a little bit of volatility. So maybe that's when we get the reversion, but I don't know. Maybe we get a continuation. We're already extended pretty aggressively. I don't know what he's going to say, but I'm looking for volatility, man. That was aggressive and pretty wild on Powell. Let's see if Trump will give us some more of that volatility and that shake and bake as well.
I just heard that Canada is going to remove retaliatory tariffs on many U.S. products. Okay. I don't know what many U.S. products mean, but that can't be bad. We need a deal. I mean, the U.S. and Canada. It's like, how did we not get something done sooner? It's we being Canada and the U.S. It's like we're obvious neighbors and trade partners, and being able to get things done so much. So look, I think that's good that Carney's hopefully got something all in the works. It's just my opinion. Come on, Carney, get her done. Look, I just got out of open. It just broke down. So it broke the trend. Remember, I drove the trend line, and then it broke the trend right here at 35. Held onto that 10% just to see what we could do. But it looks like Canada to remove retaliatory tariffs on many U.S. products. Don't know what many means, but hopefully this leads to a bigger deal. And it's going to apply the tariff to, it says apply tariff exemption on many U.S. goods under the USMCA, which was negotiated under the first term there. So I think that's a good sign. That's a good sign. We're getting a lot of positive news so far here today.
Yeah, I like it. I think I like it. That's good positive news. The market's taking it really well. We're digesting it really well. We're seeing a lot of these Mag 7s hold up their gains on the day. The initial push off of the open was a little bit choppy. Maybe some discrepancy there. Some stocks up, some stocks down. Nothing really too crazy. And then you get a unified bid on across the board here. But guess what, Neil? XLP not really catching that bid. XLU not really catching that bid. XLV, we caught that bid yesterday. We're not really catching that bid again today. So let me show you guys a little bit of the sectors that I have going on here. So here we go. We got XLF, V, E, K, P, U, Y, and I. So you can see a lot of these looking relatively similar, except for 3 of them looking distinctly different. That's the XLP, V, and U. So yeah, the bid is pretty much everywhere, but not exactly 100% of stocks catching that same kind of move. And it makes sense. You see some give and take across the board, but majority of stocks catching a bit of a bid. And look at NEO as well, man. NEO, day 2 continuation. We talked about this one, NEO. NEO continuing pretty aggressively and in a very, very strong trend here as well. Right off of the open, has not broken anything, maybe holds a VWAP for a few minutes here into the open, but straight extension off of that. So I definitely got eyes on that as of right now to see if that'll potentially come in for a reversion with the market holding up this strong. I don't know if that's going to come in anytime soon, but if we get a little bit of a pullback and a breather on the market, then I want to look for confluence as well across the board. 204 is still chopping around here on Google. Got to be patient for this one to potentially come in. Apple staying pretty strong as well. We saw that Tesla bid pretty aggressive, and oh boy, we were almost at 340, Neil. 337.70 is the day high, and we started off the week, I guess the week high is sitting at 340.55. So if we can get through that 340 with any sort of distinction, then maybe we can see that 350 we were talking about coming into next week as well. I have no idea, but this bid, man, absolutely aggressive. Let's see if we catch a continuation in the coming weeks with sentiment maybe potentially.
Look at crypto go. Bitcoin 115, ETH up now 10. Now I know percentages don't matter, it's a 24-hour market, but 10% is 10%, and ETH is absolutely going ham. What's crazy, I saw in the chat, someone's like, hey, short that 160 on Palantir. I was eyeballing it to see if it did the same move, but like you gotta see confirmation. Like you gotta have a reason to do it. That was a reason to do it at 160. You could see the topping tail, you could see the curl. Like the second that bar closed, it was like, oh my goodness, you're shorting 160. But that's not happening here. Palantir, like the rest of the market, is going absolutely ham. I'm gonna see if I can get back into Open Door. I like these small cappers to a sense. This is holding that high. It doesn't even pull back into VWAP, not even close. Let's go up to Adara, see how the US dollar is doing after the door just got open to the cuts that everybody wanted.
Powell certainly didn't tell anyone to close the door today, that's for sure. He actually opened the door to a possibility of a rate cut and also basically touched on the Fed's 5-year review of its policy framework, actually resulting in some changes from the last time this was reviewed, of course, 5 years ago in 2020. Let's take a look here at the US dollar, which is at day's lows. This one dropping here. That's the 3-minute chart. Look at the daily chart, and we are taking out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days of action here on the US dollar with one candle to the downside. Still struggling here after a very strong end of 2024. This has not really been able to catch a move to the upside in 2025. And let's also talk here about the increase in these odds of a 25 basis point cut in September, now up to 91.2% from roughly 75% prior to the speech. Fed Chair Powell suggested that the Fed could basically be adjusting its policy stance given the balancing of risk, referring specifically to labor market risks and the slowdown here in GDP growth. So with all that in mind, it seems more likely than ever that we might be getting that 25 basis point cut in September from the Fed. Back to you.
No question about it. Look, the other thing is the change of tone when it came to the labor market, the unusual labor market. That's why you got two ends of the mandate. And as far as I'm concerned, oh, wait a minute, might be turning a little bit here. I'm just looking at AMD. This is where it were before. See if we're catching enough of a turn to warrant something. I'm checking NVIDIA. NVIDIA looks at about the same thing. This is so distinctly different from when we were going nuts after 10 o'clock, right? Like the pullback here was so obvious is the only word I can use, but then maybe that's not fair. But if you were looking at the tape, then I would venture to say it was obvious, and it's not as obvious as it is right now. But let's be some of these. some of these like fintech names, like my goodness, SoFi's at 25. What's Robinhood doing? Look at
Robinhood is
Look
crazy.
at Robinhood up 5%. Like I've only been watching SoFi, and candidly, that's because I own shares in SoFi, and I was trading it this morning alongside. But $25 up 7.5%. 7.5%. 52-week highs. Now. Nope. In a minute. 2 seconds. It'll get there. But what an absolutely insane move that we're having. All credit to Jerome Powell. Big Papa Pump.
Oh, yeah.
Got what we wanted. Everybody got the biscuit that they wanted. And not everybody, apparently not everybody wanted a biscuit.
I did not want the biscuit.
You really do actually not want it?
No, actually, you can have it if you
for real?
Yeah, you can have it.
Word?
Yeah. I was like, that's
I thought like you were saving it for something.
I said it's a little dry for me. I'm a little.
Thanks, Obi.
Yeah, I know. I'm good for now. But it seems like this bid continuing to catch on here on the market as 204s continue to kind of push around and chop around here. But let me know in the chat what you guys are trading. Let me know. Hood is running. Yeah, we just looked at that one. Let's see. Hood headed to 130, saying DJK. All right. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens there. But Hood definitely catching a very, very strong bid. And again, not the only one, right? Not the only one. There's a lot of things. Look at NVIDIA right here. I have NVIDIA catching. Look, you could have bought every single dip down and been, I guess, sitting very pretty as of right now on NVIDIA and across the board as well. IWM catching a strong bid. That was really nice. Still continuing to push here, holding up some of its highs. You can see both these futures looking pretty strong. Now the ES just 10 points away. It's at 64.90s as of right now. Let's see if we can get to that 6,500 as well. No idea. Let's take a quick look at some volume leaders as well. Open, of course, we know that Open's on the board there, and Open as well. Didn't really give many pullbacks, but holding up pretty strong. ELAB, I'm sure a lot of you guys are involved in this one. ELAB, market cap of 4.5 million, and giving us a little bit of a chop. So it didn't really do what the market did there. NEO, we're looking at this one as well. Maybe this is the turn now, NEO, on NEO. With a bit of a break in trend. You can see this all-day trend maybe catching a little bit of a breakdown here off of that 637. Is this going to be the end? I have no idea. Lucid as well. Lucid, I don't know if I like Lucid as much because just the way it trades, but it definitely does a lot of volume pretty much every day. NVIDIA's on here. Oh boy. Intel, and hello anchored VWAPs, I see you. That looks a little interesting. We're coming into some prior resistance, maybe support turn resistance. Sellers were here aggressively on Wednesday just off of those same levels. Let's see if they show up again. If the market takes a little bit of a turn, will Intel catch a little bit of a sell underneath this 24.5 area? That's where I got a couple anchoreds from before, and I think it might be some earnings anchored. That was the aggressive bid that we got, and maybe from some of those highs as well. So interesting stuff. Is this all she wrote on Intel? We know it's been kind of curling up into that level. I think 28 was the ultimate consolidation high. We're still well away from that as of right now, trading at 24.5. So let's see if sellers do step back in. They were here earlier this week in and around these prices, and if the market turns around here from here as well, we definitely have some strong confluence for that Palantir. Oh boy, what a nice push on Palantir, holding that anchored VWAP. Look at this, Neil. I threw up an anchored VWAP down to that low, and today it comes in, boom, boom. Forget about Powell. Forget about everything else.
It also just bounced off
like
traditional VWAP too.
Prior day range low hold. We looked at Palantir and we were like, okay, well, we're looking for a range break on Palantir for a potential continuation. We break the lows, sure. We false break the lows, reclaim, break the highs. That makes the long even better. I'm not even looking here, and that push from 158 all the way to 161 is happening right here, right now on Palantir. Absolutely beautiful consolidation and push off of that prior 158 level. And oh boy, Neil, SoFi as well, prior day breakout. Look at that flat top that was forming yesterday, and oh boy, we come in long and strong right through some of those levels on the day today. So yeah, I know you guys are trading and you guys have pointed out a lot of those levels. Intuit, oh boy, okay. I know that had earnings. I know I had it on watch for a bit of an earnings move there as well, but a little bit of a chop. Still trading within its opening range here, 15-minute opening range all the way from 164.40s, maybe all the way down to 143, 144s as well. So we tried to break the low. Now we're attempting to try to push for the high here on Intuit. So good look there. I was watching it as a bit of an earnings stock for the day, as they did report overnight, but didn't really get the follow through I was looking for right off of the open. So didn't really participate on that one there, Neil. So
wow, it's already 11 o'clock.
Still holding. Oh boy, is it actually 11?
It's already 11 o'clock. And remember, look, the president already spoke once.
Yeah.
He's scheduled to speak in an hour again. So not only did we have Powell open the door and signal that we're getting rate cuts in September, and then look, you didn't say we're cutting rates in September. That's not how it works. You signal that you're now open to it, and you're changing the focus to the data which indicates that you should cut, and that's what gets the confidence, and you see the IWM spiking and all that. But who knows what the president's going to say? I'm assuming there's going to be comments about this Canada deal, potential Canada deal, and reaction to that for sure. But I'm sure there'll be something about the rate cuts, and it'll be entertaining. I know that the names that Sharif looks at, these small cappers are having a fun day today. So it'll be a fantastic midday. You got the professor, you've got Joey options, you'll have Adara at the desk. We'll be back at 2 o'clock, but enjoy yourselves, everybody, and good luck trading out there. Remember, volatility probably not done for the day. Boom.
Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That is your boy, Joey Options, and I am Sharif. And where are my people at in the chat? We have a lot of viewers today, and I'm assuming it has a lot to do with this market. Oh, baby. The Russell is up 4%. These small caps are going to absolutely blow the roof through this place, so let's get right down to it. Let's say hi to everybody. We got Sean, Hodge, Echo Max, Ticker Checker. Shout out to John S9932 and Marcus Zimis. Ben, we got Sinead O'Connor, Nick ID23. Shout out to Hypherek and BD Gaming, Unconquered, and Matt Fitzpatrick. Shout out to you, my man. We got the real Gary F and Douglas Bundy. Al Bundy, are you?
Oh wow.
We got Buffalo Soldier Adoption. Hinal Patel. My bad. Why not? Aces High. Dan ME. Let's go Donkey Trader. I'm Mike P.D. Ryder. I like when we both do that, right? Mindset Mastery Evolution. Here we go. Let's go. Patrick Irving, Kirk D. Let's go. NCB Trader. And Keeping It Simple for me. I happen to like that name because I'm not very bright and I like to keep it simple. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Joseph.
Highly debatable on the brightness, but very colorful crayon in the box. All right, guys. Yay. Hey. Let's go, man. What a beautiful session. We're having a great time over here, and you can see the market is continuously climbing higher. Excuse me. But I love it when I trip over dollars to collect pennies. So let's pull up the screen here. Ethereum, good stuff. So what do? We put in our orders, we add to the position, we take some off, we add again, and then I'm like, all right, you know what? Let me go take a little walk down the street. Literally not thinking like, Joseph, wait a couple more minutes because then you're going to experience this and then you miss out on the whole run. So whatever I cooked up here early in the morning, I was feeling pretty good about myself until I seen this and I'm like, but comparison is the taker of all. I'm not even going to try to say that saying, but at the end of the day, it's not too bad of a look here. And you can see some of these mega cap tech names are continuing to climb higher. NVDA knocking on the door of 179. We have Bitcoin, IBIT, 6616. Ether starting to climb towards that all-time high.
No, before we go to Adara, I got to mention EQ is breaking out right now, guys. Just took $2, up 32%. There's the flat top breakthrough, 195. Keep your eye on this one. Look for the 2 hold, but it may not hold 2 initially. So I'm going to be looking for a 195 max dip trade. If it loses 185, the 10 penny range there, we're going to let this one go. EQ breaking out 33%. Adara.
Breaking news on not one but two stocks here, and one of them is actually NVIDIA. So we'll start here with CSX because this one is moving pretty aggressively to the downside. CSX and BNSF are announcing these new intermodal services, offering seamless coast-to-coast rail solutions. Stock is tanking on this. If I get any more context on this, I'll let you know, but Benzinga doesn't have it yet. I'm just seeing this right now on X, and the stock is not reacting positively. So again, I'm going to continue to find more info on it. NVDA, meanwhile, breaking to new day's highs. They just announced NVIDIA Spectrum XGS Ethernet, which is a scale across technology which will allow for the combination of distributed data centers into one unified gigascale AI superfactory. So nice announcement here for NVDA, but CSX still dropping again. If I get more context in that story, I'll let you guys know right away. Back to you.
Joey. Yeah, thank you very much for that, Adair. So what I wanted to take a look at here, guys, obviously this is going to be our chain, and this is the overall market, so NAS 100 right here are the Qs, and I'm looking at the at-the-money IV, but I think I have to add the implied volatility metric here because that doesn't seem right. 21% is still relatively cheap. Guys, let me know for everyone who has their chains up, what are we currently sitting at? And there goes Google putting in a new leg higher. I'm keeping my eye on that one, obviously, with that Meta deal. That's some positive news. We like that as well. But again, guys, I'm just looking at the overall crypto space, and I mean, our guy Tom Lee, Dan Ives, whoever it was, said, hey, watch out, because what we're going to experience here is a midweek pullback, and then by the end of it, we're going to continue to climb higher.
Where are all the ETH bears at now?
So we're like, I'm like, okay, Tom or Dan, whoever you may be. Bang, let's go. And you couldn't have been more right at the end of the day. Look at this massive engulfing candle. And I would not be surprised by the end of the day if we knock on that door of this all-time high of around $36 on ETHA. That's obviously going to put Ether right around that all-time high.
Yeah, what a call by Tom Lee.
Yeah,
That's
man.
Crazy. All right, guys, I'm in one position trying to work into several more. Let's talk about the first one, OPEN. Yeah, there's a flat top break brewing here at 445-ish. I still like this one into the 10 EMA. If it loses 430, we're going to get Gonzino on this one, and then we'll look to set up again near the volume weighted average price. Right around that 410 area is where I'm seeing it. But I called out EQ for you guys. I got a couple of dip trades set up here. Now, they're trying to shadow too. My idea here is that we got up into 216, but I like the 195 area breakout. So you never really know if this is going to lose the whole dollar area or not, which is why I'm trying to front run the whole dollar area for a beak weather, or sorry, not a beak weather, an entry, a resting order there to go long. But if it continues to hold up above this 205, we're going to have to punch in long and then possibly get a retracement back down into key technical levels. So going to keep my eye on EQ, but there's a whole bunch moving. So let's get right down to business and look at exactly what's moving here. ELAB, the #1 gapper at the moment, but it's just barely above that volume weighted average price, and it is making significantly lower highs, with this area crest here at 368, followed by a 338 area crest, and then a 325 area crest. And here we go. We're going to break down below VWAP. In fact, we just tanked to 280, right back up into 3. Let's see how this one trades. It's got to start making higher highs for me to get involved with this one. OPEN we'll get into a little bit later on. I misspoke when I said ELAB was a #1 gapper. It's MODV. MODV. This is a good entry here, possibly on MODV. So I'm going to have to digress for a second and look to weasel in. We're going to try to get long here in front of the dollar, but I don't mind defending it into that $1 area. So we're long at 7s for that 10 EMA retracement, but that 10 EMA retracement also jives with this area crest, which is a previous area of resistance. Look for that possibly to act as support. It's buoyed as well by the 10 EMA being right there, kind of conflating with the same price level. So we'll keep an eye on MODV. PGEN is a holdover from yesterday. You'll see the ticker there, and yesterday's fantastic price action that took us to about 11 o'clock, and that's when the algos got turned off, and we just basically hugged VWAP the rest of the day. Alas, we held yesterday's closing print in the pre-market at around 3 2/3, and up we go again into 411. We're below the 10 EMA right now. We're below $4, but we're above the volume weighted average price. We're going to keep an eye on this one and see if we can weasel in. NFE as well. This one's going to lose its spot momentarily here on the side chart unless it gets back above that 270 area. It was doing well. It looked bull flaggish, but breaking down below technical levels of no interest to me at the moment. Pesky. How many times are we going to talk about PSKY? Look at the day this one had yesterday. It didn't give up almost anything. The high of the day was 628. This piece of crap ended up closing at 1605. So 1605 off that 1628, and basically the day prior it had closed at 1390. So really closing towards the highs shows you the strength on Pesky. And then last but not least, ANTE. This one is below yesterday's high, which concerns me because there could be bag holders from around 3 1/3. Alas, it is a fantastic little move there from the pre-market of around 9 o'clock, and it's all gas, no brakes through that $3 area. But be on the lookout for $3 to act as resistance on an intraday basis. The reason I say that was the pre-market consolidation level before we tanked at around 12:30 yesterday. So ANTE in focus. We're going to keep tabs on that and see if we can weasel in. But I see ELAB is breaking out here, Joey. It's going to have to get above 341 for me to get involved. But look at MODV go, baby. Right up off that technical level. And we're long, we're 7s. And we just wet the beak at 15. So let's go ahead and set up some more beak wetters here for the high teens. Joseph Wilson.
Yes, sir. But at the end of the day, guys, let's continue to climb. This is exactly what I want to see. You could have honestly closed your eyes, hit the keyboard a couple times, and then just hit long on your montage or your level 2, whatever it may be, and then probably chances are you would have made some cash out here. So yeah, exactly. It's a really good look here. So I'm gonna be patient, sit on my hands. There was an opportunity to get in at the lows of this consolidation, but I did not do that. So shoulda, coulda, woulda, and it's all right. We live with what we got. Adair, what do you got for us?
Yeah, I just want to let you guys know I've been reading through this report from Bloomberg on Canada apparently potentially removing its retaliatory tariffs on certain U.S. products. So I just wanted to go over this because now I've had time to go over this report a little bit more. Apparently, Prime Minister Mark Carney of Canada is set to announce this decision on Friday following a meeting with his cabinet. So that could be today that we get this announcement. But let's go over what this actually means. So apparently, certain items will no longer face a 25% tariff. Okay, back to you.
Okay, guys, MODV is breaking out to the high side. Here we go into that $1.25. We're up 121%. Keep your eye on this one. It's at day's high. It's taking out the $0.25. Here we go into 25s. We're waiting at 25s. Seller at 25. He got blown out. We're setting up in the 30s now. Good look right now on MODV. Keep your eye on this one. And EQ is also breaking out, but it's the MODV show into that $0.33 right now, guys. Keep your eye on this one, but be careful for that $0.33. I'm talking about 33s. That is a technical level from a few days ago, so be on the lookout for that MODV. Sorry to interrupt. We can go back to Adara.
Yeah, I'll finish what I was saying here. So I just want to let you guys know with regards to these tariffs that Canada is potentially, again, removing on the U.S. It's not going to apply to every item, and even the items it does apply to, they're only removing it if these items have been shipped in compliance with the provisions of the U.S.-Mexico-Canada agreement or the USMCA. But however, Canada is basically trying to mimic what the U.S. is doing, so certain items are still going to have that 25% import tax for these U.S. items. That'll be steel and aluminum and these U.S. automobile tariffs. Again, this hasn't been announced yet. It's just been reported by Bloomberg, but Carney, Prime Minister of Canada, is expected to announce this today. Back to you.
All right, guys. Yeah, so this is what I'm looking at here as well, too, is Tesla. Tesla, not too bad of a look. Corv and I just talking about this consolidation. If you can catch the lower end of the range, and then you can maybe take an additional leg higher. So that's the game plan right there. But also what I was keeping an eye on is this. So we had this topping tail signal, and then sure enough, it was just blown past. So we did establish a new high. Keep your eye out on that one just in case it does decide to take an additional leg higher. Market seems to be cooling down right now, but I don't know how how deep these pullbacks are going to be, and don't expect too deep of ones, because considering what we've just experienced, the volumes is stepping on the buyer side, and you don't want to go against that until you have something like a display of stopping volume, and that's going to be a signature larger than anything we've seen displayed throughout the current time frames. All right, so keep that in mind. Tesla additional leg higher, Bitcoin just grinding higher, and this is exactly what we want to see here as well too. Going to be talking a lot of crypto, considering that we open up at around $63 and now we're trading at $66.40, so that's $3 in IBIT. How far have we moved in spot itself? We're going to figure that out right now. So we had a low of around 112, and then now we're trading at 116. So that's $4,000 roughly. But I've mentioned before, we haven't seen it as much once IBIT became optionable and the ETFs coming out. The volatility is slightly skewed. We don't get those $10,000, $12,000 days as often as we used to, but I would not be surprised if we get that here today, Sharif.
All right, guys, this is a breakout show right now. So EQ breaking out again into the highs. 222, we've got the high of the day currently into 221. It got into 22s, it didn't cross, up 37%. Gonna look to defend 2 on this one. I already have a dip trade south of 2. We've taken about half the position. So goes MODV. They're both breaking out at the moment into the day's high. MODV, as I suspected, finding resistance at the third of a dollar. That is a technical level from a few days ago, so be on the lookout for the reversion here. I think we've got 5s on at the moment, 7s, excuse me. As we, how's that even 7? Oh, 6.5. Yeah, okay. So show 7 on your side. We'll keep an eye out on this one into the third of a dollar. So that is really all I'm looking at the moment. All right, so we're keeping an eye on this one as well. OPEN. It's been holding the 10 EMA. What's your opinion on this? This is a back, on again, off again kind of situation between Taiwan Semi, Foxconn, NVIDIA, and maybe to an extent AMD, even though they're not allowed to export it yet. What's your look?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. NVIDIA themselves, with regards to the H20 situation, they kind of addressed it. They said that, you know, hey, we are, what was the wording? I just read the headline. Something to do with, like, you know, they're going to respond to supply chain demands or their partners. So, I mean, I don't know. They addressed it without really addressing it. But yeah, I mean, I think with NVIDIA and with China, I feel like I'm a broken record when it comes to this, but I'll say the same thing. There needs to be some kind of agreement here just between the countries on some kind of level, or we're going to keep having this back and forth. I feel like it's a lot of different versions of the same story. You know what I mean? So, I mean, there's slight differences, there's slight changes. I think the more interesting thing is, you know, the idea that Jensen Huang said, you know, they're going to be in talks with the more advanced chip. I think that would be great, but if you can't even get the H20 approved, how are you going to get a more advanced chip, right? I think the fact that we already know AMD and NVIDIA have tried these loopholes with regards to that 15% of revenue, I think that's a good start. Let's see if this can continue. And I mean, I think there's obviously controversy with that. I'm not going to ignore that. But I'm like, if they want to get the more advanced chip in, that's likely the way to do it. Also, Trump check. He's not here yet, but the screen is black, so maybe he will be coming. We'll wait, and I'll let you guys know.
All right, let's go on to the next one. Meta strikes a $10 billion deal with Google Cloud. They're competitors in the advertising space, but Meta needs all the cloud and infrastructure data centers, to use that euphemism, that they can get their dang hands on. So they agreed to spend over $10 billion on Google Cloud services in a 6-year deal between the two companies, marking one of the largest cloud contracts reported in recent years. Google Cloud has a lot of ambitions, and we've been seeing them grow nicely. They're still in third place in terms of hyperscalers behind Azure and AWS. But Google Cloud is aggressively chasing, yes, those two companies, Azure and AWS, leveraging big contracts like this one we're just reporting to gain ground in the cloud infrastructure race. The deal follows Google's earlier win for OpenAI's business, which obviously has a very, let's just call it interesting relationship with Microsoft, highlighting Google's growing traction in the AI-related hosting. And Meta's been, for their part, man, spending up a storm in terms of CapEx. And I'm going to go ahead and call their acquisition of talent CapEx, even though it's not classified as that for accounting purposes. The contract is primarily focused on AI infrastructure, supporting Meta's build-out of its Llama model family and embedding AI across Instagram, WhatsApp, Facebook. Nobody is using it on any of those platforms, Zuck. Meta projects $114 to $118 billion in expenses just this year. We're not even talking about next year, with heavy allocations of that 115 to 118 going to AI infrastructure and, yes, talent. Despite its rivalry with Google in the ad space, Meta is diversifying its compute access, already maintaining contracts with AWS and Azure. Thank you, Adair. All right. So, Joey, this is an interesting deal here between the two companies.
I think it's fantastic.
Go ahead.
I love it. I absolutely love it. Especially what we've been experiencing on Google. It was lagging the NASDAQ. It was lagging NVDA climbing higher. We had Microsoft putting in new all-time highs. And then sure enough, Alphabet was just low. But I said this from the get-go. With companies that have such heavy free cash flow, it's almost like I shouldn't say an easy trade, but it's like buy any form of dip. But one thing I want to add as well too, Shreve, is what we were talking about yesterday on what Meta has done with gathering a talent pool. This is what I was thinking. That's like putting the best team together and then not being curious on what they come on the other end of that. For me personally, I want to see exactly what they have to bring, because that's like putting an all-star team and then be like, yeah, I don't really care how they do during the regular season.
Right.
I want to see how they do, and I want to see what if all that money and all that CapEx is worth all that spend and gathering this team and putting it together. So that's what I'm really curious to see. And now I'm glad that they're spending on Google Cloud as well too. I think that's phenomenal considering they've already beat on their previous earnings report. I think that's just going to add more fuel to this Google.
And before
fire.
we send it to Adara, I just want to mention something. I tried using Llama yesterday. I think it's absolute trash.
Yeah.
Absolute trash. And if he is spending all this money to acquire talent, he better have something to show for it at the end of the day. Because he's not just using it for large language models. You know he's using AI for ads as well as better ad targeting. He's also using it for his beleaguered Reels, which sucks compared to TikTok, by the way.
Yep.
He's trying to make suggestions better so that it can be more algorithm friendly using AI. So that's not the only thing he's trying to get. It's not just llama, it's multifaceted.
Exactly.
And I gotta tell you, I am not pleased with any of the three, how he's doing it. I hate Reels, I think it sucks. I love TikTok exponentially more. And I think llama is absolute trash. So fantastic look for the advertising, but in terms of the two other segments that he's trying to use AI in, I don't like it. I'm just talking.
No. I agree 100% with you, and that's why I believe he's bringing in this talent to start competing with the likes of TikTok.
That's fair.
For them to start competing with these large language models as well, too, as you've mentioned. So for me personally, I think that this talent pool is extremely important, because if it's a dud, then that's like putting a super team together and they don't even make the playoffs. And I don't think that's necessarily going to be the case, considering some of the signing bonuses he's been giving out.
All right, let's hear it, Adara. You were chuckling. I'm sure Donald did something. What do you do now?
Yeah, he just discussed the Kennedy Center by saying some call it the Trump Kennedy Center, quote unquote. I am unclear if that is a thing, but that was just said. Yeah, it's an interesting thing here right now. I think this announcement was supposed to be about FIFA, but he spent a lot of it talking about DC. So that's what's happening currently. But yeah, in terms of I'm not going to comment too much. He's wearing a hat.
Yeah, we got to show the hat, Adair. Show my screen. Yeah. Oh my goodness, Donald, give me a break,
Trump was right about everything. I believe Elon Musk wore a similar hat once, if I remember correctly. But in terms of the Meta Google story, Google Cloud is just like racking up contracts. Like, some people go to the mall and buy shoes. Google Cloud, yesterday there was a report of the government, or they actually announced here that the government deal for like 50 cents a year, I believe, something like that for certain agencies. So, yeah, I mean, I think it is more of a Google story than it is a Meta story. With regards to Meta, what I think is maybe more interesting here than this Google Cloud development is yesterday, Alexander Wang, who is now their chief AI officer as part of their super intelligence efforts,
lab.
He actually denied the reports that Meta was cutting back on their spending. In this space, he said any report, they do not know what they're talking about. I'm paraphrasing slightly. But so it's an interesting note, right? Because even the company, more or less,
isn't that accurate, though, Adara? Because we know their CapEx for 26 is higher than what they were projecting CapEx to be for 25. So as a statement on his face, prima facie, it's accurate, correct?
Pardon? Sorry, I'm listening to Trump, too, so it's hard to...
So what I'm saying, Alexander Wang, you just said he was going to... the reports that they're going to cut spending on AI is bupkis, correct?
Yes.
So they are projecting maximum $118 billion in CapEx for full year 25. But in their last earnings report, they projected more CapEx for 26. So wouldn't it jive that it would not slow down since we're projecting more for 26 anyway?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it would make sense, but it's just odd that we get this report and then we get these comments. So I wonder if it's more like about where they're spending money, right? Like if it's, I don't know.
I see what you're saying.
Who knows? I would trust Alexander Wang because he is the head honcho in that part of Meta. But who knows? Meta right now, tripping a little bit lower, to put it lightly, after making that high around 757. And yeah, with regards to Google, what I will say is, I think Google Cloud is going to keep getting these contracts. Let's see how long that can continue, though, or if this is going to be a little bit of a fad, because that could also be what's happening.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Good point.
I mean, to add to Adair's point, obviously it could be a fad because that CapEx isn't sustainable in my opinion, right? So things will start to cool down eventually, but until it does, as you just mentioned, in 2026 they're looking to spend even more money. So until CapEx starts to cool down, I don't think it's a fad. It may slow down, but this AI is no fad in my opinion.
All right, let's stay on the topic of Zuck, Joey, and talk about so apparently Elon Musk was looking for Zuck's help in order to weasel OpenAI for $97 billion. I'm talking about takeover. So Elon Musk's attempt to acquire OpenAI back, I think, a few months ago for $97.4 billion was revealed in new court filings tied to Elon's ongoing lawsuit against OpenAI. Musk, who co-founded OpenAI back in 2015, is suing the company from switching for a non-profit into a for-profit structure, while OpenAI has filed counterclaims against Musk for harassment and disruption. Now, here's what they did with Zuck. This is how it includes Zuck. Court filings show, let me just center that, court filings show that Musk and the AI startup XAI tried to recruit Zuckerberg for help to finance the massive takeover of $97.4 billion, even after presenting a letter of intent. Meta and Zuckerberg did not sign that LOI, that letter of intent that went to OpenAI, or move forward at all with any of the financing efforts. OpenAI is now seeking to subpoena Meta's records for the communications with Musk. While Meta argues the request is overly broad, they're going through discovery, and so there are going to be rules around that. Now,
Hold on.
what happened, Joseph?
Oh, wow. Google just had a massive volume spike right here, Sharif.
All right, go for
people
it,
are
baby.
mentioning it. Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
The market's flying.
Yeah, the market's absolutely ripping right
ahead.
now. So whatever Trump is saying, it must be some hot topics right there. We're going to Adara. There's Google.
Yeah, I mean, what I will say is he did just say, and this is kind of circulating right now through the market, Trump said that the stock market is up 1,000 points as of 10 minutes ago. And he also said, yeah, I mean, right now, though, it's actually not about what he said. It looks like it's about this Apple-Google story. Apple reportedly exploring using Google Gemini AI to power revamped Siri. So another good catalyst for Google. Again, I'm seeing this report. Apple reportedly exploring using Google Gemini AI to power revamped Siri. So we know we've heard talks. Maybe they'll go with Perplexity. Maybe they'll go with Anthropic. Maybe they'll go with OpenAI. Right now, it looks like they're considering going with Google Gemini AI to power Siri, which again, this has been a long-awaited revamp. Back to you.
You don't want that? You
No,
don't like
absolutely
that?
not. Gemini's trash. I'd want to use OpenAI for sure.
Absolutely.
ChatGPT is better. All right, let's keep going on. So we know that Musk launched XAI back in 2023 as a direct competitor to OpenAI, obviously intensifying the rivalry that he already had going with Altman. OpenAI claims Musk's sham bid, and that's what they're calling that $97.4 billion bid. They're calling the sham bid, as well as the ensuing litigation tactics, as an intention to harm their business and their credibility. Musk has attacked OpenAI publicly and legally, aiming to stall its growth and position XAI, oh baby, as an alternative. Joseph,
Yeah.
This is an interesting saga because, to my understanding, was they were going to fight in a cage earlier this year. Now you're telling me Musk reached out to your boy there, Zuck, in order to get him to jump on board? I don't know how much that makes sense.
So if OpenAI were to ever go public, do you think Elon would try a hostile takeover?
That'd be really interesting.
Right?
That would be super interesting.
Right?
Unless there were like some super voting shares, maybe by Altman or somebody else to block it.
Right?
I think we got to go to Adara.
We're going to Adara.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to let you guys know, Apple, this story with regards to Google Gemini, as I mentioned when I reported it, again, so just to clarify this story, Apple's reportedly considering using Google Gemini AI to power the revamped Siri. Well, as I mentioned when I reported this story, which is apparently from Bloomberg, they previously considered Anthropic or OpenAI. Well, now this report is further saying they're still considering Anthropic and OpenAI and making their own AI model. So basically, nothing has changed. Apple still does not know who they're using for the revamped Siri. The only change we did get is that now apparently they're considering Google Gemini, which to my knowledge was not one of the ones that was previously floated around. So again, Apple's still seemingly unsure what to do with their revamped Siri, though Google Gemini now a candidate. Back to you.
For that, Adair, that is really interesting. So we basically know that Apple is considering everyone. As
well,
potential.
listen, this is what I think that Apple should, and I heard what Dan was saying. So get the Google Gemini. I know, Sharif, you don't like that. Get the Apple and Gemini deal done. Get the figure out what you're going to do with Perplexity, and then start to bring in some outside talent. And then, sure enough, we can see some nice moves, I believe, in Apple.
Absolutely. Adira, any comment on this Musk, Zuck back and forth, bromance, weirdness? Any comment?
Yeah, I mean, my comment is, I don't know. I think I'm more interested in the Sam Altman and Musk element of this because, you know, they have their beef. And I think, honestly, at this point, regardless of their cage match, regardless of their previous feuds, you and I have discussed this before, Sharif. Right now, Musk views his biggest enemy, other than maybe the president, as our friend Sam Altman. Like, I think he's going to put whatever other beef he has aside with Musk to focus on his Altman beef. We know that Zuckerberg is also a very, very wealthy man. He has the power to do that. He has the clout to do that. He has the AI backing. Going to do that. So I think that's how he's viewing this. You know, the enemy, my enemy is my friend. That's my interpretation.
Yeah, that's a good point right there.
I like that idea.
We're going to stay on the Meta topic. So there's a lot of Meta today, and I'm sorry, guys, but there's a lot of headlines. So Meta has hired.
Should we do this 1 second?
Oh,
real quick?
yeah.
We're going to do it real live. We're knocking on that door. Where's our poll at? 2,500 votes. 50% say yes. Well, that's starting to pick up. We're not too far off that. What did we call it? 4,870? Yeah, 76. So I wouldn't be surprised if we knock on that door here momentarily. Yeah. So that's what we got going on. I wouldn't.
48.66, Joey options.
Oh my days! Just look at
we're
ETH
like 40
go,
bucks,
man.
50
Yeah,
bucks.
We were knocking on the door of that. What's Bitcoin up to? Yeah, it's starting to climb back as well too. So that starts to participate. Watch out, Ethereum, potential new all-time high by the end of the day.
All right, Joey options, man. Good look. All right, let's talk Meta. Poaches another Apple AI leader. I thought you were done, Zuck. What's going on, bro? Let's talk about it. They're hired, I should say, Frank Chu, a senior Apple AI executive who led teams in cloud infrastructure, training, and search. Chu joins Meta's Superintelligence Lab, MSL, to focus on AI infrastructure after previously managing large language models for, you guessed it, his previous employer, Apple. And as well, he contributed to Siri's search features. Well done there, Frank Chu. It's very good. Chu is at least the 6th Apple AI expert to defect to Meta since July, following high-profile departures like Rumoring Pang as well, who left Apple's AI team for a reported $200 million package. Other Apple engineers, as well as Tom Gunter, Mark Lee, Bowen Zhang, and Yoon Ju, also joined Meta, highlighting a growing exodus of top talent. You guys have done a fantastic job. Meta's AI is elite. Meta recently restructured its AI division into 4 groups, led under obviously by Alexander Wang, former Scale AI CEO. While adding Chu, Meta is temporarily pausing most of its hiring for its superintelligence team as it reassesses its headcount going into 2026. Despite the pause, though, Meta's leadership insists it is investing more and more into superintelligence labs, signaling long-term AI commitment. I have a lot of comments. I need to get to them.
Yeah.
Now, first and foremost, these huge pay packages are not all cash. A great majority of them come through stock-based compensation. Why is that relevant? Well, number one, it's a huge line on your earnings. So many times we've looked at earnings per share, EPS, and we look at the comp, the comparables, and the analyst says you cannot compare because it is not directly comparable. So you say, why? Why can you not compare this EPS to the previous area? And it's because they've basically taken a one-line item, stock-based compensation, that they end up taking a hit on EPS for. So it affects EPS even though it's on a short-term basis. That's number one. 2, when you give people stock-based compensation, you are diluting the share pool for the existing shareholders. These are new issuances of shares. So it makes a big difference to the stockholders of the company that their pool is being diluted. Thirdly, it inflates the price of AI talent. We've seen this in the Premier League, kind of a bit of a digress here in terms of comparables, but like who remembers Man City and Paris Saint-Germain paying players through the nose, paying transfer fees through the nose? This is kind of what Zuck is doing. He's inflating these salaries. That's going to have an effect on balance sheet, especially for the lower or the smaller companies that can't pay this kind of stuff. So you're going to have a group of people who are all at the top of these companies, and then the other companies are not going to be able to afford to pay their people nearly as much. So it's kind of interesting how this all works out with respect to the stock-based compensation as well as all this money that he's been paying. But you don't feel like it's going to have an immediate effect.
No.
But there are eventualities that could lead to it.
Right, so eventually you want to see an ROI on that, right, Shreve? And I think that's what we got to be patient for, considering that we talked about this before. Llama is probably the lower end of all of these large language models, and then he also has to combat against TikTok as well too. So with this talent pool, I think it's going to take a couple of quarters for them to release something, but I bet you it's going to be something good, and you're just going to see that continuous growth within Meta. In my opinion.
Okay.
So.
Go ahead, Adair.
Yeah, I just want to mention here, Google running again here, GOOGL on watch here. In addition to this report, again, from Bloomberg suggesting that Apple's considering using Google's Gemini AI to power their revamp of Siri. Furthermore, apparently Google's actually started training an AI model already that could run on Apple servers. So even though it sounds like this is still in talks, it's not set in stone yet, Google already apparently preparing by training an AI model that could be running on Apple servers. And back to you.
Thank you. All right, let's keep going over here with the next topic. We've discussed that. Let's talk about Tesla hiking Cybertruck prices despite the fact that they're having trouble selling them. So what's going on here? They raised the price of its top-tier Cybertruck, the Cyber Beast, by $15,000. And that's in the States. It costs now $114,990. In this country, it's like $250,000. The new price, I'm kidding. The new price includes the Lux package with supervised full self-driving and free supercharging access. So basically, the Foundation series. The Foundation series came with FSD and supercharging. Other Cybertruck trims, their price remains unchanged. Why is this a story? Because they're not selling them. So Cybertruck deliveries have lagged behind expectations since their launch, with production and recall issues really kind of weighing on their momentum. Tesla's also been forced to offer discounts as high as $10,000 on some Cybertruck units to clear their inventory, signaling obviously weaker than expected demand. And there's also competitive pressures, right? So Cybertruck's pricing now sit far above Elon's earlier, gauge for what the price would be. Remember, he pitched it back in 2019, before inflation, to be fair to him, that it was going to be about $40,000. The actual base model cost $60,990, but when you come over here, it's a $100,000 base model. But that doesn't work that well when you have the F-150 Lightning and the Chevy Silverado EVs with far lower entry prices. These are comps because they're electric vehicles, right? And so there's obviously been production challenges as well, Joey. Musk previously said Tesla could produce about 125,000 Cybertrucks annually with a potential to reach 250 by this year, but warned of difficult production ramp. Despite this, the cumulative Cybertruck sales remain far below what he predicted, underscored by a March recall, Joy, of about 46,000 vehicles that were built since November 2023 when they started delivering them.
Yeah, so 114,000 there, Sharif, is about $152,000 Canadian, just to be exact. So there you go. That's a nice extra
we always
40K.
get the best deals
we get the best
over here,
deals,
bro. We don't get rinsed at all.
Yeah. Like at the end of the day, Brendo mentioned this yesterday. It's like, okay, you're not selling these vehicles. Well, guess what? You raised the price, so you're going to sell much more by doing that. Obviously being sarcastic, but at the end of the day, this luxury package on the Cybertruck is irrelevant for me. I want to see the Model 2. When is the Model 2 going to be dropped? And I think that's going to be a big-time needle mover for Tesla, not necessarily the Cyber Beast luxury package.
Cybertruck prices increasing, Adara, despite the deliveries down. What's the look?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of an odd play, right? Like, usually if something is struggling with deliveries, what you will do, Booster Juice cameo, what you'll normally do is, like, cut the prices, right? But instead what Tesla's doing is raising the prices, which is, as you guys have indicated, an odd decision. And I have this infographic, too, to contextualize this a bit as well. So how Tesla generally reports their quarterly deliveries is they do Model Y as its own category, Model 3 as its own category, and then other vehicles. So that would be X, S, and Cybertruck cumulatively. So as you can see, throughout 2024, we actually had growth in this category on a quarter-over-quarter basis. But throughout Q1 and Q2 2025, we've had really steep drop-off. So it's not just Cybertruck. It looks like this Model X and Model S are suffering as well when it comes to deliveries. I'm not sure how I feel about this as a tactic to increase sales, but it's interesting they're doing it on one specific model instead of all the models. I think the specificity could be of interest, and to my understanding, like this other vehicles model, they don't separate it in terms of deliveries of like the normal Cybertruck
they barely
versus
sell any
the
of them.
Cyber Beast. So it's not specific enough. But yeah, I think either way, it's clear that it's not just the Cybertruck where these deliveries are suffering. Maybe the Cyber Beast model. I mean, maybe you're going to appeal to a higher, for lack of a better term, a wealthier client with this. I don't know. That's the only way I can see this making sense as a strategy. But yeah, I mean, time will tell. It's certainly not a story I was expecting to see, I'll put it that way. Yeah,
my take here is that he's increasing margins on his most expensive product because his margins are compressing in other categories. That's my take there. That's the only thing that makes sense.
That'd be awesome if that is the case, for sure. That's a good look, yeah.
All right, let's move on to the next topic. Ross Stores tops profits, reinstates outlook. So Ross Stores, the reason I bring this up, because they're a TJX competitor, and we saw what TJX did earlier this week, all-time highs, bucking the trend, on a day day that we were very, very red, TJX was green and at all-time high. So Ross, a competitor of theirs, they reported Q2 EPS at $1.56, beating the estimates by about 2 pennies on revenue of $5.5 billion. That missed expectations. They wanted 5.57. Comparable stores, aka stores that have been open for a year or longer, rose 2% year over year, supported by a strong July back-to-school demand, as well as discounted apparel and accessories. They also raised their annual forecasted, or they reinstated it, after pulling it as a result of tariffs. So their annual EPS now looking between 608 to 621, above consensus of 610. The tariff impact here, according to the company, is going to be between 22 to 25 pennies per share. They're unsure if that continues to be the case because we don't really know what the full tariff picture will be. 50% of the goods that come into Ross stores are sourced from China, which makes obviously the ongoing U.S.-China negotiations very important for Ross stores. We're going to pause for a second. Adara's got breaking news.
Yeah, so I'm seeing here, and again, it's not at this current announcement, but I'm seeing reports suggesting that Trump is likely set to announce an Intel deal this Friday. So in case you guys missed it, there were some talks going back to last week with regards to the U.S. potentially taking an equity stake in Intel, or specifically converting the CHIPS Act grants into a stake in INTC. Again, there are some reports now suggesting that Trump could announce this deal and the specifics of this deal as early as today. Reuters is reporting this, guys. Back to you.
Let's go on over here and talk about the... What happened?
We both said the exact same
that's
time.
why I thought something happened.
I have no idea what they did.
But I heard it from Randy. I'm like, Randy's not punching into positions back there. What's going on?
I was short Tesla again to see if we get that breakdown, but with the market continuing to climb, then it's not going to work, right? So I'll short this name. But as for, are we still on Ross stores here, brother?
Finish the tariff thing here, Joey. So the companies are trying to adjust because 50%, over 50% of their goods come from China. They're really trying to make adjustments to their pricing strategies. They're trying to diversify their sourcing to kind of help cushion that tariff effect ahead of the holiday season, which I'm sure you probably figured.
There goes Sharif. There goes INTC to bring to you what Adara was mentioning not too long ago. So there, the volume really starting to pick up, and you break through some key resistance.
Is TSM dropping? I want to see if TSM is dropping, because TSM has the most to lose here from Intel doing well.
It is not. It's still hovering around the high of the day. It's holding up relatively strong. I think it's reflective of what we're experiencing in the market here today. Just extremely bullish.
That's all right. So last but not least here, their Q3 EPS. Remember, they pulled their guide. So here's what they're looking for in terms of their future guidance. EPS forecast of $1.31 to $1.37, below the $1.47 expected by the street, with their Q4 guidance, though, which is the holiday season, coming in much stronger. So temporary drop, according to the company, in anticipation for a big holiday quarter, where they're guiding $1.74 to $1.81, well ahead of that $1.69 the street was looking for. And their comparable sales growth for stores that have been open for more than a year, they're guiding 2 to 3%, Joey, just slightly below analyst forecast.
Yeah, absolutely. And just from a technical standpoint, Sharif, this just looks like a lot of these retail names for me, with the exception of a couple names. But this is just sideways price action for an extended period of time. Like, we're going to go back to May of 24, and you've just been trading within this $20, $30 range. I mean, that's not horrible, but at the end of the day, the ebbs and flows are something that I personally would not want to be sitting through, especially from an investment standpoint. I would rather see continuous appreciation, nice pullbacks, whatever it may be, the ability to buy more, not necessarily sideways chop. And that's what we can see here in Ross stores. I want to pull up one more name right here, and that's going to be Nike. And it's the exact same thing. A pretty tough look in some of these names, Sharif, the retail names.
All right, Adara, Ross stores, kind of possibly a competitor to TJX that we saw the other day, which had very good earnings.
Sorry, I don't even know what I'm doing here. Yeah, I mean, I think the stock intraday is kind of boring. I think, we're still we're more or less at yesterday's levels. I think with regard, I'm just going to talk more kind of about how the market's been reacting to these reports. This is honestly not a bad scenario to have. We've had a lot of reports this season in particular where you've had, regardless of the quality of the report, you gap up and you give it all up. Now, in this case, we did sell at the open, but we're not, by any means, we're not below where we were yesterday. Right, so I think in terms of the reaction, it's a fairly measured reaction to this report for ROST. And I think especially a day where we had some pretty negative earnings reactions, cough into it, cough. I think this
we'll get to it.
Yeah, I think it's a fair point. I think we're going to get more retail earnings, I believe, next week as well, kind of more on the meme-ish side of things, for lack of a better term, like Abercrombie and Fitch, A&F. We're going to get KSS or Kohl's, so I think that'll be interesting as well. But yeah, like, I mean, like you said, we already had kind of TJX. We had Target and Walmart a little bit mixed as well. So yeah, we're sitting kind of an interesting stage in terms of the rest of retail earnings. I'll put it that way.
That's fair. All right, let's go on to the next story. Zoom earnings beat, but outlook was a little mixed. The pandemic darling is not what it used to be, but let's talk about maybe they can weasel back near those all-time highs. Their EPS, they posted $1.53, beating the consensus of $1.37. That's a decent beat there, and ahead of last year's print of $1.39. So fantastic on that bottom line. How about that top line, though? $1.22 billion in revenue, above estimates of $1.21, though slightly below last year's $1.6 billion. The EPS did surge about 11.68% year over year, making it the fourth straight quarter of beats. Now, how the company continues to benefit, I should say, from its subscription-based model, driving consistent profitability when you're on that subscription, though growth has slowed, obviously, versus the pandemic-era highs. Now, with respect to guidance, Zoom's management expect future results to depend on enterprise demand as well as their margin control, while consumer activity remains muted, the company said. That's not what you want to hear. Analysts look at full-year EPS likely to come in between $5.08 to $5.14 on revenue of $4.87 to $4.88 billion. That's roughly in line with the estimates. And Zoom faces increasing competitions, though, Joey. Microsoft Teams, Google Meet, they're pressuring growth. Let's just call it what it is.
Yeah.
In this company, we're using Google for almost everything.
Absolutely.
Whether
everything.
it's your Meets or rarely using anything else.
Yeah, we're in the Google ecosystem. There's no questioning that. And then also we got to think about hybrid work systems as well too, as we were talking about it this morning between Brandon and I. Is that companies are starting to push for more get back into the office. No 3 days in the office, 2 at home. Essentially Mondays and Fridays, which no one's actually really doing any work. And we know with some of these companies is that, hey, it's like, no, you're absolutely coming back to work. Didn't Andy Jassy say that in Amazon? He's
so
like,
many people.
Yeah, it's just like, no, you're coming back to work. Same with Elon Musk. He wasn't having any of it. Is that going to affect Zoom? Absolutely, I think, in my opinion. So here it is. Even though you're experiencing a nice technical breakout, and now throughout the intraday session, you've exceeded that expected move. We talk about this all the time. Thanks to Daniel Shea, I'll always bring that and give credit where it's due, is that if you exceed that expected moves on that earnings report, look for the continuation throughout the following intraday session, and that's exactly what we're experiencing on the day. It helps that the market was extremely strong as well, but there it is, Zoom putting in an 81.50 high of the day and then continuing on yesterday's report strength.
Do you think we could ever get back into those pandemic area usage stats, Adira, where, let's just face it, it was exponentially higher than their usage now?
I mean, we don't need to use it as much, right? So I don't really see it. But that being said, Sharif, I did make this infographic here showing their annual revenue from their IPO in 2019 to 2024. And while they're not growing at as exponential of a rate, they're not slowing down either. Like in terms of they're not actually like, I mean, they're slowing down, but they're not having a decrease here in annual revenue, right? So I think that is still significant. I mean, being flat or plateauing or being stagnant, that's obviously not ideal, but it's certainly better than the flip side of this where you actually see year-over-year revenue declines. So all that being said, I don't think it's a bad report. I think the market clearly loves this report. And I mean, I think like, other than this workforce reduction they had in 2023, understandable, their growth just wasn't sustainable. But I think the fact that they're managing to carry on in any sort of way, let alone with this higher than expected guidance and the revenue and at earnings speed, I actually think it's pretty impressive given the climate. Now, to answer your question, I think, barring an unforeseen situation, they probably won't get back to that level of growth. I think they benefited very well from, I think having like their IPO right around when the pandemic happened, like within a month, within a year of the pandemic, they had their IPO. I think like getting to that kind of level of fame ahead of the pandemic ended up being advantageous for them. I think they're probably one of the company that benefited very well from the pandemic. So it's a little bit hard to picture a world barring, God forbid, another pandemic where they have that growth. But again, I don't think this is a bad report. And I don't think their story, if you zoom out, is bad either.
No, nice pun. But I think that basically their growth, if they want to reach pandemic era growth, they're going to need to expand their product lineup. They can't just be that sort of communications company for B2B. They've got to find some sort of other moat, because you can't expect in the near term, maybe in the long term, you can't expect in the near term that as many people will be using it when there's a come back to work move, as many as people were using it in the pandemic. So unless they're going to expand their product offering into something different and keep that B2B margin, I don't think they grow into pandemic era levels or growth metrics. So that's just kind of my look on that. Let's go on to Intuit beating estimates but guides slower growth. So Intuit reported Q4 revenue up 20% year over year on the quarter to $3.83 billion, ahead of the estimates. The street was looking for 3.74. They grew business across all their business segments, and they posted a profit of $381 million, or about $1.35 a share, compared to a loss last year of $20 million. Their adjusted EPS, that is, came in at $2.75, easily beating the $2.66 expected by the street. So top and bottom line check there. Let's talk about their different segments and how they grew or didn't grow. Their global business solutions revenue rose 18% year over year, up to $3 billion. Online ecosystem revenue, 21% increase, up to $2.2 billion. Their Credit Karma, they own Credit Karma in case you didn't know, up 34% year over year, bringing in $649 million. That's obviously more of a consumer facing rather than B2B. And consumer group revenue climbed 21% year over year. So easily I don't want to say high double digits, but certainly not low double digit growth on all their segments. How are they guiding? Well, they got a Q1 sales growth at 14 to 15%. That was below what the street was expecting, for sending shares down 6.1%, at least in the after hours trade. Their full year revenue forecast is between 21 billion and 21.2, with adjusted EPS coming in at 22.98 to 23.18 versus the 23.02 consensus. So the midpoint there above for EPS. Last but not least here, Joey, Q1 EPS outlook, they're guiding 3.05 to 3.12. Again, slightly below that 3.07 to 3.43 expected by the street.
Absolutely, guys. New traders, listen up. First month free. That's right. We're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with backtesting, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code and check the link in the description. All right. No, as for INTU, Sharif, this move up here from those April lows was absolutely phenomenal. If you look at this,
ridiculous.
Right? 50%. Bang, we'll take that. But guess where you're at from that peak to where our current low? Down 20%. But I do like our chances here. This gap has now been pretty much filled, essentially, even though we have a little gap here. But I will note is that this inverted hammer candle, or this hammer candle right here, at an extreme low, I would not be surprised if we get somewhat of a bounce in this name in the coming days.
All right, Adara, Intuit, decent report on some, miss on others. Market sent it down, and the chart looks all sorts of ugly.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like intraday, I like that 670 level. We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, I mean, 675 is huge support resistance on the daily. I think if it gets to 675, I would definitely consider a short. This is one I mentioned in the chat. I wasn't involved a little bit earlier today, and then I just didn't get out before Powell, which was my bad. But regardless, I mean, like, yeah, I think INTU is, if you like spready stocks, probably a fun intraday trader. If not, then maybe not. But yeah, in terms of like the report itself, like a lot of the ones that were yesterday, other than Zoom, it was kind of mixed. We had some good, some bad. But as you said, yeah, I mean, the gap down is significant. And even with this recovery intraday, like we're up almost $30 from the intraday low, and we're still well below. We're actually $30 below basically where we gap down from. So I mean, making up half the move is certainly better than a lot of some of these earnings names have done. I want to make that clear. But obviously, it's not ideal, right? Like, I think if you went long this into earnings, not a great look. But yeah, I mean, I think could be better, could be worse is my take on both the report and the guidance, and also like what we're doing today. Yeah, good point. All right, let's go on to Nike. They're trying to push into the trail running market. I didn't even know there was such thing as a trail run. I thought they were just running, people. So Nike is unveiling their ACG Ultra Fly trail running shoe at the Ultra Trail du Mont Blanc
ultra marathon in France with a retail launch, planned for 2026. Let's talk about this. So CEO Elliott Hill, he's trying to reposition, he's trying to reposition Nike around core sports like running with outdoor recreation as a top priority for the segment. China remains key for Elliott, Hill, I should say, with Nike appointing Angela Dong to lead the ACG unit, aiming to tap into that $1.3 billion consumer base that China has for lifestyle and performance goods. But here's the deal. Outdoor apparel sales in China have nearly doubled since 2019, while outdoor footwear is up 65%. That's an obviously big growth market for them, even if they've had recent headwinds in that market. But Nike has seen double-digit sales decline in China for 3 straight quarters. So bigger picture, better, but on the local side or in the near term, they haven't been doing as well in China. And there's a reason. There's a reason for that. The competitive landscape is getting a lot more, you guessed it, competitive rivals like Salomon and Hoka. I know of Hoka. I don't know about Salomon, though. Have surged in trail running, with Hoka using its sponsorship of this Mont Blanc thing to gain visibility. Nike's global sportswear market share has slipped from 29% back in 2021 down to 26%. So clearly, competitive pressures are affecting them, highlighting the lost ground to niche players that went mainstream. But you gotta like this move by Nike launching at a Hoka, whatever it said, sponsored event for their new shoes, kind of doubling down there a little bit.
Is it a needle mover though?
I don't know, man. I don't know. Nike needs something, dude. So they got to start somewhere.
You do got to start somewhere, and I think that's gonna. You know where I'm starting with that, Sharif? Ramp up the ad spend. Right? Get back in there. Get on Instagram again. Get on all of those social media platforms. Pay Meta some more money in digital revenue, or digital spend as well too. For me personally, I don't even know if this name will ever recover off of those previous all-time highs. Considering you're off 56%, that's why for me some of these retail names, it's such a tough space because it's a revolving door. Something's always new and hot. There's always going to be a new fashion that comes out, whether it be Gymshark, whether it be Aloe, but there's always going to be something new. And if you can't keep up with the pace, this is what happens when you fall behind.
I want to build on something you just said there before we get to Adara. And you said get online, get on that ad spend.
Yeah.
So we know one of the main tactics that Nike was employing was the direct-to-consumer push, whether through their own stores or online, right? And they did that at the expense of wholesalers. We're talking about Dick's Sporting Goods, Foot Lockers, in this country, Sports Check, right?
Champs, etc.
Champs, thank you. That's a 3-wall setup that they no longer have. What do I mean by that? By having your all over that bad boy. I walk into the store, even if I don't walk into the store, I see it, window shopping, right? That's free advertising. Obviously, your margins are hit a little bit more because those wholesalers eat a little bit of your margins. So, is it the trade-off that Nike needs to make now? Let go of that DTC push, which they're kind of showing their intention, get back into wholesale. But is that enough? To build on your point, do they need more online, like Gymshark, like these others with the influencers, which they're not doing?
Yeah, absolutely. Aside from the outlets, when I started seeing this name go into the malls, I'm okay, that's weird. Because on the shelves, as you mentioned, Sharif, you go into Champs, you go into Foot Locker, and you have walls dedicated solely to Nike. I don't know if you see that anymore. And to add to your point, I agree with you. You need to go back to that original plan that got you to where you were, in my opinion.
Adara's got breaking news.
Trump making some claims here about the stock market, saying that it is, quote, way up from where I took it, and then saying that if Joe Biden or Kamala Harris had won the election, that we would have had a stock crash like 1929. So we know sometimes when Trump makes these types of comments, the market pushes higher. Keep an eye on the market as Trump makes this claim. We'll talk a little bit about Nike, because I don't have too much to say on this, but I think with regards to like the CEOs running Nike, I just went kind of from like, I guess over the last 20 years, Mark Parker, by far, has been the only one that's been at all positive for the stock. Now, obviously, this does not count the fact that he was in power for way longer than any of these other guys. He was in power for 14 years. Who are the other ones on power? Like, John Donahoe was the next up here with, like, about 4 years. But I think either way, like, it's clear that running this business takes a specific type of leadership and know-how. And I mean, I think Elliott Hill's strategy to focus on competing with smaller brands, competing with Nike, I mean, it makes sense to try to take out some of your competitors. But also, if you're competing with smaller brands, like, does that mean you view yourself more as a smaller brand, right? I think like Nike still, I mean, obviously it's not where it once was, but it still has a large cachet. It has a lot of clout. And I think positioning itself almost like, you know, like it's smaller than it is kind of an odd strategy, in my opinion. We'll have to see if it works. Like he was not a CEO before. This is, to my knowledge, his first experience, but he was a Nike veteran. So yeah, I mean, we're hoping here that his experience in that space will give it a leg up. But yeah, as of right now, again, this is as of March 18th. I have to update this infographic. I'll do it before the next earnings report. But either way, like as of right now, it's very clear that not a lot of CEOs have been able to help the stock.
No, there hasn't. But I just want to build on your point there, Adair, with respect to Donald Trump's comments about the market being substantially higher. Since he's been elected, Adair, the market, the NDX comp is up 20%, 19.29%.
Not bad.
Go ahead, Joe.
I was going to touch on Nike one more time here as well. I think that their shift also to becoming a luxury athleisure brand was definitely a shot on the chin across the bow there. Why? Because the consumer's starting to slow down, jobless claims starting to pick up. People are going to look for cheaper alternatives. I understand that Nike has that brand power, but people aren't looking to spend $150 on a pair of sweatpants when you can get the same ones for $50.
No. Their prices are crazy for some stuff.
Right.
Especially at like the originals. So if you get it from Winners, TJ Maxx, Ross
or the outlets.
Yes,
a little bit cheaper.
Way cheaper, which is where I get them, right? But if you're going to get them directly from Nike, you're going to pay full margin, you're going to pay through the nose. Adair's got breaking news.
Also, Google.
Yeah,
oh, sorry.
Trump commenting here right now on Intel. As you can see, there's a quote right there in the screen. Trump saying that Intel has been left behind compared to some of their friends, comparing Intel, I guess, negatively to NVIDIA and Jensen Huang, and he said that never should have been the case. But yeah, I guess he did respond to some questions that he is considering the Intel deal for a 10% equity stake, and that the U.S. should be given the 10% equity stake in Intel, given the fact that the company has been left behind. So I just want to address that.
I look at Google all-time highs as well, too. That's Google all-time highs, my friend. So there it is. Bang.
Crazy.
I talked about this catch-up trade for some time. Free cash flow, cloud, everything along those lines. The ecosystem, absolutely phenomenal. We love Google, and we will continue to love Google. Do not count them out whatsoever.
All right. Sounds good. Joey just setting up for something over here.
No,
we're good to go. I don't even see it, Assassino. What is it? E-Signal?
E-Signal.
Oh, okay. All right. No problem. All right, guys, let's go on to Workday. This was an interesting report as well. Their beat, how many times ago were we say this? They beat, but their guidance stalls. I'm assuming it had something to do with the unpredictable nature of the current administration. God love them. EPS, 221 beat, the 211 expected by the street on revenue of $2.35 billion, narrowly topping that $2.34 billion expected. We're going to pause for a second so I can tell you about this exciting news for Canadian sophisticated traders. Beta Pro by Global X Canada has just launched 6 new triple leveraged ETFs offering 3 times bull and 3 times bear exposure to the S&P TSX 60 as well as semiconductors and U.S. Treasuries. And if you want even better, they've got better. They're offering a special fee rebate, dropping their management fees down to just 65 basis points up until December 31st, I should say, of this year. These ETFs also employ currency hedging to seek to neutralize U.S. dollar exposure, providing performance that may more accurately reflect the underlying U.S. equity indices. If you're a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, then you need to check out betapro.ca/3 times daily to learn more. Shout out to Beta Pro.
So
go ahead, Joey.
Can I say one thing about Google as well, too? Yeah. I'm talking to Stevenson Etienne in the chat. I'm like, these mega caps, it doesn't matter what it is. Antitrust, whatever, you can, the SEC can slap them with whatever fine that they want, but at the end of the day, if you have billions and billions of dollars in free cash flow, you can buy your way out of essentially anything, and that's why we're seeing Google trading the way it is, I think.
Adair's got breaking news.
Even more here on INTC. We know that Trump's been talking about Intel. He said that Intel has agreed to do a deal with the U.S. And then we also have Wall Street Journal reporting at the same time that apparently the U.S. government will not be on the Intel board or play a major role in governance if the state goes through. Trump also commented on the quality of Intel's management in the past, saying that the company has had bad management over the years. So some more stuff here on INTC, making a bit of a double top. Back to you.
Thank you, Adair. Let's go on with Workday's earnings. Revenue grew at 13% year over year on the quarter, and net income a healthy $228 million in profit on the quarter. That's about 84 cents a share, ahead of that 49 pennies a share they printed last year. Guidance as well. Decent. Let's talk about it. Their Q3 outlook, they're guiding $2.42 billion in revenue. That's in line with estimates, but their adjusted operating margins did fall to 28%. The street was looking for 28.1, so a small miss there. Their full year's earning forecast, how much they're going to make on revenue for the entire year, they're guiding $9.52 billion, which would be basically flat. Versus the consensus. The street was looking for a 9.51, but not bad. The outlook signals steady, but no upside surprise, kind of keeping the investor enthusiasm muted. As Adair made the point yesterday, you really need to beat, at least when the market is downtrending, in order to really catch the attention of the market. Not so when the market's moving up, though. It has a way of doing that. Let's talk about their different sectors. Their government segment saw challenges as state and local funding slowed, with that efficiency push being kind of led by Doge, which is, got to be cautioned for the coming quarters. Higher education customers as well face uncertainty after the executive order by Donald Trump to shut down the Department of Education. That apparently, according to the company, created pullbacks in funding for universities as well as health systems. So not as much spending being spent by these institutions on Workday. Now, how are they doing with their AI and their mergers and acquisitions? Let's talk about that. Workday is acquiring Paradox, which is a recruiting AI software firm to strengthen their HR tech portfolio. They also introduced agents, agentic AI. We've been talking about that for the entire year for such tasks, Joseph, as extracting account data and tracking employee absences. So should be kind of interesting there with Workday.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's pull up and see what we got going on from a technical standpoint. Well, not horrible, but see, the thing is, Sharif, is not even participating in the market rally whatsoever today. On yesterday's earnings report, you exceed the expected move to the downside, and sure enough, you get a test of the low, but it just decides to chop around throughout the whole intraday session, essentially. And then if you zoom out and go to a daily, is this something that you want to be involved with? From February 2024, that previous peak, you're now down 31%. So dead money, you're negative money at the end of the day. And if we zoom out even further to a weekly basis, again, really, really tough look. High of 304, and since those July or August of 2024, we've came nowhere close to testing these previous highs. You double top here, and then now you're south of this neckline. I don't know what it's going to take for this name to recover.
Yeah, it's kind of like in the middle of the price action there.
It's tough.
Workday, beat in some respects, guided in line in some others, but you got to like their AI move here.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the acquisition is pretty interesting. I was just kind of reading more about this. I want to talk quickly about Trump, too. He just said about Fed Chair Powell, we call him too late for a reason. If he cuts, he's too late. He should have cut a year ago. He also said that, the stock market is the hottest it's ever been, and it's up 1,000 points today. So more just commentary there from Trump. I just want to mention that on Powell being too late and on the market. With regards to Workday, I actually think this is a really nice little intraday move for WDAY. A bit of a double bottom there, but I mean, much like Intuit, sure, we're recovering from the lows, which not all of these earnings stocks have, but we're still well below those, reaction highs, right, or where we were trading prior. So kind of a mixed look. Yeah, these CEO comments on this from Carl Eschenbach are really, really interesting. I think the fact that they're bringing up these concerns with Doge is of note, because think about the implications for this for a company like Palantir. Palantir is a company that relies incredibly heavily on government contracts, as we know. And so if we're having these Doge-related contract concerns, like regardless of what that means for Workday, what does it mean for a company like Palantir with a massive market cap that's already considered by a lot of people to be overvalued, right? Do they have to start worrying about government contracts? Now, I don't want to be too Debbie Downer or too negative Nelly about it, but I do think it's something worth considering the larger implications of what Carl Eschenbach is saying here with regards to Doge and these contracts. Because, I mean, this is not the only company that could get hit hard from this.
So a couple of points. The Dow's up 925 points on the day. So if he was referring to that, not too far, 75-point difference. And then in addition to that, I want to push back a little bit on Palantir, because Palantir is margin expanding. Like, for example, the investigations into fraud that would take a human 6 months to do can be done in a few minutes by Palantir. That's not the same thing with Workday. They're using these agentic AI things, which sure could be, margin expanding, but Palantir changes the entire thing. So my understanding, I was doing a little bit of a deep dive into AIP, it ensconces itself into the actual operations of the company. It learns how the company operates and then starts trying to maximize the efficiencies all on its own without human input. I don't really hear that from Workday though. But I do get your point. Your point is absolutely well taken. There is a government push here to reduce costs, and that could be at the expense of people like Palantir, Workday, and some others, Adair.
But I think more too, if I can just build on this point, I think the fact that there's more competitors and there's less spending here from the government, that could be an issue too. We know OpenAI already got a government contract. That could, Palantir or these other companies, right? So I'm saying, Palantir obviously does a lot, but the fact that there's increased competition in the space, and now we have people, again, not as crucial as Palantir, but still in the space, flagging some concerns. I do think it's something worth considering larger
Absolutely. No, I would have to agree completely on that because we know that there is a concerted push by the government to reduce costs. So that's absolutely accurate. Let's go on to DeepSeek. We kind of gave you this story yesterday, but a little bit more information today on what they're actually planning to do with these homegrown chips that they're using for their version 3 LLM. So DeepSeek announced version 3.1 of its large language model, featuring whatever UE8MOFP8 precision format. I don't know what that means. I can do a deep dive later. Designed to align with the upcoming Chinese-built next-gen AI chips. This is the first company we've really seen that relies exclusively on these Chinese chips. The FP8 is an 8-bit floating point, not that I know what that means, enhances efficiency in training and inference. This is what caught my attention. That's why I highlighted in green. It's training and inference. And that is a big step because we know the Hopper used to be NVIDIA's most advanced chip. I'm talking about the H100, was excellent for training. It did very little for inference. Now, their Blackwell version, the B200 or the GB200, is excellent for both inference and training. So it's nice to, well, I don't know if it's nice, but it's interesting to see that the Chinese chips are good for both, at least, as a version 1.0, so to speak. So let's go on with that. It signals here that DeepSeek is preparing for a future less reliant on NVIDIA GPUs, not like they have a choice. The regulator in China is basically forcing their hand. The comments, Joey, come as Beijing urges AI developers to adopt domestic chip alternatives amid U.S. semiconductor export restrictions, while Chinese chip makers lag NVIDIA in scale and technology. Huawei and others are making steady progress, according to some reports, in building an independent AI chip ecosystem. I'm just going to put this, let's just throw this out there. And there's really probably no way to judge this without having some super tech nerd tell us if it's accurate or not. How many years do the Chinese need to catch up to, say, 1-to-1 with NVIDIA's chips?
Within the decade.
Okay.
Within the decade. That's
within the decade.
Yeah,
so 10-year window.
Yeah, within the decade. Well, no, by
within the within a few years.
By 30.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Within the decade. My bad.
Especially if the lesser version of the Blackwell, what is it? I think they're calling it the B30 or something along those lines. B30, the B30. Mm-hmm. So I think if they get their hands on this and they get the approval to sell it to China, then I think it's only a matter of 5 years or so until they get to that level.
Okay. Adara, any comment? I know we kind of discussed this a little bit yesterday. Not much to add. The only thing that I took from this, I don't know how you took it, is that these chips are good for inference and training.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a good point. I think in general, it's just good for China and for like the Chinese companies, right? Like we really did see that. I mean, here's FXI, near day's highs. We had a really strong session overnight as well. Hang up almost 1%. CSI 300 up more than 2%. So, I mean, I think regardless of I'm not a science person. I don't know the specifics of these tips or what they do, but I think any success for DeepSeek is going to be viewed generally as a success for Chinese tech in general, or I guess to put it more broadly, just a sign of what can be achieved by the country and within the country. So I think it's a good look. And I think it's especially interesting heading into some Chinese ADR earnings. We had Billy and Baidu this week. Next week, we get PDD and Baba, definitely viewed as the heavy hitters. So yeah, I think it's a nice little precedent to set heading into those reports.
Yeah, thank you for pointing that out, because we're going to have to listen to those earnings calls to see if they say anything about what the regulator has been telling them about these. We know Baidu definitely in there with their earnings chatbot, Adara, some others as well. So definitely be looking out for that, as well as Baba with Quen. Go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. I want to point this out right here. This is DeepSeek. This is the DeepSeek news.
DeepSeek
That's
right
DeepSeek, right? How relevant is it now today?
Well, for NVIDIA, it's not relevant. Yeah.
Essentially.
No, but we were talking about it for relevance in terms of time.
Absolutely, but I'm saying, as for the impact, how scared were some of these hyperscalers?
We were scared, Joseph.
How terrified were they?
Because we didn't have all the full information. We thought DeepSeek was doing this with crappy chips, and ended up they had a ton of poppers.
And a fraction of the cost.
Yes.
That's what I believe that they were worried about. Why are we spending so much and coming up with the exact same models that DeepSeek had the ability to do so at a fraction of the cost?
No, you're absolutely right, man.
At the end of the day,
right, yeah.
it didn't really mean too much because we found out the actual truth of what was going on.
Oh, dang. Okay, I was about to go to another news story. Then I looked down and I saw 2 double zeros, Neil. 2 double zeros, Neil.
I can't
flex on them, Joey Options.
hit the gym.
All right. Terra Engineering. What is the actual use case for AI in China? Will the government allow AI to exist without extreme limits on output? You're bringing up a very good point. Because if you ask DeepSeek about Tiananmen Square, go ahead. Try. So your point very well taken. I don't know. I don't think that that's the formula. That's just me. I think obviously free speech leads to the exchange of ideas, and the exchange of ideas leads to progress. That's just my little bias there. But leave them with a thought. We're gonna go into the weekend here.
I mean, it's Friday, guys. It's been a fantastic session. I mean, it's exciting seeing the crypto space put in some highs in the likes of Ethereum, and then we're also looking at the likes of Google starting to climb higher as well too. But let's not get too ahead of ourselves. We still want to see that rate come into play and how the market reacts to that. But other than that, guys, enjoy your Friday. Don't blow up the week, and go into the weekend with a positive mindset, regardless if it was red or green.
Flexing on everybody. Joey ETH. Of course I saw
I think
Joey
he goes to the
ETH.
gym.
A little bit.
It kind of looks like he goes.
Little bit. I would imagine so.
It's a fair assumption.
Wow. I guess we jinxed that ETH all-time high, didn't we? That didn't work. It was so close. I think we got to what did we get to 48.4, 48.66 was the high on ETH. It tried to go, it just couldn't quite get there. Almost at an all-time high. Obviously, by now you know that Big Papa pumped the market up. Intel's really starting to give it back here. You know what's funny about the Intel move? Well, I mean, the dip buy was better than the break. That's obvious. But what's funny about the move is, well, we got the news that was exactly what we expected. President said 10% stake, gonna be 10% stake. President said no voting rights, not gonna be any voting rights. So that's exactly what was expected, and now Intel on good volume coming right back in. Maybe this is going to be a VWAP bounce play for sure. But wow, what an unbelievable day. I think everybody by now recognizes that this was, like, the open was a big deal. But for most stocks, maybe not Intel, but for most stocks, it was 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock where things absolutely ramped to the upside. If you look at the IWM, it was doing nothing. The Russell was doing nothing, and then at 10 o'clock, look at the candle. It was like $5 right away on the IWM. Small cap was going nuts. Open Door was going crazy. Now you got crypto going crazy. The NASDAQ up 1.7%. Oh boy, Obi.
Oh boy, indeed. Yeah. And what about Google? Google with the news coming out intraday right there. And yeah, I was definitely a little short. And I covered most of it. Unfortunately, I covered most of it. Didn't even let it get to VWAP. It got to VWAP there, and what a bounce. And I guess the buying was definitely what you had to do on Google on the day today. You can see nice consolidation on top of VWAP, maybe even a double bottom that could potentially, I guess, get you in before the news even comes in. But yeah, that was a little bit of a strong push. Wick all the way to 207.40s, Neil, and it was just resting at 204s. So absolutely crazy push on that one there. Market still hasn't broken its highs yet, but Google almost at its intraday all-time highs. That already broke at around 206.50s. But if you look at extended hours, I see a little bit of a wick at 209.50s. Yeah, Neil pointed that one out, and he was just like, yeah, no, there's a after hours move as well. So we're almost there. 208s currently trading on Google. What a crazy, crazy move, Neil. And yeah, no, I think we were waiting for Powell to come in and talk. That happened. We got an aggressive bid right off of the report that came out, right? And then nice little consolidation. Oh boy.
Yeah, buddy. Oh, you gave.
Is there protein bites?
Oh, I knew. Oh man, you could, see, this is the thing. These are brand new. Like the what am I?
Bars.
The scaffolding, rigs.
Bars. I don't know what they're
Whatever you're supposed to call it. Like we have that to house all like the cameras and stuff that goes around the trading desk, and because we're moving back there now, all of a sudden. Yeah, that stuff's behind. Although they were nice enough to put, I don't know if you noticed this.
there was a.
Like this is a, see, you have like a foam one.
I have a foam one.
Like Sean, this is like a more rounded thing that you can't tell is a little soft. But
I
anyways,
don't know how far back I have to.
Studio 8, it can be hazardous. I just noticed it.
You got to go real far back to get.
Sharif makes these protein bites. They're absolutely delicious.
These are so good.
Just so you know, it's a little bit, when you're chewing it, usually like one at a time, so we're both not unable to talk. But they're absolutely
That's
delicious.
true. Or we could just both have them.
Well, that's what
and
Sean.
then stare deeply into the screen so the users can also feel what we're feeling. You know what I mean?
We did that yesterday.
Okay.
And a lot of times I'll just eat in front of you guys and.
There would be silence. No one would be talking.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Anyways, there's too much going on in the market for there to be zero talking right now.
We're about to, the market is trying to top off a little bit here. It looks like we are pulling back.
Zoom communications.
Zoom?
Zooming to the upside
It
right
is
now.
strong.
I just pulled it up once again.
I got my eyeballs on NVIDIA.
Absolutely crazy.
NVIDIA's trying to curl.
Okay, let's take a quick look at Zoom here. New highs, new day highs right there on that aggressive push. Look at that volume coming in through the day high. Maybe the highest volume bar to have printed. Now, I just looked over at I guess my morning watch list basket that I have open. And oh boy, what a reversion happening
Oh my
on
goodness, Amazon's
Circle as well. Look at this reversion, Neil. Boy, absolutely beautiful. Aggressive trend, that extension off of VWAP and then reversion and maybe a little bit of consolidation breakdown as well, and really puking down back towards some of these opening range highs here on Circle, making a full circle back to lows. You're watching Amazon potentially?
Well, I was looking at NVIDIA.
Okay.
And then I saw someone's like, just look at Amazon. And I think they, when I was looking at the top, probably recognized that is one heck of a very linear trend up. Reversal candle there. The top is 40. We got essentially 10, so we risk it to the top, to the high of the day. And you know what? Like, I even just said in the chat, I was like, usually I like to short weakness if you can. So I am in bullish because, well, bullish was like the most bullish stock yesterday.
Yep.
Today it's not. It's down 2% when everything else is rallying. So I'm shorting this one under VWAP in 69. But the new trade is going to be Amazon on a bit of a trend break. 1.6% for the NASDAQ, 2.8% for Amazon. Worth keeping in mind here, like Amazon with a good clean buy or bounce like everything else off the 50-period moving average. I meant to, that doesn't really matter. I want to go to my drawing tool. Let's try that again. There we go. Oh, goodness. So if you look at the high that just recently got made on Amazon, I'll figure it out. Trend. It's underneath that trend line, so I think this is the area that I'd look for it to get topish. It could go another $1 and in theory still be under that trend line, but I'd look for reversions under places that are resistance levels a little bit earlier. I do have eyeballs on open door as well, but mean reversion is the first thing that I'm doing here on AMZ, and shout out to the chat here for sure. But yeah, it's been a wild day. I'm expecting we will see some volatility this afternoon. I know it's a Friday afternoon, but after what we saw this morning, do we really think we're not going to go anywhere for the next 2 hours? I don't think so. Oh, are we going?
Time for the rundown?
Oh, there we are ready
There we
for
go.
rundown.
Welcome to the afternoon rundown, everyone. The show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. Obi, you saw him. He's in for Sean. The big boys are locked and they're loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as cited by you. But the only way to get those tickers on that screen is to get into the chat every day and vote for your favorite ticker. It's super easy. Thanks to Fabian, you throw in that $sign followed by whatever ticker your heart so desires. Let's look at all four major averages, and oh baby, there's a lot of green on the board. Starting on the top left of your screen, that's the triple Qs, 1.71% in Greensville. Bottom left, the best performing major average on the day, that is the IWM Russell 2000 ETF. It was up over 4%, boys, paring down some of those gains down to 3.84. Top right of your screen is the SPY, the ES ETF, up 1.6%, and the Dow I think that's what Donald was referring to when he said almost up 1,000 points. We were at 950. Paring back some of those gains right now, still up 1.96%, knocking the door of that 2% mark. Open Door, the #1 ticker, as decided by you guys. I was trading this during the midday. Should have stayed in this, Neil, because it's breaking out back into 471, trading higher after Powell said, restrictive policy and shifting risk may warrant adjusting the Fed stance, talking about those interest rates.
Things. First off, someone tell the president no one cares about the Dow. All right? That's #1. Tell me how many points the NASDAQ is up. All right?
Yes.
I'm just being real. Nobody cares about the Dow. NASDAQ, NASDAQ, NASDAQ. #2, now that you just said you should have stayed in Open Door, I always say you take personal responsibility for all of your trades, and that's the most important thing that you can do. You have to have accountability. You don't want to get too emotional when you make a mistake, but every now and then, you just got to tell it like it is. Clearly, it's all Sharif's fault that we're not in Open Door. It's Sharif's fault that I didn't hold on to Open Door either, even though we probably didn't take it at anywhere near the same time. Everybody, I don't know, man. This stock was way stronger than I thought. I'm going to be real. I actually thought that I had long into the top. And I was considering shorting this thing on the way. At least I didn't short it because I felt like I would have trapped myself into like getting short again here and then just thinking it was going to go into VWAP. But Open Door is a squeeze play. Rates coming down. Like, look, we're getting a cut in September. Deal with it. It's happening. Obviously, it's in the right space, so it's going to get some benefit there. And on top of that, small cap. On top of that, have decent short float. And you also have a situation where it just showed up on 13Fs, and Tudor is involved in this. So you have a lot that's working well for the squeeze that is currently happening here. It's not a huge, gigantic short float, but it doesn't matter. It's strong. All I did is take the first available breakout, and then it pulls right back into prior high. Sometimes you think the market's made a top, but whatever. You could have a second trade in here, long and Open Door. There hasn't really been any sign that it's slowing down. So I think for this afternoon, if there is some kind of a pullback into a trend break that we can find, I'm definitely open. Like, it did a mini one just here, like a little bit of a pullback trend, then you get that little break. That's not a bad pattern for Open. It's obviously a lot. It's really top heavy, no questions asked, but it's not quite at that $5 level yet. So there's maybe like one or two salvos left before I'd be more concerned about getting the top on Open.
Yeah, no, I think I like that look there. That $5 mark, we know that is a very important price when it comes to stocks, and that last prior high is sitting at 497. And yeah, I like that you were looking at the daily chart as well, because this kind of looks like that pattern we talk about sometimes. A little bit of a trap.
It's a trap.
It's a trap. Liquidity trap. So you see this high volume push all the way up into 5. Exactly. Thank you, Neil. I was waiting for that. Pretty much exhaustion right there into 5, pulls back in. Then you have a multi-day fall off. But you see the move kind of started off kind of in here under that sub-dollar mark, never really got back down there. Maybe a little bit of a failure to follow through. Earnings pop right there, pulls back in. Another failure to follow through of the lows, break of that downtrend, low volume as well. And then we start to rip and start getting aggressive on, I guess, higher time frames once again. So I think that $5 mark is going to be a very interesting area. Even in the past, every time we've got up here since about 2023, again, this is an adjusted chart. This is about 2023. 541 is the high. Every time we've got up here, we've met with supply. But this time, look at the sharpness of some of these candles. It's definitely looking like it's building up pretty aggressively. I don't know what's going to happen, but I'd like to know what. I definitely want to be there through that $5 push, see how it's kind of happening, and assess it from there. But bigger picture, I know people are definitely along this name as well from some of these prior weeks here. So. Oh, yeah. Open for fresh highs? I don't know.
A bunch of headlines. Let's start with the first and most obvious one. Shares are trading higher amid the overall strength after Fed Chair Powell said monetary policy may warrant adjusting. Also, Elon looking to offer, obviously, Grok as well as DeepSeek and ByteDance's Duobao with its cars in China. 3 different AIs, but obviously no ChatGPT. Lastly here, guys, Tesla lifting prices of their Cybertruck variant, the Cyber Beast, by about $15,000 all the way up to $114,990, adding that Lux package, which includes full self-driving and supercharging.
I, for one, am definitely more likely to buy a Cybertruck now. No, that's not true. I mean, no. I mean, like, I own Tesla shares. I happen to like Tesla, but the Cybertruck's been a disappointment. I think Joe said it already. Like, not even me. Like, it's not like I want to buy a smaller model Tesla, but I think if you want to maybe get some new blood in there and get more adaptation, that's what you got to do. You got to give everybody what they want. And we're not seeing what we want out of automation. They've got some concerns with like the investigation and the reporting of accidents, like whether there's impropriety there or not. It's certainly not a good look. But all of that doesn't matter when the market's deciding it wants to blow up to the upside when we're getting these cuts that we want. Barring an absolute, let's say, I don't know, collapse here at the end of the day, you can see what Tesla's going to do, this wedge. It's going to close, and it's not like it hasn't. We've been up here. We've opened above this wedge before. We've never closed above this wedge. We're going to close above this descending wedge, or whatever you want to call it. Who cares? And that is pretty bullish. And we did say when Tesla gets out of this gets real spicy, and I would look for just a bullish trend off of this break of this channel. So clearly we have to still close the day up here, and then next week I will be bullish on this regardless of news and all that stuff. It looks like we're holding on to some pretty key levels for Tesla. It's hard to say this one was on the radar. This morning I was looking at SoFi and not Robinhood, Rigetti as well, and then to an extent, and we're bullish, which I'm in now. Now we're in Amazon, but that's a bit different. But was never really thinking Tesla was going to be the one. But you just can't ignore how long the stock had been condensing, doing absolutely nothing, and doing less and less and less, and now we have the chance to possibly break it out. Now, we're not out of the water yet. You still need to close above about 337 for this to look good next week, but so far, so good, at least as far as the price action goes.
Yeah, I like the look on this as well, and we were kind of, again, to reiterate, that price compression that was happening, I was like, okay, well, if this really starts to push, maybe we see that 350 and a little bit closer to 350 we are getting on the day today. Cyber Beast, the price action definitely has been on the day very beast-like, aggressive push, holding highs, and even now attempting to push fresh prices on the day, 338.67. I love the structure that's been holding as well. You attempt to push the highs, step up higher. It's only been stepping up higher. Sure, every time we push since that aggressive bid that came in off of the Jackson Hole event, then you can see that after then, the bid hasn't been as aggressive anymore, but definitely still in charge overall on Tesla. So I'm still watching this one, didn't really get involved, but absolutely beautiful hold of, I guess, trend above VWAP as well. And if you throw on an anchored to the event right there, you can see that held pretty well as well. So you can see that anchored right there. Both times coming in, maybe hitting a little bit of some supply in that area multiple times over and over again. Now pushing for fresh highs. So Tesla very, very strong on the day. I like it.
Up 1.75%. Multiple mixed headlines today. The initial one was that the H20, the China-specific export variant GPU for AI, was ending production as a result of the Chinese government advising some of its companies not to use the chip. Then we got reports that a new version, the B30A, a different Blackwell architecture, about 30 to 50% as strong as the regular version, could be developed for export to China. We'll have to wait to see whether or not that variant will get the green light from the Chinese regulator, guys.
So, yeah, it wasn't a good story. This is going to be like Tesla, because it's not like this was a good story for NVIDIA. I wanted to get a higher time frame chart up. There we go. I mean, ultimately, I thought this was negative, and it probably was. Get back in there. I like you can pull charts in and out in these signals. Sometimes I just want you to stay. Ultimately, there's billions of dollars at stake for them to be able to get China sales. And if there's truth to this, then I don't think that bodes well. And we hopefully get some clarity on the call next week, because I'm sure this is going to be addressed, whether they actually halted production or not, or at least where they see China sales going in the future. I have a bad feeling about the expectations going into these earnings are going to be sky high, and it's like, well, market just made a little bit of a top, and now we've just pushed into it, getting everything we wanted. Is NVIDIA going to give everybody a reason or find an excuse to sell again? Because we were used to seeing them absolutely blow things out of the water. Now, all of that said, this is a good chance on a weekly to end up a little bit of a hammer, which I think is good. Like, that's pretty bullish to end up on the week. And if you throw it down, I'll just go from here, because AMD was the one that I liked a little bit better. I was close to taking a reversion on NVIDIA, but I think this story also was negative for AMD, and AMD was just a little bit cleaner. It's up a couple of points as well, but it was just a little bit cleaner at some prior highs, and it looks like it's trying to break down through yesterday's highs as well. So AMD's the one that I'm going to be looking at in terms of the chip space. I mean, Amazon's pretty much where I got in, but this is one that I'd be looking for a breakdown. And we'll get to Palantir in a second, but I do want to point out, because in the chat, a couple of people are mentioning on Palantir. That's one of the stocks I have up. I have Amazon, bullish, which I'm in. Palantir is one, and then AMD. Like, those are the 4 stocks I'm watching right now. Now, Palantir is doing a bit of a test of the volume-weighted average price. Market's at the highs, and this is already pulling back. So yes, I am looking at Palantir, but I want to see it start to fail back under, make that a wick high, close back under, and then I would look for a short on Palantir.
Right, guys, so VinFast delivered over 35,000 EVs in Q2 of 2025, marking an over 170% jump from last year. That brings their first half total to more than 72,000 EVs, up over 220% year over year. With stronger sales usually in the second half, they're on pace to easily double 2024's 97,000 units. They're also crushing it on two-wheelers, with nearly 70,000 e-scooters and bikes sold in Q2, up 430% from a year ago. And with gas-powered two-wheelers being phased out in Hanoi and Ho Chi Minh City by 2026, the growth potential looks huge. You can find them on the NASDAQ under ticker VFS. All right, guys, so NVIDIA, super strong on the day. Yes, the outlook is definitely very juicy for NVIDIA if they can get the thumbs up on that. But I think the price action, kind of speaking for itself right now, stuck in a bit of a range after that selling happened at the beginning of the week. You can see that Tuesday aggressive selling, Wednesday maybe a little bit of a push into bottoms. That double bottom was nice on that 169, but bit of a strong bid right back up, and we've been holding that bid kind of overall since Wednesday. Sure, it's too little information to really say much, but that's just what's been happening this week. I like that. We're definitely going to be closing a little bit red on the week, as Monday's open was definitely higher. You can see this on the weekly as well, but well within range on the higher time frame. You can see that we did break prior bar pretty aggressively on the weekly, but we're bidding right back up into some of prior week's lows as of right now. So does this show some strength on NVIDIA? I think we might be poised for fresh highs. 250s in the near future, honestly, if this trend can hold. There's nothing really breaking this trend as of right now, but that could change.
250? What happens first, everybody? I want to, you guys put it in the chat here.
200.
Okay, one is going to be NVIDIA hitting $250, okay? Type 2, if you vote that Obi will actually eat his protein treat before that happens. So, defeats the purpose. It was literally like it was like 20 minutes ago. He hasn't even had a bite. It's 20 minutes ago.
Oh, that's a big bite.
Okay, well, obviously you're going to do that one first. I'm just saying. I was kind of thinking you'd actually let me have it, but it is delicious. All right, let's talk some UNH.
Oh, yeah.
It pleases me that Obi likes it. He seems like he's a tough cookie to please there. UNH, guys, still holding that 300 level after the Buffett 13F ad that we had back on, I believe, the 14th of this month. Still holding that 300 level, kind of zigging and zagging here. There's really no news headline other than to say they're expanding their ambulatory surgery centers. So there is this push into the ambulatory surgery centers, exactly, ASCS. That's really the only headline I can find.
You know, I think if I had to guess, tech up, Q strong, we're getting our cuts, UNH blah, right? Like it's just from 10 o'clock when Powell came on, UNH essentially made a high and has been drifting down ever since. So what was like at the open, what was an exuberant stock and had been making that nice bounce off 300. We know Berkshire's made their stake and obviously our Michael Burry as well. It just feels like when the money started going other places, you saw some of the stable, I guess it falls into the category of like the stable names or the boring names. Like the money sort of came out of those and went over into tech and small caps. So unfortunately for UNH, if this continues, I don't wonder if it doesn't retest 300 next week, which has been a good level, but you know, not necessarily the best look for them. The fact that it's holding and is still green, I think, is a good sign. But yeah, I think this one just kind of got caught up with the theme of the day, which was pile back into risk and pile into the small caps and IWM names, and you know, get yourselves out of some healthcare stuff, get yourselves out of and some selling, well, not a heavy selling, but some selling in like the Pepsi of the world and some selling in UNH. And I think it's just not a huge deal unless this thing loses 300 again. I think you're absolutely fine. It's proven so far that it's been able to hold up after all of those 13F filings, not really filling in the entirety of the gaps. I think you're still good as long as 300 holds.
Yeah, I like that idea. I think the consolidation high is what I'm looking at over here. Aggressive push. We talked about that 600 flush and then consolidation, a little bit of a pull back down. We were talking about this last week. And then I was like, yeah, that consolidation high is sitting at 326s, maybe a little bit higher. I think on, let's go take a look at some of the after hours prices here as well. All right, so what is that specific high? 328.80 I have. All right, so 328.80, let's round it up, 329s. If it holds, if it pushes up into that 328, 329 area and holds significantly, I like that for maybe a little bit of a push back up. Again, there's not a lot of action all the way back up to 380, kind of just a straight tank all the way down. So I like that, but here's the thing. Since we've been down here, Neil, we've been selling off of this area multiple times over and over again. The question becomes, yeah, sure, you can look for the breakout as well, but what's to say that there's still supply sitting right here anyways, right? Maybe longer consolidation, who knows? I have no idea, but those are some of the levels that I like, and maybe looking for certain types of price action to confirm bias around those areas. If it happens, I like it. If it doesn't, then maybe I won't be involved. I think that's kind of how I'm looking at it. But yeah, a bit of a bid, expanding volume on that push. Let's see if we can get more volume through this high. That'll be a better look for maybe a bit of a higher time frame reversion. Definitely aggressively sold off for sure. A little overextended.
Up around 2% is Palantir. Again, no specific catalyst on this one, but did it get a nice bump up there at around 10 o'clock when Powell's comments started coming out, and it's breaking down now below that 160 level that it was rejecting back on the 20th. So keep your eye on Palantir here. Still up about 1.97, but losing some ground.
All-time highs, like market's all-time highs.
Everything is strong. What's crazy about it is, like Obi was saying, Intel back at the highs, Google at the highs, the market at the highs. Palantir, you expect to finish that sentence with Palantir at the highs. Generally speaking, usually I feel like that's the way that it's going, but it's not. It's relatively weak today. Now this morning, I mean, sometimes you're fortunate. Like right before 10 o'clock. Like granted, I knew at 10 o'clock that I needed to be covering. So I covered the bulk of the short, knowing that at 10 o'clock anything could happen. And then, of course, always have a stop order. There's a very good reason, because when I held on to the last 10% of my short Palantir this morning, if I didn't have a stop, you can imagine what would have happened. And then I caught one small reversion, but got the you-know-what out of Dodge at 57 on that. I tried a couple of scalp longs, but this has just not had the strength in the follow-through. So like weirdly enough, My best trades on Palantir somehow managed to be short today. It doesn't make sense, but that's just how it is. And going back to that, well, market's at the highs. This is trying to battle the volume weighted average price. I saw in the chat that someone said valuations are now even a bigger concern. I don't disagree with you. Valuations matter when they matter. And I think we're probably entering a time where valuations can start to matter. All of that said, Palantir has bounced and held. Like if you look at the trend line, it's been on the same uptrend. It broke out the top, but if you look at the uptrend since May, all we did is liquidity grab underneath and then close above, and then hold the line. Then we liquidity grabbed this morning, which I was banking was a breakdown if Powell went the other way, which it is what it is. But it held, and we're going to once again, barring something crazy, hold on to this trend line. So yeah, you could be right, but technically you have a hammer candle, a hold of the low. Usually that resolves itself with a little bit of strength. That's the higher time frame look. The shorter time frame look is the market's at the highs and this is trending down. Other things are trending up, but this is trending down as we speak. So I want to look for this entry off of VWAP, which hasn't really set itself up yet, but this is one that I'm looking in the other direction, at least for this afternoon. If we can hold and break this high, maybe do something like here. That's not the best trend line, but it's good enough. Like if it gets above VWAP and starts breaking out above here, great. Then I can go for the Palantir long. But until I see that happen, I'm gonna look for the under VWAP short on Palantir. And someone just said Neo looks like a good reversion.
Neo, yeah, I've been.
Yeah, we were
that.
talking about this.
Let's see if that's. Well, it's been.
It did this yesterday.
I think the reversion kind of. It makes a lot more sense to be in a lot higher. That's all I'm going to say about that.
But it did this yesterday.
It's starting to roll over now. But here's the thing: you can take the breakdown of the rollover as well. If you like, you're like, this should go on the rollover. Maybe that's higher EV.
Maybe.
There's different ways. There's so many different ways.
There's lots
I
of
just
ways.
like it a little bit higher. I think. I don't know. But whatever. The trade is the trade. I think if it's going to break down, it's right there.
Could work.
But speaking of reversions, that's the one on Palantir. Look at this beautiful, steady bid, and as soon as that kind of cracks, we just have a slow and steady grind and structure holding lower and lower, almost stair-stepping down, all the way down back to VWAP. So beautiful reversion to VWAP happening there on Palantir. I like that. Maybe we talked about this range, right, Neil? And this is my fault for not taking this trade. I was like, yesterday's range, I just want to look for a breakout and hold of that range. Guess what it did, Neil? Right there. This is maybe 158, sure, if you want to call it that.
Yeah.
So we come back in, we drop down to 156. Again, it's not a price, it's more of an area. You want it to hold a specific area. It holds it pretty well, reclaims that 58, if you want to be specific, and then holds and breaks once again at that 160. So multiple places to potentially take the continuation there. I definitely wasn't involved. That's my fault, but beautiful, beautiful price action here on Palantir on the day today, off of that prior day range break. Sure, on the initial attempt, look, it doesn't work. We attempt to break down off of the opening range, and that, again, if that goes right away, that's pretty nice, but it doesn't work. So, okay, maybe you're getting stopped out on that, but you can see building, opening range high break, pre-market high break, prior day range high break. All of those worked really well on the initial push, and then the continuation trade was definitely there as well. Nice hold above VWAP if you're watching that. If you're putting that anchored on here, once again, off of the event, we're looking at a hold of that as well. And sure, there's another anchored up here. So if you were looking at that anchored, then you're getting almost picture perfect entries on the second pullback where demand comes in right at a place of interest from before, and then that continuation might become a little bit more confluenced for your trade. Again,
The confluence.
Beautiful, beautiful price action on Palantir. Unfortunately, again, it's really nice and pretty talking about it after it's happened, but you got to take it while it's happening. That's the real stuff, right? You can only starts to look pretty.
Well, what's crazy is, especially in moments like this morning, like you can really only look at when that kind of a move is happening. You're looking at one thing at a time because there's way too much price action. Like you saw me I made 2 trades. I took after Powell, it was like short the reversion on AMD and go long open door. I didn't do anything else because you got to stare one thing down to try to get in because the volatility is so nuts. It's like you're not really going to be in 5 or 6 things at once in that kind of volatility. If you're like, that's just kind of crazy when it's happening. So Palantir looks like it's trying to break this trend. Look, if it held the trend down and broke under VWAP, I'd probably look for that short. But certainly, if it wants to break trend to the upside, that's also a trade. I like reversions either direction, and it's hilarious to me. Someone was like, Neil, look at Circle. And then I pulled up Circle's chart, and it's just, you get yourself that FOMO because that was a perfect setup. But I think the thing about Circle here, I'll pull it up on another chart just so you can see, because I don't want to get off Palantir. Whoops, that's going to be New York, isn't it? Of course it is. Why can't they just all be on the... It'd be so much easier if it just automatically did that for me. Circle's reversion is the only one that followed through. Look at the way it followed through.
Absolutely.
Like, that's insane. That's pretty much textbook.
I'm not seeing a better reversion on the day.
No, there wasn't one, but here's the thing. What's the reason I would have been looking at Circle today? I don't particularly have one. I have zero reason why I would have been looking at that stock, so like I can't get that FOMO. Oh, Amazon must have broken the high of the day, so it looks like the market is breaking up. I'm not taking high of the day breaks, but my stop on that reversion was the high of the day, so it breaks the high and I jump out of the trade. Right now, I'm looking for Palantir to break this trend upside as the next possible trade. It's spent the last 3 hours, 2.5, going down on this trend, breaking it. The longer the trend is, the more I like it. For sure. Oh, thank you, Bob. Thank you, Bob. Bob the dog with the super chat. The TTV crew has a demanding job and does it for free. We all make more money thanks to the crew versus alone. Let's go, viewers. Chip in as a thank you. You know how you guys can chip in? Just keep doing what you already do. Support each other in the community. Jump in here, hit the like, hit the subscribe. Help each other out. When someone asks a question in the chat that we miss, if someone asks a question in the chat about trading and we don't see it, and we might miss it, and you know the answer because you've got some experience, what happens? You guys jump in there and you answer the question for everybody else, or maybe you throw in your opinion if you happen to have knowledge about something. I'm not an options guy. I have probably limited knowledge when it comes to crypto, and a lot of times we'll see these answers pop in there. And thank you so much, MF Dane, for the super chat. We appreciate you. But that's what it's all about. Hit that like, hit that subscribe, grow the community so that we can all get better together. And the other thing that's amazing about this, I got to show you this. Okay, Palantir is breaking the trend. Hasn't really closed above it yet. Here, I'll nibble first, and I'll get in more when it closes. I shouldn't say when. I should say if it closes above the trend. But I got to show you something here. You're in Intel right now, but I can tell you when this move happened on Intel, you know what you not. Adara brought the news, and it was pulling back. It was literally pulling back like this when Adara brought the news. So much so that I was like, huh, is that really? And then all of a sudden, I was punching the high of the day.
Yeah, almost 15, 20 seconds later, the stock starts to move. So I was just like, oh boy, like we were one of the first to know.
After Adara said it live on the show.
But that being said, there was also, I think I showed you a post, there was options flow that came in about 5 minutes earlier. So maybe we didn't know first.
Well,
This is why the markets will always tell you before anything else.
Yes.
Anything else. And
that's just how.
Initially, it used to only come out on the tape, but you got to remember, the options market is very, very, I guess, opportune. And people will likely place bets there first before they do it on the.
It was crazy. Why did that didn't break low? Oops.
The interesting stuff is that it did come in a little bit earlier. Regardless, doesn't matter. The move is there. It happened. It gave you multiple times to get in for this push a little bit higher. So, you know what? Regardless, doesn't matter. There's always going to be participants who are before you, after you. The question becomes, what are you doing? What's your execution set? How do you get into something like that? If you like the breaking news setups, how do you get into the breaking news setups as fast as possible? Are you watching options flow? Are you scraping the interwebs for news?
Did you say the interwebs?
Yes.
Okay.
You haven't heard that?
No, I've heard it. I haven't heard it in a while.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the best super chat we've ever gotten. Joe Ventura, $22.74. A penny for every oh boy since the market opened. I hate to break it to you, Joe Ventura. You probably have to pony up for more than that the way Obi drops the oh boys. That's at least.
That's a lot of old
That's
boys.
at least 34.50.
That's at least.
At least.
At least
34.50. 5 bills.
I love that meme. I think we've talked about that meme before, where SpongeBob and Patrick kind of walk into this, I think it's the mattress store or whatever, and then he asks them, "Whoa, how many?" And it's just stacked to the ceiling, everywhere. And he asks them, "How many? Whoa, there's a bit of size there."
Someone
on 2519.
Someone explained to me, like, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter to me, but why exactly is bullish not buying up? Like, there's something very fishy happening on this stock. And I get it, like, whatever. Like, it's scalping under VWAP for the short. Like, this looks very standard. Hey, stock breaks out in the morning, fails the high, and then holds underneath. But then you think about it for a second, like I'm doing right now, and I remind myself that ETH is at 48, and the IBIT chart looks like that. ETH chart looks like that. Coinbase chart looks like, anyways, it's just like, what the heck is going on with bullish? I'm not complaining about it. Yeah, Palantir doesn't have the juice, man. I just keep trying it in out flat. It gets holding VWAP, but it won't go. Still trending down. I'm gonna wait for it to get under VWAP. That's not the one. It just doesn't make sense to me on bullish. Like, here's the thing about, like, bullish, maybe it's because of yesterday. That's a possible theory. It was so strong after finally turning the corner for a couple of days, and it just went right back into doing what it does because it failed its opening low. But on a day where we have all this exuberance going on, this cannot get going. The entire crypto space is running, and bullish is the most bearish. It's not the most bearish. I mean, Circle's not doing well either. It's just this in Circle. But like, this one's trying to go. Circle's not even trying to do anything. Like, Circle is just dying. Like, it's just falling apart. Like, actually, that makes more sense to me. Like, if it's weak, it's weak. It just falls apart. What's happening in bullish is someone is just selling it at 69 every single time. It gets up there, and it's like just very slowly. There's buyers that are trying to go with the market. So I'm just going to keep on this over and over and over. Someone says MSTR is doing something similar. Maybe there's like some weird hedge going on. But MSTR is up and holding it. It's one thing holding the top, and it's another thing holding these higher lows and not even attempting to break back out. That's what gets me. And I don't believe in the bullish stock. I don't own it, wouldn't own it, have no desire to own it. It's just when I'm seeing everything else doing what it's doing, I'm a little surprised by it. You take advantage of it because you see the pattern, but ultimately, I don't know what's going on with that stock.
I like the way it's breaking out on the weekly. We talked about this morning.
It looks strong.
On the weekly, it looks pretty bullish.
It looks good.
On the short term, for whatever reason. What was that?
Yalla.
Another super chat. Okay, true. I have this earpiece, and I'm like, what? I didn't hear what you said there. But yeah, no, another super chat. Yalla Studio asking, PLTR has FVG to fill up? No, and by FVG, I think you mean a fair value gap. All right, let's take a look on PLTR. Okay, so I'll save that meme for later there. PLTR, let's take a quick look right here and see what fair value gap we were talking about. Better maybe take a look here at the Intels and maybe taking a little bit of a potential pullback. You can see the market pulling back here as well. But let's go to a weekly, and I want to see what fair value gap you're talking about. Do you mean VWAP? What do you mean? Is there a gap here that I'm not seeing here? Because on the larger time frame, I think what gap are you really talking about? Unless you're talking about the daily chart, then this gap right here up into 171s, maybe that's what you're talking about. Sure, 170s. I think that if we continue to hold structure and push a little bit higher, I think that, yeah, sure, why not? That 170 definitely is an interesting level to look out for here on Palantir. Let's just take a look at the hourly as well and see how that's been building. I like to take a look at the pre-market and the after-hours session as well. So those gaps, sure, maybe I see them a little bit differently. I understand what you're talking about, maybe when you're talking about that gap. But yeah, there's not a lot of action that's happened here. So maybe you assume that the travel back up into some of these levels where action kind of started will be kind of smooth sailing, and that's the filling of the gap. I understand that concept, but the fact of the matter is that the market never really goes as cleanly as you would kind of expect. So that's when I'm starting to use maybe potential structures. You can see this 160, 161 area in the past has held as a little bit of resistance and then pushed up aggressively when price did go through there with volume on earnings day one. So coming back into this, we're holding that same kind of an area as a bit of resistance. Even the push on the day today is holding that as maybe a little bit of a supply zone. So unless and until we can distinctly get off of this, maybe the sellers step off, or whatever it is, if we can hold up a little bit higher and build up a little bit higher, sure, you can kind of come up with an iteration of the chart where it potentially steps up into that 172. If that's what you're looking for, you always got to ask, what do what am I looking for on the chart? What am I looking for in the price action? What am I looking for it to do? And how am I going to actually trade it to start off? And I think that it is poised for a little bit of a push. I liked the long here. I really liked the short as well the past, beginning of the week. But we are doing a little bit of a higher time frame reversion here on Palantir. So that's the look on Palantir. We got another super chat here, Neil, by Bob the Dog, asking you specifically, SOXL, bullish pennant on the multi-time frame.
Yeah, I can't argue. I can't argue against it. The thing about SOXL is I don't know that I'd ever prefer to be in this versus you see every single day like what goes on in like AMD, Nvidia. Sometimes Intel, Micron. Individually, as a day trader, I just find like that's always a better place to be. But really, yeah, I can't argue. You have a very, very clear trend break. You have a clear consolidation, and it does look like it's a potential break. But here's the problem. What happens next week on Wednesday? Does any of this matter if Nvidia decides to sell? Not really. Right? Like you can take all the technicals you want. If the market doesn't like what Nvidia says on Wednesday, that's all out the window. So it's almost like, yeah, it could break, but this is the other side of the coin. If Nvidia goes, then you're going to get this breakout. Fantastic. But unless you're already in off support here, I don't know that you want to be buying into this top. If you're into that sort of thing, I don't gamble going into earnings. I like to make plays after earnings. I like picking up things. I was talking about this with the guy in the back office. I like it when you have an earnings where I'm like, I feel like I'm getting something at a good price, and this looks good technically, and the market sold this off too much or whatever, and then you take something a few days after. Like I love that play. I'm not really much of the go in front, and that's to me what you'd be doing here when it comes to SOXL. Oh, don't give me a break. Open door still. I look up and like open is still going. It's so gentle. Like it's gentle.
A steady grind up.
It's very, very steady. There's nothing out of control here.
Got to be open to taking it, man.
There's just there's not really any.
Be open to taking that gradual grind up.
The dips just haven't been there.
Open to buy the dips.
The stock is crazy. And what I do know is there's also a ridiculous amount of size a lot of times on the offer. Like right now, they'll just pop 300K on the offer of open. And then, 86 has size, and then 90. And it doesn't matter. Like, it's going to do, we got 500 million shares of volume already. So it's going to do 6, probably 7 by the end of the day here, potentially. So it's going to chew through a lot of those levels. So I expect to see 1 million on the 5 if it gets there. And maybe the way to play it is a failed break of the 5 should give you a dip to buy into, because that's what happened on Intel. Like, Intel broke. Intel size at 25, fail break 25, but then the dip was right into the prior high, so you could do that long. I mean, the better play would be to do it twice. Obi, I don't know if anyone caught that the second time on Intel. I'm not sure. Is it possible? Did somebody get that? Anybody?
Maybe, potentially.
Somebody? Okay, that's good.
Somebody might have got that.
Yeah, that's good. So maybe Open Door does something like that, where it gets into 5 and then your dip is the failed break through the even dollar, and then you buy the dip off of that. Maybe it won't be the prior high, but I think that's the kind of play I'll look for to get into open for sure. And Bob, it was Bill BPB in the chat. Ever since the YouTuber has all these words, like all the @ and all the names are different, I find these a lot more random ones here, but I think holding into earnings is gambling. I will take trades off the earnings. Now, I'm with you, but here's the thing. Take everything I'm saying with a grain of salt. I'm just telling you what I do. I'm not saying what I do is the right way to approach it. Everyone has to make their own decisions. Like, maybe Joe's got a different opinion, maybe Obi's got a different opinion, and Sean. Just over time, you develop what works for you. It's more the thought process that goes into it. Just make sure you've got a good thought process. I'm sure we have traders that have all kinds of quality strategies going into earnings and taking shots before earnings. I just know that I don't like it. So things would have to be perfect. Now, every once in a while, like I might get into something like weeks before earnings that has nothing to do with the earnings, and I just so happen to hold through. That's a different story. I did that with Snowflake. It set something up technically, and it would happen to be a month before earnings. I'm like, that's fine. And I held through the earnings, and it worked out for me. But that's very different than buying it like a day before, 2 days before, 3 days before, that kind of a thing. So what else is going on here? I did want to do this for the afternoon for everybody because it's almost power hour. So let's see what you guys want to talk about in power hour. I'm going to do the reset here. Thank you, Fabian. We're going to do the fresh start. Now, when you type your symbols in, please remember $ something. So like I will say $ Tesla because I just saw people putting Tesla in the chat, but they weren't doing $. Every time you type a symbol into the chat, if you hit $, then we know what are the most popular symbols. You don't need to spam it. Hertz immediately starts popping into number 1, but that's only a couple. As they start filling in, we'll revisit this and make sure. It just gives us a better idea because I'm going to be looking at the charts I have up and the stocks that I'm watching, and it's not always easy to be looking at exactly what you guys want. Figma, I haven't looked at Fubo. Okay, Fubo. Why not Fubo? I think it was Fubo. I wanted to watch this new show. So there's a Stephen King. A really good Stephen King book, one of my favorites, called The Institute, and they made a TV show of it. I'm like, yo, Jam, I gotta watch this. I can't watch it anywhere. I literally cannot watch this. I have every streaming service on the planet, and I can't watch this thing. And I'm pretty sure when I looked it up, it's like a Fubo TV, and I wanted to throw something. I'm like, you kidding me? I literally pay for every streaming service, and I can't watch it. And if there's somewhere that I'm missing it, please tell me. The Institute.
Yeah, I think
I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it illegally, Rob.
I got one thing to say to that, Neil, and that is we got breaking news with Adara.
Yeah, DJT pushing higher here. Now, this might be because apparently we're seeing some report from the ABC News that Ghislaine Maxwell did not provide any incriminating information on high-profile individuals with regards to the Epstein list. Now, why is it significant for DJT? Because we know the stock dropped back on June 5th when Elon Musk suggested that Trump might be implicated. So that is likely why this is running. I just want to mention this because of this push to the upside. And we're going to take a moment here while we're here to thank our friends at Beta Pro by Global X Canada. Exciting news for Canadian sophisticated traders because Beta Pro by Global X Canada has just launched 6 new triple leveraged ETFs offering 3x bull and 3x bear exposure to the S&P and TSX 60 semiconductors and U.S. Treasuries. But even better, they're offering a new special rebate, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points until December 31st, 2025. These ETFs also employ currency hedging to seek to neutralize U.S. dollar exposure, providing performance that may more accurately reflect the underlying U.S. equity indices. So if you are a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out betaPro.ca/3x daily to learn more. Really quickly, before I send you guys back to the guys, check out X at TTV Research. In honor of Intel's Wild Day, I want to do this annual revenue infographic. And sorry to Pat Gelsinger, but I will put out the elephant in the room. Since he was appointed as CEO, the revenue only dropped sharply during his short tenure. Sorry, Pat, back to you.
And it's not just any time that revenue started dropping. I mean, it's only the golden era for chips. Like you have to, when you put that into context, it's just so much worse. So much worse. Like it's literally the moment at which the AI, everything was starting to take hold. What are you going to do? I understand COVID down, but it was just so bad. Open Door is still at the high. It's still slowly grinding higher, but Adara's got more for us.
Guys, it's been quite the day, as I'm sure you know. Keep an eye on Robinhood, HOOD. They just announced here on X that you can now trade event contracts for the U.S. Open on Robinhood. Worth noting as well, on September 9th, Robinhood is set to hold an event and make some announcements. It's funnily enough, this is actually the same day that Apple is reportedly slated to hold its iPhone event, but that's not yet been confirmed. Again, Robinhood here announcing that you can trade event contracts for the U.S. Open on HOOD. And back to you.
Disappointing. I'd say this is disappointing for Robinhood so far today. Like it's kind of like Palantir. It's just pulling back. The market holds on to the highs, and it just can't seem to sustain the move. You do have to wonder, like I'm looking at some of these stocks and like you put them into a bit of a corner, like you would expect them to be a little bit, like it was the frothy stocks that are catching a lot of the bid today. But then when I look at it across the board, like there's so much strength in the MAG, like the MAG 7 right now, like I mean Amazon continues to go higher, like Robinhood, Palantir can't seem to break above VWAP. Like some of these other ones aren't nearly as strong as you might think. So I feel like this could be a little bit weaker. Bob, I did address Soxel. I apologize if you missed it. We did talk about Soxel for a little bit there, Bob. Yeah, this is a weird one for Robinhood. Cannot seem to get off the schneid. Like I look over at SoFi. We like you, SoFi. We love you, SoFi. SoFi's at the high. Pun not intended. Right? Like it's literally trying to break it out. SoFi was my FOMO stock of the day because, I mean, on my note, the trade was a breakout on SoFi. Unfortunately, it broke before Powell at 10 o'clock and failed to break. And then when it broke on Powell, like, what are you going to do? It was just not even there. This is pulling back, and this is breaking trend as well. Like, it's starting to come back in here. I feel like we're very slowly rolling over. Yep. So I got to revisit some of the slow roll. Like, are we losing VWAP? Yeah. Oh my goodness. Yeah, we're losing VWAP on. That happened rather quickly. We're losing VWAP on Palantir here for sure. Yeah, it looks like we're starting to slow down in the market. I still have that. I mean, bullish is different because it's just holding that 69 level the entire way. But I wanted to be in something new. And now that we're under VWAP and Palantir, I want to jump to the sell side there. There was, I mean, Open Door. Maybe it cares. Maybe it doesn't. It feels like this is a stock that might not give a what the market does. Like some of the bigger names pull back, it's just still slowly grinding higher. So I'm waiting for a failed break of 5 to buy the dip, like Intel did the same thing at 25. But for now, Palantir losing VWAP is the one that I want to pay attention to in here. NASDAQ not doing much, but there is a little bit of a rollover happening. If there's any weakness, I mean, Palantir has been trend down essentially since 11 o'clock. And I've tried to get the long going. It just feels like this one's going to have to be a short. It could flat bottom break, but I'd rather get in on some kind of a pop into VWAP here.
Yeah, another name that's going right now, Neil, is Open Door. We just talked about that $5 mark. Nice. And this is absolutely crazy. Just steady grinding right back up into that prior level here. So let's just scroll back. And that wasn't very long ago. That was just a few weeks ago, Neil. Okay, oh boy. All right, so let's go to the 15-minute chart. That might be a little bit better. No, thank you. I already have that. Okay, cool. Here we go. So let's see the high, $4.97. Let's take VWAP out of there, right there. So VWAP not really playing a part here on the multi-day. That's intraday VWAP. I like anchored VWAPs a little bit better to use for multi-day. But we're pushing right up into there, only about 6 pennies away, Neil, from that high on Open Door. Oh boy, aggressive push into Power Hour on a Friday. That's interesting stuff.
Yeah, it is.
A little bit of a squeeze potential there. And yeah, let's just go through what the I guess the breakdown of this the stock is here. On the day, done about 480 million shares traded at roughly $3.60 open to $4.93 as of right now. So you can get an understanding of how much dollar volume has been pushing into the stock. 3.6 billion market cap and a float of 642 million shares. So it's got a lot of shares to go around now.
Well, that's the thing we were talking about. And the volume's so big that shorts, anybody that's shorting it is getting ample opportunity to get out. It's not a traditional squeeze type play. That's the thing.
Got a short
so much
float of
liquidity.
23.4%. About a quarter is sitting.
But
a
the
quarter
turno-
of 600 million
It's a lot.
shares.
But the ability to turn it over is huge. So if anybody that wanted to cover has had their opportunity. I just question whether people have been covering. That's the thing. If people wanted to get out, they're out easily because there's so much volume every single day. But hedgies get real stubborn. Like the thing about it gets weird. Like I get the feeling that a lot of short hedges, like when you look at where they get, and when we pulled up a chart, we had Michael Noss on actually. Let's finish this thought on Open Door because not everybody, everyone should be, but not everybody was watching when we discussed this with Michael. When this started to see its bigger increases of short float, it was underneath $1. Like think about the insanity of that. Like there's obvious levels where you'd be trying to pick this one up if you're like a hedge fund that just leans on the stock. But I don't know that right after it's taken the 50 period and is consolidating under $1 would have necessarily been that moment. So I guarantee you there are shorts that are getting into it in front of this 5 thinking this is going to be another big fail. Sure. And that's the case. But because it probably works so often and for so long and with levels like this, that there are probably funds that are like, this is it. We're loading into this level. Because every single time you have, that just makes your year. Not forget your quarter, that'll make your year and make your decade or whatever. So this is what they do when it gets to levels like that. That said, if we break away, bye-bye. Bye-bye. So look, which side I'm rooting for? Always to the upside. Like this stock, it could do some, but there's a lot of size it's chewing through around the $5 level when you look at that daily chart. That's the issue. That's why I think it fails 5 the first time today. I think it'll try to break 5. I think it'll dip, and then I think that it's a buy the dip is a play. What's that?
Will there be a backside though?
Well, there's always a backside.
It's just oh boy. I'm waiting.
What I was going to say is it's just a matter of how big it is, but I meant that in the actual move.
How big the actual move is can dictate
exactly
how big the backside is. And usually some of the best reversions also tend to be very symmetrical, so visually appealing as well, front side and backside. So that's kind of what we're looking for. And
I'm just talking about the move in the stock. You guys can.
Absolutely beautiful. So
how Obi's always dropping those.
I like.
hints.
No, I don't. There's no hints. What do you mean? The price action is so beautiful. I can't. Maybe I'm fantasizing too much about the price action. Here's the thing. The trade is the trade. 420 hold on Open Door, and oh boy, did that really open us up for some fresh highs on the day? And yeah, continuing to push. Now only about 4 pennies away from that prior high, Neil. So day high is 494. And there's a lot of bids happening here, and So let's I want to watch a little bit of that tape. Let's see how that tape kind of comes in here on Open, and let's open on the NASDAQ. Oh boy, that's a lot of size. So let's put on a size filter there as well. We can see that I've definitely not been involved on the stock today, but multiple opportunities. I think there are multiple places to get long, as well, just trying to look for that push into that $5 mark. I'm probably not going to chase it all the way up here, but if you have said playbook, then I think that you got to just follow your playbook. I like the push. There's size coming up in front of $5 as well. Let's forget about the chart here and actually take a look at the book, because chart's not really going to do us any good as of right now. I think that we know that it's been in an aggressive uptrend. We've held base on top of VWAP, and we're stepping up. Structure is stepping up. So right now the question becomes, how well can we push through 5, and how well do we sustain? Some of my gates here are duplicated, so just dismiss that. But a lot of size kind of showing up here, and this is kind of how some of these lower price stocks kind of look, right? There's 10,000. Is that both on ARCA? No, that's an AGX. There's some ARCA. There's a NASDAQ book. Okay, cool. So we got about just over, I guess, 16,000, 17,000 lots sitting at $5. Do some quick maths. I'm not good at that, and that's a good, decent chunk of change.
What? You could do it.
I'm horrible at quick math.
No, you're not.
I actually need to take some time out and do some mental math exercise.
Do some Duolingo. They have Duolingo as math. They got music on
Do they?
there. Yes.
Long DUOL?
You didn't know that?
I don't know about that.
My
I thought
daughter
it was just a
You
language.
do languages. There's like basic math. There's, like I said, literally my daughter's learning to like read music, which, whatever. I didn't even know she was doing it. It just, all of a sudden, I'm like, what are you doing on, and then there was like a piano keys, and I'm like, what? Aren't you supposed to be doing French? But then I'm like, okay, well, you're learning, so like, what the heck do I care? Like, it's crazy. They have such a, man, the chart of Duo stinks, so I'm about to praise the stock, and I'm about to praise the company, and this chart looks like trash. But no, like, we have to, it's a fight to get the iPad, or, well, tablet away. We don't let her have the iPad. To get the tablet away from her when she's doing her Duo at night. Like, she's like, I just want to keep doing it. Like, she loves it. And she'll go through all of them. She'll do math, and then she'll do her French, because she's learning French, and then she'll do some music. And it's like, go just a couple more lessons, you're supposed to be going to sleep. But I like that. Like, it works to give them a passion for learning. That being said, they know exactly what they're doing, and it's incredibly addictive. And they get you on this thing where you just got to get as many points as possible. But XP. But Duo, the stock actually looks pretty bad today. This is the thing, and I'm glad someone had put this in the chat. Ultimately, if it's in trouble today, and it's not like a staple stock, like I can understand why Procter & Gamble might be down today, or Pepsi might be down today, or Coke. But Duo, that's not good. You know, that's not a name that you want to be weak on a day like today. So, yeah, red flag, red flag, red flag. It's true. But I'll keep it real. You know, no one's paying me to praise Duolingo, but it's fantastic in my household. My wife uses it as well. I'm terrible. I probably should. I'm terrible with languages. It was my worst. All of my worst subjects were always languages. I was just whatever. I sucked. I mean, I got decent enough grades because you got to be resourceful sometimes.
Yes,
school
for sure. Yeah, no.
You maintain those A's any way you can, right?
Yeah, no.
Yeah, and I can't speak a lick of French.
Yeah, no, I wasn't so amazing at French. And again, at the same time, I think it depends on like teachers and professors as well. If the teacher and professor is kind of, doing their job and being engaging and, really kind of catering to their classes, students' individual needs, as well as the class as a whole, I think usually they do a good job in, getting the material across. Like there were certain teachers
Some teachers are better than others. That being said,
sure. Some teachers, dude, I barely had to study because their teaching was so good. I just remembered so many things just based off of the way they taught.
Just don't blame anything on the teacher.
No,
because if you go home and
then there was other teachers that
my brother
really
would
didn't
get in trouble
care.
for that all the time. Like he'd be, my mom'd be like, yeah, okay, so maybe your teacher isn't good. What's your point?
Yeah.
Like it's just
That's when you start to realize.
Try that nonsense.
I mean, no, in university, you start to realize you're just like, okay, well, yeah, damn, I gotta learn this stuff by myself, because no one's really gonna be like, sure, you can use your resources. You start to learn how to use your resources to actually.
Yes.
So here's the thing, you go through a bunch of schooling, and the one thing that you actually do, maybe potentially end up doing, is learning how to learn. Right, and I think that's probably a good life skill. But do you really need to pay all of that to do that? I don't know. It's a mystery question. But
stay in school, everybody.
Yeah, stay in school.
I don't want to get the wrong idea.
Yeah, no, for sure. No, you
want anyone to get the wrong idea.
You want to go to school. You want to build those skills.
Not just,
but
no, man.
The system can definitely
build the relationships that you make in school.
Yeah,
like I don't give a look, man. My degree didn't. I met some really, really good people in university. I had fun, and I was fortunate. There were two big universities where I went to school in that town. So here's who cares? $5 is happening on Open Door right now. There's a couple mil on the offer as we speak. Oh, why has someone wanted me to look at Intel, and that's why I have it up there. But there's a couple mil on the offer if you quickly add that up. As you can see there, yeah, it's about 2 million. But that 2 million shares doesn't matter. It's going to blow through this if it wants to. You can see the volume going through. It's so much. Look at all the midpoint fills. That is insane. Someone just loaded up at 99.5 on, well, look, selling can be anything. It could have easily just been somebody getting out of a long. I would like to think probably someone scalping short and loaded up there at 99.5. But I'm looking for a failed break of 5. So attempt to break. It hasn't broken 5 yet. Pull back, dip, and then go for it. Although the only trade I made today on Open Door was actually a breakout trade. At this time of day, after power hour, I'm looking for the pullback on any kind of a dip here for Open. I did reload, and I did it one more time. I reloaded that bullish in front of that 69 and VWAP high. But my eyes are all over Open right now.
All right, guys. So in Africa, a new generation of leaders is rising. The woman boss empowers them. We provide the training and mentorship to women and girls who need to start businesses, create change, and build sustainable futures. We've already impacted over 10,000 lives. Your contribution creates the next opportunity. Scan the QR code now and empower the next woman leader today. So the market is looking like it's taking a little bit of a turn here, Neil. A little bit of a curl continuation happening here, but that $5 is still holding. We're still knocking on that door of $5 as of right now. So yeah, I'm just watching a little bit of both here. But first, we got some breaking news with the
Keep an eye here on RDW. This is Redwire, the company announcing on their blog that their autonomy stalker uncrewed aerial system has been showcased at the Army Expeditionary Warrior Experiments. So Army showcase here for RDW, this one pushing higher. It has moved like this in the past as well. Back to you.
Thank you very much there. Rivian Millionaire asked the question, Neil, were you surprised by the move this morning? Of course. Absolutely. We don't get moves like that when the Fed literally has a rate decision. So I was surprised by it. What was more frustrating was, like in the morning, was crazy is if you watch the tape, I was more long than I was short. Like it was one of those things where both the longs, they just ran the bottoms so that you were sitting there and likely out of your longs, and then the shorts were working at the moment that statement came out at 10 o'clock. Like, what can you do? Like, I was in there. I'm like, these are the shorts I like. And I like more longs than I like shorts. But the short was the one that was working. So there's the $5 break. Of course, it's so far clean. So I almost said hood, but Open just broke 5. It's looking pretty. Okay, there's the dip. Now when the 40. Did you go short?
Nope.
There's the dip. There's the fail break. Let's see if it gets down into the prior high. I call it like a 4.8, like 4.8 to 4.83. So let's see if it can get down there before catching a bit of bid. They already bought it up at 90s here. That was wild. It got to 8. It got to 5.08, and now you're getting the pullback, and they're buying it right back in. Come on, can it dip a little further? We're still in the 3-minute chart, so we're still in that first little bit of a candle. Palantir just came in front of 59 for me, so I just got into Palantir. That's underneath VWAP as the market's trying to roll. But see that massive volume spike? This is why I didn't want to take that breakout. Now, granted, you could have hit 01s for pretty much like whatever your buying power, like anybody. Like there's so much liquidity there. You could have hit 01s and like scalped it to 5 or 6. And in theory, if you're really fast, you could have just done really, really well there. But yeah, here comes the pullback now on Open. With curiosity, I don't even know if I can short this. Oh, I can. I just realized I didn't even. Okay, it's free short. I just realized I didn't even know because I hadn't checked. But here comes that 480 level. Let's see if any buyers actually start to come into this thing. That's wild. Actually, you should always check to be sure.
No. I thought you knew already. That's why I'm just sitting here. I'm just like waiting. It's the first sign of maybe potential sellers coming in. But that $5 area was great. I like that for the short. But I'm watching. I'm being patient. Again, I think that being a Friday, going into the last, I guess, almost 45 minutes now, as we're coming into the first close of the first 15-minute candle in a power hour as of right now. Intel taking a little bit of a pullback there. I did piece out of all of it. I did piece out of the Google as well. I missed the Google reversion, man. I think that 208 area was nice. 207.50s if you're a little later. Maybe this consolidation low, 207.20s. I like that. But unfortunately, I got in too close to 207s just to take a quick 50-penny push a little bit lower. But I think bigger picture, if we do revert all the way back down, 205s and change might be coming in there if this downtrend is to continue. So, excuse me. Yeah, I'm still watching that Open Door, taking a little bit of a breakdown here through maybe a $5 false break. We kind of talked about this. We said that every time it comes up here, maybe a little bit of a supply shows up. So do you expect it to be clean on the first initial push? I don't know. It's really up to you. And it doesn't matter if you do or not. Do you have an effective execution set to take off whatever the market is showing you and giving you? So a little bit of a pullback happening here, still holding trend to the upside, still holding structure to the upside. On a shorter frame, sure, open door did crack that, and it is a false break. And if you did take the $5 shorts, you got about 15 pennies, pretty nice, right away off of that one. So
in fairness, you could have scalped the long.
Yeah, you could have 100% scalped.
You 100% could have gotten in and out. Like it's not crazy to go 0-1 long and out 5, 6, or 7. Like that's not insane. Like traders do that all the time. I didn't personally let's be real. I did something similar at 425. Like it really was only looking for about a 20, 30 cent quick break. I'd like to think the 425 level, which was like the high from prior, that was just a double top instead of just a random level. So I think there were maybe some stops at that price that made a little bit more sense. And clearly it went a little bit better. But this little dip, like I'm thinking about the one that got me out here. Like when I got out of the long before, like it dipped and then got a rally. I know it didn't follow through, but that's what I'm sort of looking for. So here's that 480. Let's see if it can start holding on. There is still not much of a bid. Like see, like I don't know if you can quickly see, but like the second somebody shows up for size, like puts 10, 20 on there, they were smacking it to the downside and there's still massive offers. So I'm not really seeing anything that makes me love the tape. Like they take this guy out for 100,000 shares, boom. Or no, they just get bigger and they sell right through. And anytime someone throws some size in there, there's 20,000. They put more and they get filled. Like that's crazy. Like second someone shows up on the bid for size, they get smoked. The second someone shows up on the offer, it ticks down. So if I see that pattern reversing, that's what I'm looking for to try to get in. Meanwhile, Palantir is slowly sliding away from 159. I have a $0.50 bid on Palantir. You know what? I'm not in open doors. So I know a lot of people are interested in open door. Palantir consolidates underneath the volume weighted average price under 159. Now it's starting to break down a little bit here on PLTR. If it's just stair steps for the rest of the afternoon, then I want to take the stairs down. Stairs down can be fun. It's a lot easier.
Yep.
You know, as you get older, you don't have to worry.
Much faster.
It's not, well, you don't want it to be faster. It's just nice and easy on the stairs. You don't want all those elevator accidents or escalator accidents. You know, people running around on the escalators and all that nonsense.
I like
you know what I can't stand?
What?
It's like, you know when randomly when there's other people on the escalator that will just decide that they want to like run up and down for fun. It's like run up the down escalator.
It's
When
rare,
other
but
people
it does
are on
happen.
it does. You better believe it happens. I'm just saying. Like, just wait till there's nobody on it. Seriously. Everyone's done it. And I'm not saying it's not fun. I'm not saying I never did it when I was
Well,
younger.
the opposite way, I've definitely done
But you just wait till there's
the
not anybody
escalator
on
down
the
and I try to run up it. And
Why you got to do it when there's other people there?
you do it with your friends and be like, who's going to do this the fastest? Maybe you're out for
no one was
lunch,
beating me at that.
During high school. Or maybe you have a spare and you're just chilling and you're at the mall that's nearby the high school, you know, getting really detailed with it.
It's just one of those things.
But that $5, a little bit of a false break there. And oh boy, Google's coming right back into the downside. The market's also curling over as of right now. So a little bit of confluence there. And how much size was there at that $5 level, Neil?
A couple.
How many lots? At least 10. And this is the meme that I was talking about.
It was a couple million total.
So SpongeBob and Patrick walk into the mattress store, and there's the mattresses. He goes, well, Patrick, look at all these mattresses. How many do you think there are? With full confidence, without any hesitation. 10. Cool?
I like it.
So how many lots were there at that $5 mark?
A few.
A few.
There were a few.
Oh, boy.
And come on, Darwin.
Supply.
Darwin in the chat's like, that's a good way to injure your Achilles. You just had to. You had to go there. I'm like 90-something%. I'm running. I can kind of jump. You got to throw it out there. I'm definitely not running up escalators still. Like that would just be stupid. That would be incredibly dumb at my age, coming off that injury. Could you even imagine if I did something that dumb? It gets one thing if I'm actually doing something reasonable and got hurt again. But like for the love of God, if I was running up, oh yeah, no, I'm not going out. I ain't going out like that. Not running up an escalator. But I'll tell you right now, like this market, this might be the slowest bleed I have ever seen in the NASDAQ. It's just like, it is going down. It's just not going down very fast.
It's not doing it for.
No, like
So
even
it is taking the stairs down. It's not even an
stairs.
It's taking the stairs.
This isn't the stairs.
Like,
This
look,
is
just boom, boom, boom. Look at that every 15-minute candle.
it's like a slow ramp.
Yeah, just boom,
down.
step,
Like one of those, you
step.
know, like the long ramps at a stadium. That's what it is. Like one of those joints. Although I love to run up and down those too.
There's those really, really slow moving carpets at the airport. Like, why are those so slow?
Why are those always busted
They're
at Pearson?
so slow.
Honestly, I tell you,
Really?
every single
Yeah, I guess. No.
every
yeah,
single
they have
time
that,
I need, like we're kind of in a rush at the airport. I swear those stupid walking escalators, they're always broken when you don't need them to be. It's so ridiculous. Pearson, anyways, hopping on Canada. Pearson is literally one of the most expensive places for airlines to land in,
Yeah.
which is why we get frustrated when things don't work.
I really like Porter.
You pay so
Have you
much.
taken Porter before?
Yeah, I've done.
It's so smooth.
Yeah, my brother, when my brother visits from Halifax, he always does Porter.
It's so much smoother. I'm sure the airport's much smaller, but it's more intimate. The security is it's fast. It's just as good as Pearson, I'd say. But it's fast because not a lot of people. There's not that much volume pushing through.
Well, because they don't fly as all the same.
They don't fly as much, but yeah, no, I think they do have constant flights, all over Canada.
Yes,
to
Pearson
Miami,
is Toronto, by the way.
to New York.
We're in Toronto.
So I think all the places you kind of want to go.
It's Canada, baby. You pay more, you get less. Open Door. Oh, literally, that's kind of the way. Open Door looks like it's trying to catch a bit of a bid here. Do we leave the door open for the long? Maybe it has. All right, Open. Let's see if we can't get it going. It finally caught a bid at 480, and now you can't get 480. All right, I'm going to leave the bid in there. I'm bidding down at like 83. I'm not going to chase. I'm just going to try and get picked up. If we have 30 minutes to the imbalances, then we have plenty of time for this to retake, or at least attempt to retake that. Now, keep in mind, there's a bit of a breakdown here. Ooh, new bar, cancel. Let's wait to see how far it wants to drop. Remember, this is a bit of a fail here at the $5 level. Let's be real. So this could easily lower high and then dump on us, but as long as we can hold on to the 480 range, I'll keep going for the long. Definitely. The Jameson says, please take a look at PD. Do you mean Pinduo, or do you mean PagerDuty? Because, and I'm only asking that because literally no one's ever asked about PagerDuty before. But plenty of people ask about PDD. So candidly, I have never looked at this stock. I couldn't say never. I actually knew I knew the name of the company when you said it, so I can't say never, but I can't remember the last time. And what I always say when I look at something like this is, if a stock respects the 200-period moving average, then so do I. And if a stock respects the 200-period moving average and is under the 200-period moving average, then I don't like it. That said, hey, nice little bottom being made here. I suppose this could have a little something going for a trend break, I guess. I'm not really sure what else I can say. But yeah, it might be making a bit of a bottom. You're holding the 50 to potentially break out the 200 period. There's so many questions about these bottoming stocks, like the kind of overwhelming trend down names looking to catch a bit of a bid. But I don't know, I kind of thought maybe you'd be asking about Pinduo, which is in the midst of a breakout. Forget about like it might break out. This is breaking out as we speak.
Dude, oh yeah.
Yeah,
Higher time
PDD
frame
is
breakout,
more interesting.
back-to-back levels that it can break out, and there's enough space in between, and it's stepping up, and it has the base. It's trending, breaking out with volume as well.
Yes.
It's got everything you could potentially ask for. I'm gonna get out of that right there. Thank you very much. Yeah, I don't really see anything that's too crazy right now. There's scalps that are working. That $5 push, maybe false break, was pretty nice on the open, but we're pulling back in. 482s on open. Maybe let's see if we get a little bit of a sell-off into the close, or do we just hold levels on low volume and continue to push? We did push into that prior high. I don't know how many fresh shorts we're going to get in off of this level, Neil, but so far it's working nice. Let's see if the market takes a little bit of a bid up as well. TSM looking good. Let's look at some of the chips. SMCI looking good. ARM down at its VWAP, but still holding up all of its gains on the day. Intel, taking a little bit of a pullback, and I didn't really like it that much, so I definitely got out, I guess, a little aggressively on that one there. I got out of Google maybe 50 pennies too early. Let's take a quick look at Intel. I'm going to leave the open tape open in the bottom right there, but yeah, this was my I guess scalp on Intel. I liked it for the push, and it started to get weaker. I'm just piecing off. Don't really like it here. Maybe we do bounce. Maybe we reclaim that 25. I just going into the last, I guess, half hour of the day. I'm just like, all right, well, if this holds, if this doesn't hold, I don't really care right now. I'm not really seeing anything really like. Strong reason to sell, maybe. I didn't like that we got back below 25. That's just simple for me. Palantir, oh boy, that reversion is coming in really nicely as well, Neil. Let's take a look at that on Palantir. Yeah, right there. So
It's trying.
162 breakdown, nice little push on 158 down, all the way back down to 158.
162. Well, the problem is 150. You know what 158 is, though.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
158 is
I like
the
that
prior
you
day
took
high.
that. You took those shorts there.
Well,
Yeah.
this one,
That one there, yeah. The
Not
structure has
that
been
one.
stepping down. It's breaking and stepping down. I
not
like,
that one,
Yeah.
not that one, not that one, not that one went long, but that one. We'll get there.
underneath the VWAP, I like.
Better than never.
Here's the thing. A lot of
But
people.
150, just before that, 158 though, this is the prior day high. If it bounces off that at power hour, like, it's 3:30 almost. So that's just one I get out of. And for the first time today, bullish gets over VWAP. So the market pulls back a little bit and bullish for the first time, like all afternoon, starting at 12:30. It was a short at 69, down to 68.2, 68.2, 68.2, 68.2. It finally broke. So I guess this is going bullish again. I just jumped out because, like I told you, I was shorting at that level and getting out if it breaks there. But if we hold this 158, this is a pretty key price here on Palantir. Let's go to the desk, Adara.
I just want to let you guys know we've already posted our weekly infographic here for these earnings and events for August 25th to August 29th. So next week, in addition to Monday's calendar. Now, I think Wednesday and Thursday by far the biggest days here. And Wednesday, after the close, you have NVIDIA, Snowflake, CrowdStrike, and HPQ, amongst others, all reporting earnings. Then Thursday, we've got a pretty stacked deck before and after the bell when it comes to earnings. We'll also get GDP growth rate. And then on Friday, in addition to Alibaba earnings before the bell, we've got PCE and the closely watched University of Michigan consumer confidence. This should be a wild week. Make sure to check out this infographic on X at TTV Research. Back to you.
Thank you very much there, Darren. Wednesday and Thursday are big. Obviously, Wednesday is a Super Bowl of earnings with NVIDIA. But Obi, I got $1 says we do not get an ETH all-time high by 4 o'clock.
Really?
I think if we break the all-time high, we break it in the aftermarket or we break it on the weekend. Hold
How
on a
it's
second.
setting up. I want to see how it's set. Maybe we close strong on the day.
All I have is
The high a day currently, Neil, is $4,849.
I don't even have a loon. Whatever changes in here, bet. We're doing it on the weekend or the aftermarket.
No, definitely aftermarket for sure. Very high probability aftermarket. But if we're going to do it in the next 30 minutes, yeah, sure. ETH can slap up, $100.
We're
like
$50
It's
away.
done it before.
50
If
bucks.
this high breaks, let's say if this 850 breaks, you know what the prior high is, Neil? Let's go to the weekly. Check that out. Prior high is 4,867.
I thought it was 66. Oh, I guess 67.
I got
What source is
67.80s. This is on Coinbase.
Coinbase, okay. 67.
67 on Coinbase. So can we push another $50, give or take a couple, by the end of the trading session? Sure, well within range. Is it going to happen? I have no idea. Is the week going to close in strong? I have no idea. But I think it's well within range. I think if we continue to push up, that if that 50 breaks before 4 o'clock, boom. I definitely think those all-time highs are coming into play. I could very well be wrong. Look at that, 822. So we're creeping up.
happen.
Now we're $40.
Now we're going to get. You could have
$40
had all my change right there if you made the bet, apparently.
$40.
But you didn't because you didn't want
No,
to
I'm
take the
saying
bet.
yes.
Oh, you are saying yes?
Yeah, yeah.
I don't even. It's probably.
What am I betting? I got the only change on the desk. I forgot my wallet.
First of
at
all,
home
that's
today,
Sean's
too.
change on
That's
the
Sean's
I keep
change.
mine
I was
in the
just going to
box.
say, this is just Sean's change.
Oh, literally.
Here.
He has his on the desk.
I got a
I have my
peach.
poppies.
Is it a peach or an apricot? I think it's an
a peach.
apricot.
I think it's a peach. I don't know. I actually don't know the difference.
Peaches might be a little.
I said this morning I could eat a peach for hours. I know what you're going with that. But what was I going to say? Oh, so Kendo in the chat asked where we get the imbalance data from. Thank you.
Bull needed some fixing.
So the imbalance data that we get and show you guys is built right into the P8 platform that we trade on here at Real Trading. That being said, if you are getting level 2 data from your broker, they're getting it's called the SIP feed, and if you have that, then in theory your broker has this data. Whether or not they built something to display it for you and then you can pay for it, I have no idea. But I can tell you that's how we get it. You can also get this via eSignal. I know for sure that they have it, and I'm sure multiple brokers have this for sure. The early look while we're here, you got Walmart for a small sell. I mean, $1 million, I guess, is a small sell for Walmart, and Enbridge is there all the time. That doesn't really matter. At 350, you'll see some real numbers here. Why is Foot Locker a sell? That's not closing, is it? Foot Locker is being bought. Usually you'll have big sell imbalances sometimes when a deal is closing and the stock is being deleted, but I don't think Foot Locker is close to closing. Maybe I'll keep an eye on that one just in case it is. But no big early look imbalances just yet. I did mention if I see them hold the 158 and at this time of day I'd bounce out. It did bounce off 158, went up to 158.5 and is now right back into 158. So Palantir might take out this support for sure, looking very, very weak. It was a short it's so weird to have a stock go up $10 from the low and like every winning trade I had in it was a short. It's stupid, really. But sometimes it's just how the day goes. So it is what it is. And as far as open door goes, I just wasn't a huge fan of what I saw at 480. Like, it's holding 480, but it's also not doing anything. The volume's not there. Like, there's still just all kinds of sellers when it gets into the high 480s. So you could be scalping like 10 cents or so if you really wanted to in here off the 480 level. But there is so many sellers relative to the buyers at this price that I'm just not liking it, therefore open. And overall, all we've done in this afternoon is slide off a little bit. So if you could find yourself into a short, great. I want to note that the Intel news is exactly what we expected. They said 10%, it's going to be 10%. It's holding 25 was a fail break, and then that's been some gravity to 25. It's Friday, so the fact that we're just now all of a sudden barcoding at the 25 level, I guess makes a little bit of sense as a random price. And notorious Dinkelberg. If there's one stock that just said, I don't care that we're getting a 25% basic, I don't care if Powell has seen the light when it comes to rates. I don't care if everything is going up. It's Circle.
Yep.
Circle, I don't know what to say, but
Circle.
Let's put it this way. I'm going to say it's the nicest way possible.
Yep.
This is a stock that is trying to figure out where it should be priced. And while doing so, it's lower.
I think they call that price discovery.
They call it price discovery, but in this particular case, they're discovering it's not worth what we think it is. And unfortunately, it just continues to trend down. This one's ugly.
Yes.
I think you start your day off on Monday morning, sit down, and I'm going to log into the platform, and then I'm going to go pay for locates on Circle. Derry, did you really short this one today? I know I didn't.
Not well, I'll say that. I mean, I'm down to talk more on the market recap, but yeah, I mean, I think today was a great day for discovery, but it was not a good day for me for price discovery. I'm just going to be real upfront about it. I did attempt to short Circle. I traded it according to my plan. My plan was ill-conceived, and I traded it way before that. I'll just say that. I'll say that.
It happens. I'll tell you this much. At least you were trying to short the best stock to short today. No, but it's clear. But this is the thing.
One of the best reversions.
Look at this. Look at this chart. Now ask yourself, if you come in with the approach of this is a short till it's not, and you try shorting on it, are you going to be mad that you don't make money a day shorting it? Okay, fine. Are you going to make money every single day? But if your approach is, I'm going to try to find shorts as a day trader on this stock, which has literally been trending down since, what day is this? July 18th. I had to look at it. I don't have an eidetic memory like Adair. She probably can tell you the price level, exactly what was happening when it got through 250 and the time of day and all that stuff. I can't. But no, seriously, you can do worse than that. And when a stock is upward trending, same thing. Like, I'm sure there's lots of people that just approach every single day, like, how do I get long new? Hopefully this is going up. Oh, of course it's not. Like, when I pull up neg to try to demonstrate the uptrend, that's the day it's down 12%. Well, just imagine I pulled up a stock that was uptrending and didn't
trending nice.
wick the high. When this catches the other end of the V.
Have you ever used Newegg?
No, never.
No?
Never.
It's good. I like
it?
them.
Okay.
They usually have pretty good deals, and delivery is pretty good.
We've got breaking news with Adara.
Get one stock here moving distinctly differently from Circle is Rivian, RIVN. This just broke into new day's highs. Inside EV reporting that apparently Rivian is saying that their hands-off point-to-point driving is coming late 2026. So Rivian reportedly teasing autonomous driving, I guess, just over a year from now. Back to you.
Get it, Adara. Get it, Randy. Rivian Randy will be happy to hear about that. Although I have a funny feeling. That Rivian Randy, who has been waiting for a 10 in front of the number to always buy Rivian, might have gotten, I don't know, maybe he got too picky because it bounced at $11.01, it looks like. Sometimes you're splitting hairs when you do it that way. Like, imagine remember when we said Webull, buy Webull in front of $10? Yeah. Like, if you waited for it to actually get to like $10 and you're like, I'm just going to bid 10.01, well, then you're not in the stock. Like, sometimes it's just it's a ballpark when you're looking at it. Like, look at Webull here. That's better. Like, look at this. Like, if you're waiting for exactly 10, maybe you get it, maybe you don't. 10.17 is pretty close. But, you know, as long as you're willing to get in here somewhere, I don't know. If you're buying in front of 10, there isn't an excuse to be into this thing. I can maybe see the argument that Rivian, you would have liked it a little bit lower. But this is, and remember, we're getting the rate cut. That's big for Rivian, too. They lose a lot of money. Means they need a lot of money. If rates going down, good for Rivian. And good news with autonomy, up 7.5%. Like, this is one that can go on a jaunt. Every single time that this is bounced off of this area, it's at least giving you 15. And, you know, we're at $13 now. So I think that's one thing that can be looked at. Palantir is apparently crashing, so I guess 158 can't hold. And 158 absolutely did not hold as it continues to head to the downside. Palantir, and I guess on a day where the market stayed strong, Palantir, it doesn't have it. It could be a valuation thing. Don't know. But this is sort of you saw what happened in Circle. But I just want to keep one thing in maybe a little bit of perspective with Palantir. And I'm not sitting here trying to be like super Palantir bull or anything. But when we had that reversal candle a couple of days ago, it held trend, and then we held trend the next day, and we're still going to close above the trend line in the 50 period. Technically, you have a reversal candle hammer, and then you're consolidating at support on Palantir. Even with this pullback in the afternoon, it's still not completely bearish here. But if it loses 153 on Monday, or maybe that's like 52 half maybe, if we lose that on Monday, then you could see something crazy. And we've seen this before on Palantir. Like, I always said to people, like, pull out a longer time frame chart, and that'll give you a better imagination as to what can happen. It doesn't always go up. Palantir went 120 to $60. It got cut in half. We just saw that happen. Well, I'm not talking about last year. I'm talking about this year. Palantir was cut in half this year and then went 3x. So to cut in half is here. The 50 period on the weekly is at $97. There's no pullback on Palantir that is nonsensical as far as I'm concerned. So when if you stink bid this stock, just keep that in mind. And if you play some kind of like a trend breakdown, keep that in mind. Like, it could easily, without breaking sweat. Now, I tend to think the 120 to 130 range, the prior high, makes more sense, but that's just me here today. We got a super chat again. Skeebs. Skeebs with the super chat. AGL ran again today. This is another small capper. You mentioned it yesterday. It's up 8%. Volume's only good, not great. Probably, I don't know if this probably wouldn't even be on Sharif's radar, but you sent a super chat, so why not? We'll get off my e-signal chart for a quick little second. Yeah, this is a bottom. This is like one of those capitulation bottoms. This is a good setup, by the way. Like, here's the funny thing. I've said this to you before, too. Yes. Like, I used to trade, when I started as a day trader, I traded penny stocks. All my first checks came from penny stocks. right? I have no shame about that. You make money where you make money as a trader. I don't care. It's a hard enough business. Don't let anybody tell you that it's not real trading, which I heard a lot of, and I didn't give a rat's you know what. But when you look at some of these reversion plays, so many people I know were looking at, remember UNH in that bottom?
Yep.
Capitulation bottom, and they want to take the next day. Like, there's so many places where you can find that same setup, sometimes in small caps. I have no idea who these guys are or what they do. But that's a capitulation bottom, and look at it hold a low, and then see this day right here, red, 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 indecision day. There's your green day. There's your open above the prior close, breaking a dollar. I don't care how you play. You could take the dollar break here. You could take this break here at like 85 cents. Your out is this low at 80 cents. That is 10% plus slippage worth of risk to get what? Now it's already gone 50%. To get to the 50 period is a double up. And I'm not saying go out there and run and buy penny stocks and all that kind of nonsense. But I literally, when I started day trading, like something like that would happen. And then every single day I would just be long the stock as a day trader. That's just what it was literally what it, and it's like a mean reversion trade. And then you're just playing higher lows. And like the idea would be that as it's on trend, like I'd find a support level and you buy into some support and it would break the trend, and maybe you also take the breakout trade here and you just be doing it all day long, and I'd just try to be long it every single day off a support level or a breakout, and that was the game. So, and you can do this all over the place. Like, it's maybe not a lot of volume today, but certainly had better volume back in here when it was under that dollar level. Anyways, I'm just saying there's lots of ways that you can make money. The market is really starting to come back in here, Roby, as we got 10 minutes till the imbalances come. And yeah, the SPY just lost a bid in a big way. Not open door though.
No, I'm kind of, I was short on Google. I was like, this is a great reversion. Let me participate. I know I don't have the best prices. And I kind of let that get, I think, to my head, because I was just like, because you don't have the best prices, maybe you need to be a little bit more quick and nimble. Nimble didn't really work out well on the cover, and I covered it in 206 halves. But the thing is, the trade is potentially reversion back into prior structure, reversion back to VWAP, and maybe back into some of these reference prices where we did break out from earlier, and we're coming right back into some of those just on top of 205. 205 and some change here is VWAP. I got 205.34s on my other chart. I'm watching that. We're only about 10 pennies away. And here on the P8, we're at 205.20s. For the VWAP, so roughly the similar area. We kind of talked about this market curling over, kind of bleeding out, stair-stepping down, and then finally going into the last half hour, we start to accelerate, we start to puke, we start to push back down into the lower end of the range. Again, range highs being all the way up here, range lows, you can see after that aggressive bid, we pull back, we bid up, we pull back, we bid up, we pull up, we sell off, we pull up, we sell off. So it's like just a bit of a range here happening. So when we get to the top of the range, we start to slowly roll over. I like maybe the shorts a little bit better, but let's see how aggressive of a reversion we may have of the reversion on top of VWAP here on Google. I don't know if it's going to come in, but we're pulling back into that 23,500 area on the NASDAQ. And yeah, I'm just curious to know whether or not buyer step in, or are we going to sell going into the close here? Aggressive bid on Jackson Hole today, and we've held those highs pretty well across the board, Neil. So yeah, I think we're holding up pretty well. Bigger picture, does this become another pivot point for us to push some fresh highs? We saw Google already push their fresh highs, and over the past couple of months, we've been like, oh, Google's lagging behind, Google's lagging behind, Google's lagging behind. It's coming in for that V shape. Those all-time highs are coming in, and everything else is at all-time highs.
And it keeps.
Today was the day that Google met its all-time highs.
But ETH does not look like it's going to make it. There's only 17 minutes left to go.
Come on, ETH.
And then I get to take whatever change you decide to give me. I should have bet an apple fritter. That's actually was a bad decision.
I told you, I got the
on
apricot.
My point. Oh, you bet me the piece of fruit?
Yeah, I bet you the fruit. I said, that's all I have.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'll eat it.
Yeah.
But I can, like, there's like a bunch, there's literally a bunch in the kitchen. I can just go walk and get one myself.
But this one's mine, though.
That is true, and it is more satisfying that way. What was I going to say? No, ETH can't seem to get to the high. As I said, the market's dropping off, but not everything is falling. You're not even budging here in ETH. Bitcoin has pulled back. Open Door literally does not care. It just does not even care. That's the power of small cap stocks. Like when you trade them, you actually get to be a little bit blind to what's happening in the market, which for some traders, that's probably exactly what you want. I know that was the appeal sometimes to be trading them, is you didn't have to get caught up in a lot of the macro stuff. Okay, fine, to a certain extent, don't ignore the fact that some of the pump here is going to have to do with rates coming down, and obviously Jackson Hole gave you everything that you wanted if you were a rate-sensitive stock that were looking for cuts. Same deal happening at 5. Maybe not as violent, but it's slowing down. Like there's a lot churning through at this $5 level, and I get it. It's one thing to say pull back into the prior high. You still have to take it. I talked myself out of it, and that is what it is. Now it's breaking through $5, and with only 5 minutes to go till the imbalances, unless I see something pop up out of nowhere. NEO's a sell of 1 million shares. NEO's probably done way too much volume for that to matter. That's just a guess here. Open Door doesn't even have an imbalance. You never know. There could be one on Open Door. NEO, 213 million in volume for NEO. Yeah, that imbalance is doing nothing to that. It should do nothing to that stock if it's done 213. That's absolutely crazy how much volume is there. Walmart, 1 million to the sell side. But in 5 minutes, we'll get an update, see how those look. Palantir is catching a bit of a bid here. I see some people asking about Tesla in the chat. That's always a popular one. But even this latest move down is starting to slow down very quickly. Tesla barely budged.
Yeah, we gotta.
All these stocks are so strong.
Open is back above $5.
That's a beast.
Yeah, Open is back above $5. That's holding.
Shorts are so
high days
screwed.
08s. We're trading at those right now here. So let me just pull up the chart. Maybe we can take Intel off the board here. Oh boy, look at that. $5 holding pretty well on Open Door as we push a little bit higher. So there was a lot of size sitting at that $5 mark, and we churned through it, pulled back a little bit. Not really that aggressive of a pullback, but a pullback pretty decent. All the way back down to 480s, maybe testing some 470s as well on that quick flush down. Holds, pushes right back up. So yeah, I did like the short there, but I was being a little bit more patient for that to potentially come in.
Which?
$5 still holding.
Open.
No, on Open. Again, we had free shorts there. So that's what I was kind of looking at. And it not really showing any strong significance of a sell here, but maybe the imbalances could potentially change that, right? Only about a few more minutes there until they come out. 4 more minutes here. Catching a little bit of a bid here on the goggle, just scalping out. Nothing too crazy, nothing aggressive. We're coming into those imbalances as well, Neil, so I do want to be wary of some of that action. The market did pull back. We did kind of roll over, pull back in, and caught a bit of a bid into the open of this last 15-minute candle here on the day, Neil. So nothing too crazy. I'm not seeing much else. Let me know in the chat what you guys are trading going into the close. Are you guys looking at anything? Are you guys sitting at any positions? I know a lot of people have been trading crypto on the day today. ETH with a crazy move as well. Alongside the market, again, we talked about that Jackson Hole. Google with the intraday news, all-time highs. So a lot of good stuff happening in this market. Last week or a couple of weeks ago, I was just like, oh boy, that's some aggressive action with the Google flushes. We had the turnaround on Softy as well.
$25.
$25 away.
Yeah, ETH might get there.
I mean, yeah, we're $25 away. We got 13 minutes.
You get the contents of change in that box. You don't get the poppies that are in there.
Okay.
Those are for Remembrance Day. But we got another super chat in here. I can't believe ETH is going to do it. It looked to all the world when the market rolled over what was going to happen. Patrick, I was in 205 calls in Google this morning at 51 cents, 96 contract. When the pop happened, you took a 10-cent trade, missed out on 3. You could have. You know what? We've all been there. You're out too early, and it just goes absolutely ham. Or you mistime something. But here's the thing. Always try to remember that when that kind of a trade happens, you made an excellent decision. There's something called resulting that you don't always want to get involved with when you're talking about your trades, which is overanalyzing the result. Sometimes you also have to remind yourself of the good part of the trade and know that you had it, you got it in good, and you have the right spot. There's just other things that you need to refine there. I say the same thing when everyone tells me they got a top or a bottom wick and then it went. But that just means that you were making a decision at the absolute perfect moment and the perfect price. You just might not have made the right decision. That's still part of the equation. So remember, you're just always trying to take all the parts of the trade and make sure that you get them all going. And you don't discard something when you got one or two things right and then 3 and 4 didn't go exactly as planned, and you can try to brush those up. So congratulations for a fantastic call. That's the way I would look at it. We've all been there before. Winning trade's a winning trade. And you had it right. Like Alphabet was a good long today. No question about it. So,
like both ways, to the upside, to the downside. The pop, the push, off of the open as well. The VWAP holds, the intraday news, the reversion of the intraday news, all beautiful, beautiful action here. And I think we're seeing a lot of that. It's not just Google. It's so many things that are just have clean price action, just stair-step action. We saw Open Door happening today. We saw what Palantir did through that range break and then a hold as well. What else is going on? We saw Intel with some moves as well intraday with Trump kind of coming out and confirming the news that we already knew. So, yeah, good stuff there around, I guess, to go around. Market maybe catching a little bit of a bid. Only about 10 minutes left, but about 15 seconds left, Neil, for these imbalances to come out.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Anytime you get volatility like this, oops, I got to make sure I have. Typically, it's NVIDIA that comes out of nowhere with an imbalance, so I usually want to have a level 2 of that open. But yeah, here we go, and 2 million on a day with this volume, maybe not too big, but 2 million to the buy side for NVIDIA. You got 1.5 for TLT, the 20-year Treasury. Walmart comes out as expected, a 1 million to the sell side there, not very big. BAC's a million to the sell. Apple and Microsoft are decent-sized buys of 800,000 each. Those aren't huge, but like they are buy-side imbalances there, and overall the market adds up to 1.8 billion to the buy side. The Mag 7, 770 million, and the Nasdaq overall 1.2 billion, buoyed by NVIDIA. But that's not huge. I mean, you got a spike. It's a decent-sized spike, but remember, and we say this every single time, but about 355, usually these end up pairing off. So if you're not getting some kind of if you're not breaking out through highs, to me, that's not much of a trade. It's already down at 2 million. You'll see that pair off even more as we go back and revisit it. A lot of good questions.
Snap up on NVIDIA on that.
It was
that
decent.
Buy imbalance. Just go, like we talk about things that are ranging. Take a look at that.
It's
just
not bad.
Pops into the top of the range, and guess what? Sellers were there before. Sellers were there. Sellers were there once again. 178.50s, 178.60, 178.59 is the high of day as of right now. So, yeah, interesting stuff happening there on the NVIDIA, maybe a bit of a held offer. And that could be an interesting level because it's kind of showing itself right now going forward into next week, maybe going into, I guess.
Open lost $5.
Well. Yeah, I think Open's going to churn that 5 a little bit longer there and maybe have a move in the after hours. I think the way it's setting up, absolutely beautiful. And it's not really breaking down. Not breaking down. The volume kind of dropped. It did not break down. That's what I'm seeing there on Open Door. So maybe
I agree.
It definitely has some more oomph going into next week. If we do leg consolidation or anything of the sort, some sort of continuation through that 5, that could pose for decent continuing opportunities. And of course, it's been a great swing trade as well. I know a lot of people who've been swinging this from $2 or even less. So
you know what they call that if you've been swinging that from $2?
You're open to swinging?
A home run.
Oh, a home
Although I'm not a left-handed hitter. I could switch hit a little bit, but that's not me. 48.44 on ETH as we're $23 away on ETH from Obi winning some change, but more importantly, winning bragging rights, because then he can talk trash on Monday.
How far are we?
Not that far. It's at $20. It could happen,
Coinbase,
but with only 7 minutes to go, I'm going to go out on a limb and say that I've won this bet. So I get, for some reason, I literally get a piece of fruit from Obi because that's what he decided to put up against the change I have on the desk. Really not that appealing.
I forgot my wallet as well.
But it was. I already had one, and it's pretty delicious. But you know what?
Why not more?
I won't eat it on the aftermarket show because I want us to have a good discussion on the aftermarket show. We'll get up there with Adara because there is so much that you learn from a day like today where the move was insane. When Powell came out and and essentially hinted or directed us that a cut is coming. For the first time, the cut is coming in September. The market reaction, which a lot of people would thought would be good, it's like, well, if he signals that we're getting a cut, then that'll be good, right? Well, I didn't actually think that we would be as good as we saw. It was an unbelievable rally, and you learn a lot on days like this because you get a lot of liquidity replenishment points, and you get stocks which trend in the opposite direction from the market, which can give you a little bit of an idea of relative strength and weakness. Like what ETH did was insane, going almost to the all-time high. And I'm just going to go back over, with 1 minute to go, anyone that's still looking at that NVIDIA, it just continues to pair off.
Yep.
Right, like this was an imbalance of 2.6, and all it's been doing is getting smaller. This is the reason why I wasn't that interested. If it could have held, if it could have got bigger, but NVIDIA pulling off the highs. Now it's back to 2.7, so that's weird. You don't usually see that happen on NVIDIA. It just grew at 354. Usually we're going the other direction. It's weird.
All right, guys, so you've seen Trade the Pool here with us for a while now, and now Trade the Pool has created something special just for you. A free ebook featuring 4 proven swing trading strategies from Trade the Pool's top funded traders. Inside, you'll see exactly how they approach the markets, how they manage risk, and what setups they rely on. So you can learn and grow from what actually works. Download it now by scanning the QR code on screen or hitting the link in the description. Oh boy, I had to find myself there for a second.
And they're going.
Oh, look at that snap on Google. Oh boy, that low, that VWAP hold was quite nice. We're getting some snap, crackle, and popping to the upside here on Google on that VWAP hold. So absolutely beautiful stuff. Going into the close, only about 5 minutes left. So I was already sitting on 206s. I was sitting in the 90s. I guess I'm sitting here in the 10s as well. That got taken out. And the last little bit of breadcrumb. Let's see if we catch a little bit of a bid through that 206 mark. We did get aggressively sold off. I got straight FOMO from not having this earlier. I did have it here, and then more FOMO from getting out too early. But it's like, all right, you know what? That happens. I don't care. Where's the next trade? Got to be patient. Got to be patient.
Exactly.
Be patient. There's the turn. 205 halves plus VWAP plus prior kind of high consolidation, high day break hold as well. A little bit of a 3-factor confluence on that. Market turning as well. I like that. It happens to work out even through the imbalances. A little bit lucky. I like that. Where's the next trade? That's what I'm looking for here. But with only about 4 minutes left, Neil.
It's not going to get there.
I don't think there is a next trade.
I don't think there is either, but I also know that ETH is not making an all-time high. Still $20 away. We're topping out. By the way, would actually have to break this high on ETHA to get there. Oh, stop saying it's not going to happen, Neil. And we're just pressing. All it has to do is go another like $19. $48.67.
$10.
Not going to happen.
So here's the break. Here's the high break. Here's the high break. So this should technically continue through that 49. Let's see. We're only $3 away. We can zoom into a 1 minute as well if we want to really get granular with some of this price action.
Ooh, granular.
Right there. That's definitely not, come on, that's not a word of it.
Yes, it is the word of the day.
Gotta have at least 5 syllables.
First of all, the rareness of how many syllables a word has nothing to do with how rare it is for someone to say.
There's a word.
No one has ever said granular on this program before.
I'm sure
That's why it gets the word of the day. Nobody has said granular. Trust me. I'm on the short
words.
Nobody said granular. You guys know nobody said.
To have been.
No one said granular.
Granularity.
That's a school word. That's another school word right there.
What do you
and
mean?
school is out. It's a summer. You're not allowed to.
These words are in books, Neil.
Denied. I love books. Books are good. Market's breaking out to highs. Wow, Tesla just went crazy. ETH, don't do it. Tesla just went crazy for 346%. I got to jump to the desk in a minute. No, I don't use that word. Do I really say it all the time? I don't think I do. It's possible. I'm getting old. I can't remember that stuff. I got to get to desk. We have 2 minutes to go. Join me in the Market Recap Show with Adara.
Don't go anywhere.
We'll answer all your questions. We'll talk a lot about the market and stocks and Tesla and maybe an all-time high for ETH. Thank you for filling in for Sean, Obi.
Thank you very much for having me.
Have a good one, and
thanks again.
Take him to the bridge.
All right, so guys, what a crazy, crazy day. So Google's holding up nice. I'm out of there. That's perfectly fine. 206s. I was just looking for a quick little reversion. Got about 50 pennies going into the close, and that's more than enough for me to end the week off. Intel was nice. Let's go through some of the trades that I have that I had on the day today. Okay, got a little bit back to green on the day there. Google was a little bit of a trouble for me coming in off of the open there. I got pretty aggressive with this one. Pretty aggressive and yeah, a little too many tries. So it was definitely a little red on it. I tried the long initially. This is a 3-minute chart. I like the short, boom, boom, boom. Take that short in, try it again, get stop out, try it again, get stop out, try it again, get stop out, get stop out, get stop out, get stopped out, get stopped out. I actually took some decent size on this one. This one I really, really liked, and that's the one that actually ended up going, but I covered over 90% of that for about 20, 30 pennies and then went for a walk. Came back to the news, and oh boy, I had to stop in. Of course I had to stop in. That came in quite nicely as well as we pushed up, broke out, was not involved in any of the long or the short. That's definitely my fault. I was not ready for this, and that's a bit of lack of process on my part. I am very disappointed for that. But again, where's the next trade? Getting involved with a little bit of the backside, a little bit of the reversion as well. That was the trade on Google, and then Intel as well. So Intel, I guess initially tried the short, stopped out, tried the long here, didn't get out of everything, just a little bit there, and then add more onto the breakthrough 25, and that 25 failed to follow through. We did get a beautiful reversion back down into VWAP here, but yes, we only have about 10 seconds left for the bell here, so we've got 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. There it is. Thank you very much for the bell. And yeah, some size showing up on Intel. Don't forget, the bell is brought to you by VinFast. That's ticker VFS on the NASDAQ, so be sure to check them out. They are making some moves across the pond. So yeah, definitely some good stuff there. Yeah, Ethereum, oh boy, Neil. Ethereum hit a high of 4,858 clean. 4,858. What did we say that prior high was? Oh boy, 67. So $10 away. You won the apricot peach. We don't know what it is just yet. But yeah, thank you for that. Solid push there on Ethereum on the day. Tesla was quite nice as well. The market was quite nice. Papa Powell definitely came bearing gifts to the upside with some dovish sentiment there. So absolutely solid. But don't go anywhere, guys. The weekend is about to start. But the show is not over. We got Neil. We got Adara. We got the market recap. Let's see what they're up to. I'll see you guys on Monday. Take it easy. Have a good weekend.
Thank you very much, Obi. Your market recap show starts right about now, brought to you by Beta Pro, by GlobeX. And yeah, Ethereum did make an all-time high. And look, I wasn't hoping, I wanted to go up like everybody. I own more Bitcoin than Ethereum, but I wanted to go up. But it's always fun to be able to win an apricot from Obi that I could literally get for free in the kitchen. So, you know, those big stakes out there that we were apparently betting on that all-time high. But it doesn't really matter. What a day, Adara. Yeah. What a day. I don't know that anybody thought we would see the move that we did when Jerome came out there unexpectedly dovish. I mean, look, some people thought he'd be a little bit dovish, but unexpectedly dovish. The move was completely insane. If you're having trouble figuring out when the Fed statement came out, then pull up a chart of more or less anything, and it should tell you. And if it didn't move, if something didn't go up at 10 o'clock, that should tell you something as well. But the Russell, IWM, the overall market, Bitcoin, ETH, literally everything caught a huge jolt with the dovish tone from Jerome Powell.
Yeah, and I already updated our J-Pow Jackson Hole infographic to reflect this. Like, Neil, if you look at this, and I was saying this earlier today, Powell usually moves the market by roughly 1% at the very minimum on Jackson Hole days. And look, 2023, 2024, 2025, all these updates here of roughly 1% or higher. I mean, yeah, he's ending his 10 years Fed chair on a high note when it comes to Jackson Hole performances. I will say that. Now, my strategy for Jackson Hole was I was looking at what it did last year. What it did last year was the reversion man, as OB, to borrow an OB term, right? Powell stopped speaking, the market plummets. So I positioned myself into a short that I already liked, that I thought if we get a reversion man, will drop even lower. And then the market did not do that. And then I was like, aw shucks. But yeah, as I said, this was not like the best trading day for me. I had, fortunately, 2 back-to-back significantly red days. But I think one thing, that's great is, as Greg said, started from the bottom, now we here, right?
Yes.
So you have somewhere to grow from. And I really want to thank you for the words that you said today with regards to like the circle short, just like, you're thinking at the right place. And then also just with regards to not being focused on your end product always, right? Like, I think that's really huge. So thank you for saying that. That was, sometimes you need to hear things.
It was just true. Like, the market was gangbusters, trend all day to the upside. If you can find a stock that was trend down, at least, like, if you're trying to short today, at least have been on circle or bullish or something that was trend down and looking relatively weak, because it's just so unbelievable how strong this move was. It's an across-the-board move. We were talking about, Tesla finally broke away from trend. Like, this was doing absolutely nothing. Its strongest day, it's had a couple of days like this since earnings, but you're going to go 6% up on Tesla. Like, look at the candle. Look at the fall through, right through the highs of the day. And this is a company that had bad earnings. We're coming off bad earnings, and all it's been doing is going completely sideways, and today it goes a little bit gangbusters. Really, the things that you had to be concerned about if you're looking in the other direction, just go to some defensive type names. And, they were weak, like a Pepsi. Like Pepsi wouldn't do much for you today. Procter & Gamble wouldn't do much for you today. UNH wouldn't have done much for you today. But certainly if you're talking about tech, it was a rip your face off. And there's old boy. There's Obi. Oh, there's a name to forget about. I see you in the chat, Mr. David Mantilla. We don't have any earnings, but we can always check to see how our friend Open is doing in the aftermarket. This stock, look, this is a triple whammy, right? Boost to the housing market, of course, when rates come down. That's one. 25% short float. That's two. Just a couple of days ago with Open Door, we get to 13F that Tudor's involved and took a stake. That's three. So triple whammy. It took out the $5 level on the daily. Like, this has been absolute nuts. We've been talking about this one for a while, and I'm not sitting here telling you YOLO this stock. I'm not sitting here saying that it's going to go up forever. But when it goes trending, you want to play it with the trend. Ultimately, a lot has to be proven here at the $5 level for Open. But like everything else, it was super strong, but did not really pull back off of those highs. Like Palantir pulled back a lot. A lot of names pull back quite heavily in the afternoon, or decently in the afternoon. This small capper wasn't one of them, although, you know what? You can't even call it a small capper anymore, because it's well over the $2 billion market cap. I think it was over $2 billion when it broke $4. Maybe it was like $3.5. So it's over $2 billion. It's not even a small cap name, this Open Door. But it's been a wild day. It was an incredible move. We saw some of the fintech names were amazing. I'm a little... This is where it was mixed, actually, because Robinhood started strong and then fell off. SoFi started strong and held, but then you had things like Circle and Bullish that just did not participate in the move, and that's what's interesting to me. And these names have solidified, I think, on a day like today, where they stand. Like, SoFi is primed to break out next week. Now, anything can happen over the weekend. But this is now run up to that high and held. And we have a good chance of opening above 25. It's 7% today. 7% for SoFi. This is after it sold off at $25 twice since earnings. So that's another one worth watching. But the other thing that happened, which we should get into, is with Intel. We actually got the news that we expected. Now it's official. Is it 9.99 or 9.9, they said, instead of 10?
I thought it was around 10. I think Trump said around 10. But yeah, either way, this was like chaotic. This was crazy. Trump criticized Intel's most recent management. Pat Gelsinger. But, I'm not going to, I don't want, like I said about Pat Gelsinger, I respect that he has history with Intel. I do not want to disrespect the man, but I think his results, as you saw in the infographic today,
they stink.
Unfortunately speak for themselves. But I want to say as well here on Open Door, if I may quickly, before we get back to Intel, this image I just think the world needs to see. So this man is Eric Jackson. Eric Jackson, I'm going to zoom in a bit. Eric Jackson is the man that really started this Intel pump. Oh, I'm zooming on the wrong chart. So Eric Jackson, this dude, he, I guess, has been deciding that the new way to pump Intel after he initially started this pump is to stand outside Drake's house until he buys at least one share of Open Door. He's been doing this for the past 3 days, and I am not joking. So, like, I think Open Door might not be a small cap, as you said, but I think we still have to remember this is very memey, and we're getting some unique, tactics. I don't know what to say here, but yeah, pretty wild stuff here on Open Door. And again, this man is the one who started
That's awesome.
He is one of the individuals that basically was calling for the ouster of former CEO Carrie Wheeler because she didn't do enough CNBC or Bloomberg interviews. And I'm also being very serious, right? So I think it's important just to like step back and remember what is moving this stock. I mean, I think there are real catalysts, and I know a lot of people in the chat say this. I do not want to dispute the fact that Open Door, with regards to like their actual business, could have some nice, push to the upside with regards to, especially if you get the rate cut. But it is important to remember outside of their business, like this nonsense is happening. And I just think we have to remember that. But yeah, I mean, with regards to Intel, I think we're going to have to see how the market reacts. Right now, they like this, but I want to know, like, I think it's good that government apparently will not be taking like a board or any kind of governance within the company.
Because that would be a concern. That'd be troubling, I think.
But other than that, we'll see what happens.
I think that would be troubling, and no one wants to see, like, again, if you're into free markets, I think that would be a bit too much. But that's cool by Eric Jackson. There's no question. That's very cool. He might want to do it. He might want to hold that sign somewhere else, because a little bit of research has shown me, and Eric, maybe you want to take a look at this too, that Drake's on tour, and right now, Denmark, and then going to be in Italy next week. So yeah, you're standing outside. I get it. It's a fun stunt, but I'm sure you got enough money to go fly to Europe and do it. If you did it at the show, that'd be a heck of a lot cooler. I'm just going to throw it out there. You hold that sign up at a Drake show, and that'd be much better. Maybe he would buy a share of Open Door. Hopefully some people bought some shares of Open and made a little bit of coinage. As, by the way, ETH is continuing not to make those highs.
We're talking about Oscar Health.
Oscar is making... I don't see any news either. I tried to find it, but you know what? We should go for the Twitter machine to see if maybe there's something going on there. But sometimes it could just be, this was already squeezing, and today was the kind of day that if you've had a troubled valuation, if you've been a breakout stock, if you have a questionable multiple, this was a day to rally. Oh. And so if you fall into that category, then you are rallying. Now, I don't know. I have not seen any news that would cause the spike that happened.
There is some
literally
news
after,
that I have to
but
read
this
through
is
it before I comment on it.
Okay, so it looks like we do have some news here with regard to the
Okay, here it is.
Care
This
Act.
is what it is. I'll just
okay,
read
you got it?
because I have enough where I'm confident saying it now.
Gotcha.
So Oscar popping here, and this came out, I think, earlier today, though, so it didn't come out post-market, but I think it's being circulated now, at least within the meme side of OSCR on X. But apparently the U.S. judge has paused changes made to the Affordable Care Act marketplace. So this is a preliminary injunction that would halt the Trump administration from making changes to the ACA's insurance marketplace. This is just days before the changes set into effect as well. So I guess the argument here that the judge sided with was the idea that plaintiffs could, or I guess plaintiffs were arguing that more than 2.2 million people could lose healthcare coverage due to these changes. So I guess this ruling benefits OSCR. I think the timing, too, of course, this coming into effect right before the changes would have happened. Nice look.
No, it certainly is.
If I see more, I'll let you know. But UNH, ELV, CVS, MOH, CI, and CNC are also being tagged here as potential beneficiaries of that news.
Yeah, but I mean, the thing is, Oscar's got a little bit more juice in terms of the way it runs. Like, you had small spikes, it looks like, in UNH, but really you're going to see Oscar move a heck of a lot more than those names. That's just how it's going to be. Look, it was it's been an unbelievable day, but it's almost, one of the things that's crazy is almost all day long, almost forgot that Walmart had disappointed us with earnings yesterday.
Oh, yeah, they did.
Like, it's one of those, it's almost like it's out of your mind, and Walmart spent the whole day selling off today. Like, it's wild. Like, Walmart, their guidance didn't come out as well as expected. Everything was exuberant. So you might think, okay, catches a little bit of a bid, but not Walmart, unfortunately. It wasn't like, I don't think it was that bad of a report, but they did not like the guidance came under midpoint there. And wow, it didn't just trade down. If you look at when everything started to catch the bid at 10 o'clock, it tried to go and just failed. When it failed back underneath that, I guess that Jackson Hole support, that was it. And this is one of the things that you can learn from a day like today. Anything that retested the bottom at 10 o'clock when the market ripped, you had to know that's a big level. Now, obviously, I wasn't looking at, I don't even know why I would be looking at Walmart today outside of the fact it was day 2. But wow, if they didn't like it then, and then you lose the support that the entire market got, look at how clear the trend is, even when it tried to revisit that price. Walmart could be in a little bit of trouble here. Oftentimes, you want to play that old 3-day rule to see if it finds a place where it settles down. It's getting close to that 200 period moving average. I don't think it was all bad. Let's be real, but a lot of pressure here for Walmart relative to what we saw in the overall market. And it's just absolutely, it's nuts the rally we got, but it's so telling, I think, sometimes when you see things go counter trend as heavily as they do on a day like today, where it seemed like an everything rally. By the way, ETH, 48.25, still no run at the all-time high. I think it happens this weekend. So let's just say sometime on Sunday, ETH will make an all-time high. I never believe that Bitcoin or ETH are making an all-time high on a Friday. It's just like, that's not how they do it in
on the weekend,
crypto.
or it's after hours. That's the other thing. A lot of these moves happen after hours or when the market's closed. Bitcoin made that all-time high in January during inauguration, which is when the market was closed. We also had the post-election move on election night, not election day, right? So the market was closed. So yeah, I mean, there have been a couple exceptions. Generally, though, that's been the case.
Or if it's like midweek. Like if it's midweek, I can believe it. Because there was that one day, was the day that I think, the midday guys were on. Because I know Joe, look, we all had the long, but Joe was live. And it was wild because you guys saw the action, but that was in the middle of the week for sure. But I do believe we have a little bit of trader talk to get to. Steve Teilman is going to be joining us, and what a day, what a day. I'm sure he has a lot to talk about. Any trader or anyone following the markets today has got a lot to discuss. Let's bring in our good friend. It is Steve Teilman. Welcome to the program. So, Jerome is dovish and the market loves it, and every single breakout and all of the small caps and anything you could have been long was fantastic here today because everyone got what they wanted. Steve, how was your day today?
I mean, you really nailed it, Neil. It was hard to be wrong. It was a fun day in the markets. I wish they were all this good. Yeah, great follow through and a lot of great names. So great. So true.
I don't know if I'd always want it to be this way because it'd be you couldn't deal with that kind of volatility. Plus, it just wouldn't work out having this kind of volatility every single day. But so walk me through like your thought process because I know you do a lot of swing trading, right? Like we got a lot of information on a day like today. So when we see moves like we did in the IWM, maybe you're holding some small caps, is this a moment where you take a breath, take profit, look for re-entries because some trends look for extension? Like where would you be at as a swing trader? Because I know a lot of people, like some targets probably got hit today if you were long some stuff. And certainly other things look like they're starting to break out. So, but where are you with some of the trades that you've discussed before?
Absolutely. So for us, I think we've gotten a lot of clarity today. I think that we were waiting for Powell to basically do what he did, which was mostly nothing, just signal generally dovish, nothing too outside of expectations. And because of that, it seems like all lights are go for these small cap setups. So on my newsletter, I was mentioning watching rate sensitive baskets like KRE, regional banking, as well as solar. So we're long in those sectors and we're holding. I think that this is the start of at least another week or two long rally. And we got to kind of see what happens with the end of the month in OPEX. But for right now, it's working. So that's where we're at.
Yeah, you brought us KRE. Well, you brought us the solar and KRE last week. I know we had a good chance to talk about that. And look, the consolidation break looks fantastic on this one. What was wild, I think what was at least the most interesting to me was how the market reacted intraday to some of the pullbacks was rather aggressive. But in particular, if we're looking at KRE, this did try to dip. I don't know if you see it in the middle of the day here. This did try to dip. And it was when it retook 64 that looked super bullish, partly because, oh, looky, that's that prior high. There's room. Like this hasn't even made its all-time high. Now, just out of curiosity for a trade like this, as you said, you're in it. Do you have a target that you're looking for when it comes to carry? Do you have any indicators or something that would give you reason to take profit in the upcoming weeks, just as this is a brand new breakout trade?
Absolutely. Yeah. So for any of these names, especially in sectors that traditionally are quite beaten down, as you know, regional banking, they've had a tough time. They are nowhere near as far in their progression as many of the leading sectors. So they have a lot of room to go. Therefore, they can break out. Shorts could step back in. So I'll be watching, like I said, the end of the month and OPEX. But for now, target wise, I think it's really gonna very highly likely hit the 70 level here, sweep this previous high, and set up the potential for a major breakout here. As you can see on this monthly chart, we could make a significant move up to 78 and potentially higher.
Oh, that is a gorgeous looking monthly chart, no questions asked. Now, obviously you picked a couple of sectors that I think are strategically maybe not worried about the AI bubble. Or I shouldn't say AI bubble, the potential of an AI bubble. Because while we had Jackson Hole today, we have a little something next week on Wednesday, which may or may not matter to the overall market in the Qs. Of course, that would be NVIDIA earnings. So you've got a couple of plays that maybe you don't have to worry about that unless there's some kind of ridiculous sentiment shift that somehow extends everywhere. This is the biggest name in the market and the most important earnings release that we get during the season. Just out of pure curiosity, are you positioned looking for anything specific in the chip space, or maybe any smaller AI plays that you think coming off of NVIDIA one way or the other? It doesn't have to be a long looking into next week, because there is no bigger event now until we actually come to September outside of Wednesday.
Sure, a great thing to put on people's radar there. It's a huge event, and while these names aren't super affected, I do hold some AI plays that I would like to respond positively, of course. If we do get negative reactions, I'm looking to add to those names. They're up and holding, and we can talk about those in a second. Yep. But in general, I think that we are still in the middle innings of AI. So I'm looking for big pullbacks to be bought, into key levels. So that's kind of how I would frame it. I'm bullish though, and the basket I'm playing is TER, Teradyne, AMKR, Amcor, and then TEM, Tempest AI.
Ooh, Tempest. Everyone's always loving Tempest because it's the Nancy Pelosi play. And it's almost unfair, because then that's all anybody ever really talks about is the fact that Nancy Pelosi's in it. Well, what difference does it make if it's working? I get it. It just becomes a little bit of a shtick. But the more important thing is opportunity to potentially buy the dips. I feel the same. Look, I do feel the same way. I don't really see how there could be overwhelmingly bad news. The only concern I have for NVIDIA, of course, is this whole China thing. It's like they can sell the H20. Now they're saying they're going to cut production. It's like, who knows? I think we get some clarity there. But outside of that, I would think that it could be an opportunity to buy the dip. This has been proven. I think this earnings cycle, we're in a buy the dip until proven otherwise market. And ultimately, it's like anything else. Eventually, that stops working. But until it stops working, you kind of feel you want to be with the trend. And there's so many people always trying to catch that top. I find it's almost impossible to catch the top of any market, let alone this ridiculous bull market.
I couldn't have said it better myself. We're in the business of catching the clear, defined moves, and we can catch that 80%. We can leave the 20% at the top and the bottom for the heroes. But that's not consistent. That's what we're all about, right?
Oh, I agree with you. Consistent profits are way better than just trying to be like that absolute hero. It feels really good to catch the top or the bottom, but the truth is it's so difficult that you will find yourself probably so ridiculously frustrated and so stressed out that it's almost not worth it. Just try to be profitable and try to have a strategy which has a consistent basis going for it. But I do want to jump, maybe if we can. There's something that happened in some of the healthcare names. First of all, a lot of healthcare wasn't going to be that good today. I mean, UNH, that makes some sense, that money would come out of it. But there's a stock that during the squeeze, and I know this is a stock that we've talked about before, that with all of this squeezing going on, seemed like it would be pretty primed to make a little bit of a bounce, right? The whole market's squeezing higher. Why can't HIM squeeze higher as well? And don't get me wrong, it's up 1% today. But it did a poor job of holding on to the gains. But you've liked this stock before. And I was staring this one down myself because it bounced off 41 bucks. It bounced off the 200 period moving average. It's already pulled back, and every single time this has caught a bit, it's been a pretty good rally recently. I know you've had some great calls on HIM, so just for myself, being curious, because I'm thinking about looking long on this one on Monday, just from a pure technical standpoint. What are your thoughts on this one? I know it's not a space that held up well today in the rally is the only counterpoint.
I had a feeling you'd bring up Hims. This name I cannot shake for better or worse. I do love it, and it's a fun trader. I'm not really sure exactly what it's doing yet, so I'm keeping an eye on it, but it is interesting to me for a lot of the reasons you mentioned. We're also entering this zone into this 6.2 fib, which it is holding. It's coming up on that the 200 there, like you mentioned, and it did hold the swing low here. So there are some potential signs of maybe a wider, longer base here coming to attack this massive level up here. So it's tough for me when a pattern's so pretty and it just fails the move. I really have to reassess, but I need the volume to step back in. I need buyers to show that this is a bottom, and then I'll be looking to take a spot right around this 40 handle, I think.
Yeah, I appreciate you going over there because I'm genuinely curious about it. Like, it's at a fantastic level. And it's a trend I'm looking to put on. So someone that made good calls on is what I want to hear. Steve, before we get you out of here, we have to run to Adara. We've got some breaking news here. So just very quickly, we're going to run to Adara.
Yeah, I mean, Steve, if you want to look at this chart as well, for sure, I'd love to hear your thoughts on this. Wayfair actually dropping here, W, after Trump announced on Truth Social that they're doing a major tariff investigation on furniture coming into the United States. Within the next 50 days, apparently, they'll complete the investigation, and furniture coming into the States will be tariffed at a rate that has not yet been determined. And the goal of this investigation is to bring furniture businesses back to North Carolina, South Carolina, Michigan, and other states across the union. So Wayfair did not like this news. Steve, I don't know if this is a stock that you have any opinions on, but maybe worth discussing as a transition to this story, because I was not expecting this to drop the way it did.
Yikes. Yeah, that's about 10% off the bat on Wayfair. Apparently, it doesn't have just what you need. The puns always write themselves for this. And the problem with this, I don't know, Steve, you're probably seeing the same thing I am. When you've been just essentially trending straight up 4x, you do not need anything to rock the boat. This just looks like a pretty standard trend break here. I don't know that I could be anything but bearish on Monday in this stock, because that's a pretty decent trend break. And with negative news, when there's a million places to go for bullish looking stocks here. What are your thoughts maybe on Wayfair? I know I'm putting you on the spot here, but yeah, that could be a mover next week.
No, I love it. I think you said it very well. I mean, that was essentially algorithmic buying on the way up, right? So there was a program, to some degree or another, that was just buying this thing the whole way up. And all it takes is a little bit of news to rock the boat and really turn that off. So for me, I mean, I can't be bullish. I would look short-term bearish. Long-term, we need to see where buyers step in. That's not great news, and it's at the top of a long-term range. So I would expect significant pullback here to maybe the 65 handle before I'd like to look at it long.
Yeah, good take there at 65. Can I ask you one thing before I get you out of here, Steve? I notice you use Fibonacci's. Now, when I play trend breaks and a lot of the strategies, I look at prior support and resistance levels, moving averages. That's sort of my shtick. Just maybe, because we get a lot of questions when something's going into like a blue sky setup, or maybe in this particular case, Wayfair is in a pullback. Do you use Fibonacci's for exit points or take profits? Because I know myself, I just look at, I'd say 64, 65 because of the 50 period and a little bit of support there. But I notice you use Fibs. Is that something you deploy on all of your trades or just occasionally?
Oh, absolutely. It started out as a thing that I would employ tactically, and I found the more that I've used them, the more opportunities I see in them. So what I can show you real quick is this extensions. I'm a big fan of the 1.2 extension, of the 1.6 extension, and then the 2 extension. And it's so funny. I swear we didn't plan this, guys. But when you slap the fib on from the low to the swing high where it kind of fell down, you'll see it slowed down right about at the 2 there. And this is super reliable for me. So if it's going to fail, it'll often fail here. And if not, then you look for the 1.6 and the 2 on any range break.
See, and this is why I love, and it's not to always put you on the spot, but genuinely you'll see. You come on here, I put the pressure on, I'm going to ask questions I'm genuinely curious because I hope that gives everybody a learning experience, because I know I get to learn from talking to another trader who has a different sort of strategy or skill set from mine. So thank you so much as always, Steve. Thank you for calling out KRE last week. I think that looks pretty good on the charts and the solar names as well. Hopefully, I know we're all looking bullish on NVIDIA on Wednesday, but maybe we do get an opportunity to buy the dip just as you said there. So thank you for everything. Have a fantastic weekend. Our good friend Steve Talman from Trade the Pool. Be sure to check him out next week. I mean, every week we have you on. It's always a pleasure.
Thanks so much, Neil. Have a great weekend.
All right, take care, brother. Always a blast talking to Steve. One of the things I love the most about all of our guests, but never unwilling to talk about pretty much anything. I try to put Steve on the spot. I always try to put a Michael on the spot as well, just sort of asking something that I know there's no chance he could have been prepared for, and just to see him just drop knowledge is always a lot of fun. This is not good for Wayfair, and the more I'm thinking about this, Steve said it too. Almost like algorithmic buying on the higher time frame on this daily on Wayfair to then break this trend down and to be down at the 70 level. This is not good. And when you're in the crosshairs, we've seen it before. When the POTUS says buy, you buy. When POTUS is looking negatively, it's not good until proven otherwise. So I don't like this at all for Wayfair. We're going to come in on Monday, and certainly I'll be looking in the other direction. But you know what time it is, everybody. I have to say this. Joe did a fantastic job when he filled in. That being said, roll call is dominated by the champion, Adara. So, if you want your name to be read by Adara today in this chat, then what you need to do is jump in here, hit that subscribe button first, because it's a subs-only chat. If you don't hit subscribe, you can't type in the chat. And if you can't type in the chat, then you can't be part of roll call. Give a big shout out to Obi for filling in for Sean. He did a fantastic job. Give a big shout out to Joey Eth. Big shout out to Sharif, the professor, to the entire team. We've got Fabian, Ramin. Ramin, you should have thrown something at the boys for bullying you. I'm on your side all the time. Give a shout out to Brandon. Give a shout out to Andre. No, in the middle of the day, they were ragging her, and I'm like,
Wait,
you
were
can.
they today? I missed that.
Yes, and I said, Ramin, you can throw something at them. It's perfectly fine. And she's too nice, and she didn't do it, but she could have.
Apparently, she used to throw things at Sharif, but I never saw this, and I sat right next to her. So.
They're brother and sister.
I know. It's like they fight like cats and dogs. It's so funny. It is really
the cutest thing of all time.
And he's committed to the bit. We're just talking about Sharif and his commitment to. Yeah, she did not care. She just do know.
She's
but shout
hard
out to
at work.
Ramin, shout out to Neil, shout out to Fabian, Andre, Sharif, Joe, Obi, Sean. We have Brendan. We've got everybody on the team. And thank you, chat. Gravel Culture, Stevenson Etienne, Albatross, Rian, WJ Larson, NYC Urbanista, Joe Schmo, Neil, Mike, Alonzo, Content Revolver, Hoodie Who, Stubborn, Will Knight, Mike DeRider, Brown Lightning, Dicing, The Roaring Griffin, Ronaldo, South Jersey Jack Wibicus, Alexa, David Schreiner. We've got Mike. Oh my God, these names are flying, guys. D-Frat, Donkey Trader, Ryan O'Day, Denny Dollars. I love that one. King Clutch, Grov, FOMO Baggins, another great one. Mike DeRider again here, Notorious Dinkelberg, Cloud C. We've got John Fitz, Mamo Cowboy, Heavyweight. We've got Wild Bane, the OC. Danny Dollars again, Big Joel 360, and the Absolute Truth. And it is the Absolute Truth that will be back on Monday. Also, WSM is tanking. Thank you, Rivian Millionaire in the chat, for bringing this up. Honestly, this is probably the horse I'll be clip-clopping on into the sunset if it drops on Monday, because this is way more my speed than our friend Wayfair. But you know what? We'll watch them all, because that's what we do at Trader TV Live.
Mic drop from Adara. That's how she does it every single day with that energy. And she doesn't miss a beat on the news either. We had a great team here, but hope we had a fantastic week. It's going to be better next week. NVIDIA earnings on Wednesday. Rest up. Another big week. It's Trader TV Live, brought to you by Beta Pro, by Globex, and we'll see you on Monday. Bye, everyone.